Chapter 5724. Xiao Qiao, you are a child that I fished out from the void. Although I don't know your background, I can feel the hostility in your body. I thought that by bringing you around, I could purify the hostility in your heart. However, after so many years, there was no change. Or maybe it's not time yet. The white-robed monk looked at Xian Huang indifferently. Could it be heaven's will? She has to wait for the fated person? He muttered to himself. Immediately, a golden light flowed out from his fingertip and shot toward Arbor's glabella. With a whoosh, it went in and disappeared. The child rolled his big, beautiful eyes. Suddenly, his body went limp and he fell backward. Xian Huang supported her body and carried her up. A trace of anger flashed past her eyes, and she reprimanded. "Stupid monk, what are you doing?" "Female benefactor, please don't misunderstand. I just injected the imprint of the golden talisman jade tome into Xiao Qiao's consciousness. It will not cause any harm to her body. She will wake up on her own after a while." Golden talisman jade tome? Everyone was stunned. Then they all opened their mouths wide. Is it the lost talisman art recorded in a few words in the desolate era of the continent? Could it be that the talisman technique was not an ancient legend? Talisman masters also existed before? Everyone had always thought that most of the things recorded in the great desolate records of the continent were preposterous, and there was nothing to verify them. So there really was a unique copy of the Golden Talisman Jade Tome. The white-robed monk nodded honestly. That's right. It's the only copy of the Golden Talisman Jade Tome that recorded the all-knowing talisman technique. I came to the Dark Forest this time to find this item for Xiao Qiao. Speaking of which, I'm quite lucky. This time, even Xian Huang against the sky and the rest's jaws dropped. They all cursed in their hearts. Damn it, since it's such a precious treasure, why can't you just say it secretly? Why must you shout so loudly until everyone knows about it? Maybe he's too arrogant of his own strength. Against the sky thought, this young monk doesn't even care about the ants in front of him, so it doesn't matter if it's a secret or not. As long as he was around, no one would be able to snatch the Golden Talisman Jade Tome from the little girl. But when they saw this monk calmly saying that his luck was not bad, why did they want to slap his calm face? Could this be considered as good luck? This was pure luck, wasn't it? Xian Huang was speechless. She took a few steps forward and handed the child in her arms to the monk. In the future, don't leave her alone somewhere else. The white-robed monk stared at the sleeping child and shook his head. Let her follow you. Xian Huang was startled. You are fated to be master and disciple. This is the will of heaven, the monk said lightly. Let her follow you. You should know her situation. The reason I brought her around was because I wanted to purify the evil aura in her body so that she could return to where she came from and reverse the chaotic trajectory of her life. The monk said indifferently. Unfortunately, for so long, this child's heart has always been closed. Her obsession and resentment are deep. She has never spoken, and the evil aura around her has never been reduced. The Golden Talisman Jade Tome has the ability to stabilize one's divine sense and protect one's soul. The monk paused and said softly, I hope that one day you will be able to send her back to her original path. Thank you for your trouble. The monk's words made against the sky, Xian Huang, and the rest narrowed their eyes and scrutinized him. The others were confused and did not understand at all. What did he mean by reversing the trajectory of her life? None of them understood. How could Xian Huang and Against the Sky not understand? This monk could actually tell that they controlled the power of time and space. Even they themselves did not know whether the power of time and space could reverse the situation. How did this monk know that they had such a great ability? Against the Sky raised his chubby little hand and forced his dropped jaw back. Was there a need for him to announce the Golden Talisman Jade Tome to everyone? The two of them finally understood that the monk was not confident in his own abilities, but in Xian Huang, Against the Sky, and the rest. He believed that, with their abilities, they would definitely be able to protect the little girl who was carrying such a precious treasure. Even if the secret of the Golden Talisman Jade Tome was known to everyone, with Xian Huang, Against the Sky, and the rest's abilities, they would be able to protect little Qiao and not let her come to any harm. But why did they have the urge to beat this monk to death from the bottom of their hearts? Why was this monk so annoying? As if he did not see the sullen faces of Against the Sky and the rest, the monk turned around and left. His white monk robe with wide, open sleeves fluttered as he walked. Xian Huang frowned and looked up at the monk's back. You've been with her for so many years, and you're leaving just like that? Not waiting for her to wake up and take another look? We're destined to part. Even if we take a few more looks, we'll still have to part. What's the point? The monk waved his hand and leaped up. Stepping on the precipice, he shrank the ground into an inch and walked far away in 2 or 3 steps. When a monk's figure disappeared from the precipice, Xian Huang felt the little girl in her arms move and lowered her head to take a look. The little girl suddenly opened her eyes. Her pitch-black eyes were deep and congealed. Moving her little arms and legs, Xian Huang released her hand and allowed her to climb onto her body and slide to the ground. The little girl seemed to have sensed something and ran to the bottom of the precipice. Looking up at the high precipice that connected to the sky, she saw the monk's figure that had already become a small black dot. She could not see him clearly at all, tightly hugging the little unicorn in her arms. The little girl's long eyelashes fluttered a few times. Suddenly, her little face scrunched up and she bit her thin lips. Large drops of tears rolled down from her eyes like a gushing spring that could not be stopped. Xian Huang sighed softly and walked to her side and squatted down. With a gentle expression, she touched the little girl's head and reached out to wipe away the tears on her face. Her heart was slightly bitter. In the future, I won't leave you behind anymore, okay? The little girl seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as she sobbed and cried nonstop. Hearing her words, she raised her head slightly and met Xian Huang's pair of clear eyes that were as black as ink. Her crying paused slightly as she stared at Xian Huang for a long time with a trace of suspicion in her eyes, until Xian Huang smiled and said softly, "I promise, good child." Only then did the little girl burst into tears. She opened her arms and threw herself into Xian Huang's arms. In the future, Master will call you Xiaobao, okay? Xian Huang reached out to touch the little girl's head and carried her up with a smile. Master will take you home. Chapter 5725. Quick, quick! A group of people carried the items that caught their eye in the treasury, searching with all their might. Against the Sky ignored them, allowing his companions to work in full swing. She squatted in front of the 9 flower pots in the corner, one hand supporting her chin as she carefully examined the mechanism. That old tortoise is quite thoughtful, Against the Sky muttered. He had already stood up straight, and then he kicked out with a strong force. Z. One of the flower pots moved with the force of his kick. Against the Sky then kicked out a few more times, and the left and right flower pots moved in a crisscross pattern, producing a series of friction sounds when they touched the ground. Crash! Against the Sky leaped to one side, and a small square secret compartment opened where his feet originally landed. With a flick of the mechanism, a wooden box with dark red engravings was brought out. Against the Sky laughed softly and took out the red engraved wooden box. He muttered, "Since it's placed so secretively, it must be a precious treasure." But similarly, there was a very faint layer of mental energy on the outside of the wooden box. It should be a restriction set up by that fellow, used as a precaution. She had not squandered the spatial energy that Xian Huang had given her before, so it was just right to use it now. Then, like a gourd, he imitated the Dark Phoenix and used the power of space to remove the trace of mental strength. Then, he smoothly opened the red wooden box. There was an item in the box, carved out of blue crystal in the shape of an orchid. There was a silver carp embedded in the arched petals, and its eyes were crimson red. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary ornament, but Against the Sky's heart skipped a beat. The words orchid stone fish appeared in her mind. So it was hidden in such a secretive place. Finally, she found it. This item's name was quite big, so she did not think much of it. Suddenly, she felt a corner of her long skirt being pulled heavily. Against the Sky withdrew her thoughts and looked down. She could not help but smile. Little Qiao had run out unknowingly. At this moment, She was hugging one of her legs with both hands. Her head was slightly raised, and her round eyes were full of desire as she looked at the orchid stone fish in Against the Sky's hand. "You like it?" Against the Sky raised her eyebrows. Little Xiao nodded honestly. Against the Sky dared to bet that the little kid had no idea what the thing in her hand was for. There were only 3 words that could explain why it suddenly popped out of her portable space and asked for it. That was fate. This item was useless for defying the heavens, but a certain someone didn't mind teasing a child. Hence, the unscrupulous fellow calmly squatted in front of the little kid, pointed at the orchid stone fish in his hand, and then pointed at his own nose. "Call me Marshall, Uncle, and I'll give it to you to play with." Xiao Xiao blinked and opened her mouth, but her voice seemed to be stuck in her throat. She struggled for a long time, but couldn't make a single sound. She tried her best to hold it in. Her face was red, but she couldn't make a sound. Against the Sky could not help but sigh. He reached out and patted the child's head. You can't expect a child who has been autistic for many years to suddenly speak, can you? Compared to the first few days, Xiao Xiao's expression had changed greatly. Not only was her face round from being fed by the profound phoenix couple, her eyes were also a little more lively. At least now she knew how to hug someone's thigh and act coquettishly to ask for things. Against the Sky was full of gratification. He didn't intend to make things difficult for his little niece anymore. He smiled and patted the child's head. He stuffed the orchid stone fish into her arms. "Take it and play with it." Little Xiao's eyes lit up. She happily picked up the orchid stone fish. If those vulgar people knew that the orchid stone fish that their family had treasured for a lifetime was casually thrown to his Marshall nephew as a toy, they would probably vomit blood and die from anger. No matter how selfish you are, many things still depend on fate, don't they? Now, he had to give it to her even if he didn't want to. Hee. Against the Sky swept a glance at the empty treasure house. The speed of her little friend's robbery had long been practiced. Moving things was quite fast. It didn't take long for the entire treasure house to be emptied. Hee. Xian Huang held the demonic eye seed in one hand. She looked up at the sun and squinted at the strange seed. "Junior sister, this seed really looks like an eye." Especially at this moment, under the sun, there was a crack in the middle of the seed. A bit of white seeped out. It looked more like an open eye. Xian Huang couldn't help but tremble. She threw the demonic eye seed to Against the Sky. "Look at it. It's strange. Here you go." Against the Sky smiled. Just as he was about to reach out to catch it, the seed whizzed past him. With the speed of her hand, she actually didn't catch it. Against the Sky was stunned. He subconsciously threw out the chain. It swam like a dragon, making a hissing sound. The long black chain suddenly wrapped around the demonic eye seed. Bam! Unfortunately, the chain didn't hit the target. It smashed hard against the wall of the small courtyard. As the dust scattered, a fist-sized, pitch-black demonic eye seed whizzed out of the wall and rushed outside. "Little miss, you've already played outside for long enough. If we don't go back now, young madam will scold this servant for bringing you everywhere." The servant girl held Xiao Xiao's little hand and half-dragged and half pulled this unruly little fellow over from the high threshold. Suddenly, she heard an urgent voice. "Xiao Bao, get out of the way." Before the maidservant could react, she saw a black and unknown object pass by with a whoosh. With the little girl's eyesight, how could she see it clearly? She only felt a gust of wind blow past her ear. Her hair, along with Xiao Xiao's, were all blown away. "Xiao Bao." In the air, a few figures rushed forward. More than a dozen winding iron chains also fluttered in the wind as they flew forward. In an instant, the master and servant were encircled. The chains instantly turned into hundreds of protective shadows. Against the Sky's reprimanding voice came from afar. "Why aren't you stopping? Come back." Gulialu. The chains that were entangled around the master and servant retreated in a wriggling manner. Like a child who had done something wrong, she shrunk back with her tail between her legs and scurried in front of Against the Sky. Xiao Bao. Xian Huang leaped in front of the child and was about to reach out to grab the demonic eye seed. Xiao Xiao's black eyes stared at the pitch-black seed floating in front of her. Her little mouth opened slightly, and she sighed in her heart. What a strange seed that grew so strangely. However, they saw the seed enter her slightly open mouth with a whoosh. Everyone looked at the devilish child in shock. Don't the word swallow was not out. With a gulp, the seed went down the devilish child's esophagus and was obviously swallowed. Xiao Bao. A few adults cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They already said don't swallow, don't swallow. Why did she still swallow it? This worrisome child really made them worried to death. After a moment, Xiao Xiao was carried and placed on an armchair. She sat upright and still. Her round eyes moved around nimbly as she looked at the adults in front of her. Master and the others' expressions looked quite ugly. She didn't know why. I think we should just pour 2 bottles of this vomiting agent down her throat and make her spit it out. After one of them finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of against the sky's glare and hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand and laughed embarrassedly. There's no change in her pulse. Xian Huang sat beside the child with a trace of doubt in her eyes. Could it have been absorbed by her dantian? Against the sky squatted down and looked at the devilish child at eye level. Xiao Bao, tell master and martial uncle, do you feel any discomfort? Does your abdomen swell and hurt? Xiao Xiao blinked and shook her head vigorously. How is that possible? The person who spoke earlier held the 2 bottles of medicine and jumped up and down. Master against the sky. Even Master's wife found it difficult to control this demonic seed. Why is it so obedient in this little fellow's stomach? Xian Huang also nodded in confusion. She raised her hand and touched the devilish child's little head and asked softly, Xiao Bao, tell Master, do you feel where the seed that you swallowed is now? Against the sky rolled his eyes. She's so young. How can she understand what you mean? Xiao Xiao suddenly started to gesticulate with her hands, gesticulating here and there. The gesticulating adults all looked at her with black lines all over their heads. Speak human language. The child blinked her eyes and sat obediently with her little hands and feet curled up on the big armchair. Against the sky was speechless. He suddenly thought of something and took a pen and paper and stuffed it into Xiao Xiao's hands. This child was literate. Asking like this was indeed much better than gesturing with her hands. Xian Huang nodded and looked at her disciple with a smile. Xiao Bao, quickly think. Just draw a simple picture for us to see. Xiao Xiao held her cheeks and tilted her head to think. Under the watchful eyes of the adults, he drew a straight line with his brush. Then, he continued to draw something with a swish. After a while, she put the brush on the table. Her 2 small hands picked up the white paper and raised it above her head. Xian Huang, against the sky, and the others all looked over. When they saw the picture on the white paper, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This picture was really not bad. The 12 jade slips were folded into a cylindrical shape. The picture had a 3-dimensional feeling. It was hard for this child to draw light and shadow effects on the jade slips. She was really a little weirdo. This is the golden talisman jade tome in your sea of consciousness? Against the sky was slightly startled and asked. Xian Huang took the drawing paper from the child's hand and looked at it carefully. This is the golden talisman jade tome? Then what is this crooked tree down there? Against the sky took the paper and looked at it carefully for a moment. He said, look, the picture below looks like a chaotic starry sky. There's a strange little tree here. On the tree, look, there's an eye on the tree trunk. Could this be the demonic seed? The demonic seed was swallowed by this strange tree. Everyone said in unison. Xiao Xiao kept nodding her little head. She nodded again and again, making the group of adults speechless, until against the sky didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, you can see it? Is that strange tree growing here? One of them touched his belly and made a funny gesture. Xiao Xiao nodded. Against the sky, slapped his thigh. That's it. This little fellow is really a weirdo. She can see her dantian from such a young age. That's right, there's a tree growing in her dantian. Yes, yes, yes. The most important thing is that there's a tree. Xian Huang's face suddenly changed. She grabbed the child's thin wrist and said seriously, Xiao Bao, tell your master. Is there anything strange about this tree? Will it suck your essence and spirit? Xiao Qiao tilted her head and thought for a while. She shook her head and lowered her head. She took out a green leaf from her bag and stuffed it into Xian Huang's hand. Could this be the leaf on that tree? Everyone suddenly realized. Now, everything made sense. You picked up a little treasure beast in the gloomy forest. Is this the leaf that was used to feed the treasure beast? Xian Huang personally tasted a small piece and distributed it to everyone. Everyone looked at Xiao Qiao with a strange expression. After eating it, everyone felt a trickle of heat flow to their dantian. Its effect was almost the same as an ordinary advancement elixir. In other words, as long as it was taken over a long period of time, it would definitely be extremely beneficial. It was hard on those who didn't know the situation. They thought that the child was mistreating the treasure beast by giving it leaves and not giving it anything good to eat. They thought that she was abusing the treasure beast. It turned out that the leaf was such a good thing. Xiao Qiao nodded. She didn't understand why these adults' expressions changed again. The demonic eye seed was absorbed by this tree? Against the Sky thought for a while and said, no, it should be that the demonic eye seed was subdued by this tree and became a part of it. Look at this source tree. It should be closely related to the little fellow's realm. It was born in this vast chaotic star sea. It is most likely the source of this chaotic star sea. If this chaotic star sea is this little fellow's dantian. Against the Sky slapped Xiao Qiao's head. Then this little fellow will have a great opportunity in the future. Xiao Qiao's head fell forward. She looked at her uncle master in confusion. She didn't understand why these adults were so excited. Little treasure, tell me, where did you put the orchid stone fish that you took from your uncle master last time? Xian Huang's eyes flickered as if she was thinking about something. Xiao Qiao tilted her head and thought for a long time. She scratched her ear and suddenly reached out to grab the piece of paper. Then she scribbled a few more times. After putting down the brush, the two of them looked at each other at the same time and took a deep breath. This little brat was indeed a great opportunity. Looking at the little fellow's scribbles, the two of them could roughly guess. That orchid stone fish was actually absorbed by the star domain. Due to fate, it became a part of the star domain and opened up a planet. Good child, quickly let your uncle master help you change the flow of time on this fish orchid planet. Xian Huang picked her up and kissed her with a smile. It will definitely be of great use in the future. The little girl blinked. Many years after rebirth, Jojo's cultivation rose to the spirit realm. He pointed at the vast ocean in front of him. This newly opened planet is called Fish Orchid Planet, right? Didn't I tell you guys that the flow of time on Fish Orchid Planet is different from the outside world? It's very strange. It's strange yet familiar. I don't know why. Sometimes when I look at this ocean, I feel that I have to think of something. Those wonderful times. Chapter 5726. A series of crisp and clear bell sounds crisscrossed. Against the Sky looked around. In front of him was a wide corridor winding forward. On the eaves of the corridor, there was a string of 9 inches long golden tubes every 5 steps. As the wind blew, the strings of golden tubes knocked against each other and made a series of crisp sounds. Not far away in the fog, a corner of a big house could be vaguely seen. Let's wait for a while before going over. Judging from their past experience, this place was definitely not that simple. Perhaps there was a bigger trap waiting for them. However, the others who were going to train with them did not think so. They jostled one another, all eager to try their hand at advancing. It looks harmless, but I always feel that there's a hidden danger. Against the Sky nodded in agreement. It was right to be cautious. There was nothing to be anxious about. If they were anxious, they would let the anxious ones go first. Look, what is that? Someone shouted excitedly. Most of the people in the other teams quickly walked forward and looked in the direction that the disciple pointed. Their eyes suddenly burned with a strange light. It was a dragon. No, it was not a dragon. It was a half-liquid dragon that was sparkling like pearls, like a winding stream. The whole body of the dragon was hovering on the corridor, extending to a place where the naked eye could not see clearly. As the breeze blew in, everyone could smell a refreshing fragrance. Against the Sky's eyes flashed. Against the Sky, Against the sky. Yes, I know. I know this thing. Against the sky's expression was rather calm. His companions were very excited. Oh, is that so? What is that? What is it? Can we take it back? Strange. What's strange? What is that thing? Is it a good thing? Oh my God, the others are running over there. Hurry up and tell us. They had to hurry. It was not good to let others beat them to it. Against the sky was indeed omniscient when it came to medicinal herbs. The strange phenomenon in front of them was indeed a medicinal herb that had long been extinct. This was the Jasper Sky Jade Dragon, which had long been lost in the world. It could be used as a catalyst for many legendary medicinal pills. It was not strange for the Jasper Sky Jade Dragon to appear here. This was a seabed tomb where rare treasures gathered. It would not be strange if there were some rare and lost herbs here. What she found strange was, why was this Jasper Heaven Jade Dragon so blatantly lying across this corridor? It was as if it had been waiting for them to come. It stretched out its hand and waved at them. Come on, come on. Come and collect me. Pfft. Against the sky felt a little ashamed of himself for having such thoughts. Tion, hurry up. They're all gobbling up. Against the sky, who was still daydreaming, pointed anxiously at a disciple from another team. The strange disciple was greedily grabbing a piece of jelly-like semi-liquid and hurriedly shoving it into his mouth. What's the hurry? They won't be able to finish it in such a short time. Against the sky glared at her. At this time, the first batch of people who had eaten the Jasper Heaven Jade Dragon had already sat down cross-legged, intending to adjust their breathing and absorb the energy. The little friend pointed at them and asked anxiously, "What are they doing? Looks like he's about to advance." What? They're all going to advance? Is it because you ate this soft thing in big bites? Yes, because of the Jasper Heaven Jade Dragon. Against the sky smiled and said, its effect is equivalent to an advancement medicine. Of course, if it's made into a pill or medicine, the effect will be even more obvious. You saw it just now? The guy swallowed a big piece. It's equivalent to drinking a big bottle of Essence advancement medicine. Of course, he's going to advance. It's just that this way, it's quite dangerous. Against the sky looked at the meditating disciple with a smile that did not look like a smile. This Jasper Heaven Jade Dragon is indeed very good, but you can't eat too much of it. If you eat too much, your body won't be able to take it. You might explode from the inside, because your essence, chi, and spirit cannot keep up with the speed of your body's explosive growth. Your current cultivation also cannot keep up with this kind of crazy speed of growth. Because you're advancing too fast, your strength is in chaos. The result is a bang. As soon as he finished speaking, that unlucky disciple exploded in front of everyone's eyes. Against the sky's companions were speechless. They silently looked at their Tion, then swallowed their saliva and shut their mouths. There Against the sky had just explained something, and there was a living example right in front of them. This was really too extreme. It was as if they were watching a live speech. Yes, an explosion. This lively example was actually used by Against the Sky to explain it to them. Immediately after, as if to prove how true Against the Sky's words were, many of the nearby disciples exploded one after another. From their bodies to their souls, everything was completely destroyed. The explosion was so loud that it was hard not to notice it. Some of the nearby disciples, even if they did not self-explode, were innocently affected. The impact of the explosion threw them out, and they landed heavily on the ground. Some were bleeding, and some had broken limbs. When they raised their heads, their blank eyes were filled with an inexplicable sense of panic. The rest of the disciples of the aristocratic families and the loose practitioners also opened their eyes in horror. They looked at each other in confusion, asking with their eyes what had happened. Against the Sky led a group of people and stood outside the corridor with a calm expression. He temporarily stopped in his tracks and looked at them from a distance. As the distance between the two sides was not too far, what happened just now, the tragic scene of those unlucky disciples exploding, was clearly seen by Against the Sky and his companions. Against the Sky coughed lightly and suddenly said, "Above! Quickly hide!" So, Tens of thousands of tiny sounds cut through the air, shooting towards the group of aristocratic family disciples whose faces had changed greatly. Even though Against the Sky had warned them in time, and a portion of them quickly dodged, there were even more who could not react in time. The golden tubes that were separated by 5 steps exploded, shooting out countless golden fragments of different sizes and shapes, injuring many people. The scary thing was that those fragments seemed to be smeared with some kind of corrosive poison. Those who were infected by it all held their hands and feet as they rolled around on the ground. The golden fragments shrouded everyone's heads, falling down like a drizzle, continuously attacking the densely packed crowd. The faces of the disciples were ugly, and they all used their energy to protect their bodies, retreating step by step under the continuous attack of the golden fragments. It wasn't until everyone had retreated from the corridor that the golden shard disappeared without a trace. The corridor regained its tranquility once again, except for a few pieces of white bones that had not been dissolved by the poison, scattered on the corridor. It really could not be seen that a tragic massacre had just occurred. Many of the aristocratic families had suffered heavy losses, and the number of loose practitioners had sharply decreased by a third. From the original 500 or 600 people, it had sharply decreased to the present 300 people. This unforeseen event caused everyone's hearts to tremble, and they did not dare to act rashly again. The Jasper Sky Jade Dragon was good, but they also needed to be alive to enjoy it. Everyone's footsteps were chaotic as they returned to the corridor, pairs of eyes only staring at the flowing, beautiful jade top-grade spirit medicine not far away. The feeling of wanting to go but not being able to was really terrible. These people looked at each other and stopped in their tracks. In the end, their eyes all fell on Against the Sky, wanting to see what this girl would do next. However, the strangest thing was that Against the Sky did not do anything. His eyes were only staring at the Jasper Sky Jade Dragon in the distance, and his body stood still for a long time, looking a little dazed. Suddenly, the hem of her skirt that covered her knees was forcefully pulled by someone. After a few more tugs, Against the Sky's attention was drawn back from the distance. Looking down, Against the Sky's eyes could not help but be surprised. Unknowingly, little Xiao had actually jumped to her side, tugging at her skirt with both hands, her little head raised high, and her eyes were watery. Little treasure, Against the Sky pulled her into his arms, and his expression could not hide his astonishment. How did you come out? Little Xiao clenched her little fists and jumped in Against the Sky's arms with joy. The meaning was very obvious, showing that she jumped out of Against the Sky's portable world just like that. Damn, there was a space-time restriction here, and there was temporarily no way to overstep it. Against the Sky thought that after seeing this with their own eyes, her companions in the portable world must be very speechless about this child. Perhaps they were now cursing in their hearts. There are indeed no ordinary people around Black Phoenix, and all of them are so abnormal at this moment. The child stuck out her little belly, turned her head, and pointed into the distance. The direction that her finger was pointing, no matter how one looked at it, seemed to be pointing at the Jasper Sky Jade Dragon. Against the Sky suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Based on his understanding of this child, this little fellow was almost a master who would not come to the Three Treasures Palace for no reason. It seemed that every time she appeared, she had a goal. Cough, cough, such as the unicorn, or the treasure beast, or the orchid stone fish, etc. Against the Sky blinked his eyes. Why did he feel a chill on his back? This troublesome brat. Could it be that she wanted to see that she did not have any reaction? The child used her little hand to grab a strand of black hair hanging in front of her chest and pulled her to continue looking into the distance. Uncle Master saw it. Little Xiao stretched out her little fist and wiggled her little body. Against the Sky helplessly put her down and followed her to the end of the corridor. Child, how many do you want? Everyone looked at her and little Xiao in a daze. They thought to themselves, is Against the Sky okay? She had clearly seen with her own eyes how the aristocratic family disciples fled from the corridor in a sorry state. Those broken, corrosive golden fragments were not so easy to deal with. She asked the child how many jasper sky jade dragons she wanted in such a relaxed tone. Was this nature of her nature too much of a joke? A female cultivator stood at the side with an exceptionally cold expression. Her head and body were stained with a lot of dirt, and when she heard the question, she only sneered and did not say anything. She only stared at against the sky coldly, looking at against the sky as if she was looking at an ignorant lunatic who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Against the sky turned to his companions behind him and forced out a smile. Cough, get ready. Everyone was stunned. Ready for what? Ready for a group fight. Against the sky raised his hand and rubbed his aching forehead. Actually, the temptation of the jasper sky jade dragon was not that great to her. She already had the materials to concoct the highest grade medicine in her hands. Getting a few more jasper sky jade dragons would just be icing on the cake. So she did not immediately rush forward to snatch the jasper sky jade dragon like those ignorant aristocratic family disciples, but quietly stood at the same place and watched. But now, since her little niece wanted it, she could only smile helplessly. Little Xiao ran to the corridor and jumped a little. She turned and rushed to against the sky's side, tugging on his sleeve again and making a few gestures with her hands and feet. One moment she raised her hand, her face flushed red, and the next moment she pulled on the jasper sky jade dragon. Her little face became even redder. Try her best to demonstrate the process to against the sky held his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as he nodded and said, "Don't worry, if you can't get this jasper sky jade dragon, Marshall Uncle will help you. I will definitely let you get it completely and not waste a single drop of jade cream." When the child heard this, only then did she feel relieved and nodded, raising a bright smile. The two of them, one big and one small, walked up the corridor just like that, under the watchful eyes of everyone who was about to pop out of the window. The two of them walked steadily to the jasper sky jade dragon that was crawling on the ground, wriggling forward with seemingly no end in sight. Little Xiao stretched out 2 fingers and threw out a squared jade tablet. On top of it was drawn with strange runes and cinnabar. The moment the jade tablet was thrown out, it immediately released a burst of scarlet red light, enveloping the entire corridor within it. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on the jade tablet that was floating unsteadily in the air, not knowing that it was a storage talisman. Their gazes turned from bewilderment to deep astonishment. The child quickly ran to the jasper sky jade dragon that was lying on the ground, in the shape of a dragon's head, and placed her hand on it. In an instant, the golden tube that was suspended 5 steps away from the jasper sky jade dragon exploded once again. Tens of thousands of golden shards shot out at a rapid speed towards the head of the child who dared to take the jasper sky jade dragon for herself. The child did not even lift her head. The little hand that was placed on the jasper sky jade dragon's head did not move an inch. Her little face was calm and indifferent. Tens of thousands of golden shards fell with a whoosh, looking as if they were about to shoot that extremely daring child into a hedgehog. The jade tablet that was suspended above the child's head suddenly released a burst of defensive red light, swiftly pushing away the golden shards around the child. Then they saw the shards shoot out in all directions. A few aristocratic family disciples who were standing in front of the corridor to watch the commotion, wanted to see clearly how the child was going to court death, were instantly pierced by the golden shards. The shards were covered with a powerful poison, completely corroding them in a matter of minutes. The rest of the people immediately retreated with a look of horror, retreating far away and sticking their heads out to look, the expressions on their faces slowly becoming very interesting. There was no other reason, but mainly because they saw that the jasper sky jade dragon's body was gradually thinning, even becoming more and more transparent. What did this mean? It meant that the jasper sky jade dragon was being continuously absorbed into that daring child's personal storage container. Chapter 57:27. Everyone had discovered the elixir together. How could that strange child take it for himself? The female cultivator, who had been standing at the side with hatred in her eyes, bit her lip hard. According to the books, the jasper sky jade dragon likes to move in the cool wind. Most of the time, it is in a semi-liquid state and swims deep underground. Every time, it appears silently in the form of a dragon. The thinner ones are about 9 inches long, while the older ones can reach 3 feet. This Jasper Sky Jade Dragon in front of us is obviously 3,000 feet long. Its capacity is so huge that we can't believe it. The most precious thing is that when the Jasper Sky Jade Dragon is used as medicine, it can be refined into a medicine that can increase the cultivation level of all humans and beasts. If it is consumed directly, there must be a limit, otherwise it is easy to explode and die. Now, everyone is just going to watch this Jasper Sky Jade Dragon that belongs to us all be snatched away by that child who popped out of nowhere. The female cultivator pointed in Xiao Xiao's direction and looked around. Shouldn't we unite and do something together to recover each other's losses? Everyone heard and nodded heavily. A middle-aged man lifted his wide robe and flung hard. He rushed toward the end of the corridor in a straight line and shouted, "All disciples of the clans, follow me. The Jasper Sky Jade Dragon can't be taken away so easily." Everyone behind Against the Sky laughed and said, "You all rushed forward and wanted to bully our Tian, but did you ask for our permission?" The others did not waste any time. They waved their hands and jumped over one after another, blocking the aristocratic clans and fighting without a word. While fighting, they thought, "Cough, our Against the Sky Jade Dragon was right." He said it was a gang fight, and in the blink of an eye, they really started fighting. Against the Sky Jade Dragon was standing behind Xiao Xiao. He narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the noisy crowd at the other end of the corridor. He turned his head silently and looked at the child who kept the Jasper Sky Jade Dragon with her eyes closed. Seeing that the child was not going to stop until she took everything, Against the Sky Jade Dragon could not help but sigh and shake his head. This robber attribute. She must have inherited her dark phoenix. The main thing was that the child was still calm and expressionless. She did not look like she was doing something as exciting as collecting a 3,000 feet long Jasper Sky Jade Dragon. That calmness, even Against the Sky Jade Dragon wanted to complain. Thinking back to those years when she robbed others, her mood was so fluctuating. This child was too calm. He was so calm that he didn't seem human at all. With a wave of her hand, she flung away the tens of thousands of golden shards that were flying towards her. Against the Sky raised his hand and shot out hundreds of golden needles condensed from metal elements. Each needle pierced through the countless golden fragments and directly melted them into nothingness. The golden tubes nearby exploded one after another as if they were facing a great enemy. Countless golden fragments, accompanied by the sound of the wind, once again swept in the direction of defying the heavens. Against the Sky quickly moved his wrist twice, drawing a few arcs in the air. He gathered all of his strength in his right hand, and a stream of wind shot out from his fingertips. The tyrannical power suddenly flew into the air. Outside the corridor, a group of aristocratic family disciples were fighting with the little fellows of the Nitian family. Suddenly, there was a muffled, buzzing sound, and the entire corridor was shaken into pieces. The roof tiles flew in all directions, and dust fell down with a puff. The aristocratic family disciples turned their heads vigilantly. With one look, they were all dumbfounded. They saw that the originally dense, golden fragments rushing toward Against the Sky Jade Dragon were gradually swallowed up by golden light that filled the sky, slowly disappearing without a trace. The golden fragments that had just killed them until they were crying for their parents. Why were they not effective on Miss Qin? The golden tubes that were 5 steps apart suddenly seemed to have lost their traction. One by one, they fell to the ground like piles of scrap metal. "Bastard, you dare take them all away?" Everyone's eyes were red with anxiety. They glared angrily at little Xiao's back, wishing that they could shoot a few holes in it. Seeing that they were being obstructed, the aristocratic family disciples didn't care too much. They all surrounded her. A family head shouted, "All disciples, listen to my order. Set up a defensive array." With a wave of his hand, dozens of swords flew out, surrounding Against the Sky Jade Dragon and the others. That family head took advantage of the moment when everyone was in a flurry to rush out, and in an instant, he was in front of the corridor. Without thinking, he pulled out a shining black sword from his sleeve and stabbed it towards against the Sky Jade Dragon's shoulder. This Qin Nitian who ruined everything should have died long ago. The family head's eyes were filled with deep anger. His entire body was like an arrow that had left the bow, flying straight towards against the Sky Jade Dragon's shoulder. Against the Sky Jade Dragon tilted his head slightly, and in an instant he dodged to the side. However, the moment she turned her head, a silent sleeve arrow flew out from the side and blew towards her left shoulder at an extremely fast speed. Against the Sky Jade Dragon frowned. His eyes flashed as he looked towards the female cultivator who thought that she had hidden well in the crowd. This female cultivator had previously encouraged everyone to come forward, and this time she had been waiting quietly outside the crowd. Against the Sky Jade Dragon was almost shot by her. She was extremely sinister. Qin Nitian's eyes flashed with anger, but before she could do anything, before he could react, he saw little Qiao jump up as if she had been pricked by a needle. A pair of dark eyes bloomed with a fiendish anger. The female cultivator thought that she had hidden well, but who would have thought that her every move was already exposed in front of everyone? She retracted the hand that had shot the arrow, and in a daze, she felt a shadow move in front of her. A small hand as white as jade suddenly appeared in front of her eyes and pierced through her left shoulder at the speed of lightning. Ah! The female cultivator screamed in pain. Her entire body trembled, and her body subconsciously shrank back. Unexpectedly, the person followed her like a shadow. 5 ruthless fingers pierced through her left shoulder, and at an extremely fast speed, heavily pinched her shoulder blade. At this time, everyone could clearly hear the crisp sound of bone cracking, and a thick chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. The female cultivator's screams fell into everyone's ears. The sound was extremely sharp, and everyone felt that their ears were being pierced by the sharp screams. But the chill in the depths of their hearts did not lessen at all. Especially they saw that the child who did it had an expressionless face from beginning to end, like a ruthless killing machine. When that pair of pitch-black, cold eyes swept over them without any ripples, everyone's hearts inexplicably thumped. Damn, they were actually stunned by the eyes of a child. It was a bit embarrassing to say it out loud, and no one would believe it. Everyone present came back to their senses, and, at the same time, this thought floated in their minds. Only the female cultivator could clearly smell the scent of death approaching. The small hand that pierced through her shoulder seemed soft and weak like tofu, but it was actually harder than diamond. It crisply crushed her shoulder. At this time, she did not know that Arbor had attached a diamond talisman to his hands, so her feeling was not wrong. This pair of hands was indeed comparable to diamond, unbreakable. Pain. The female cultivator's body was half bent, and cold sweat dripped down from her forehead. This kind of pain of being pierced from the inside out, and the pain of having her bones crushed, could only be felt by experiencing it firsthand. She looked at the little girl standing in front of her with a frightened expression. That child's height did not even reach her waist. She was thin and small, and looked white, tender, and slender. However, in this small body, there was actually such a cruel and tyrannical power. The child glanced at her and carefully studied the expression on her face for 3 seconds. Suddenly, she reached out and swiped at the void, and slowly pulled out a sword from a shadow of light. When a large sword was slowly pulled out of the void, the female cultivator clearly felt her body unconsciously tighten. Her nerves were stretched taut, and she felt an extremely terrible danger from the bottom of her heart. She looked at the little girl in front of her with a panicked expression, and at the first moment, she cleverly read the words "cut the weeds and dig up the roots" from the little girl's dark eyes that were like an ancient well. That's right, if you cut the weeds and dig up the roots, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. The child saw a trace of revenge in the female cultivator's eyes. If she did not kill her now, there would definitely be complications in the future. Although the child did not say anything, The flowing silver light in the depths of her withered eyes told others so. So scary, the female cultivator trembled. This little girl was only 6 or 7 years old, but she was unbelievably ruthless. Since when did all the children in this world become so terrifying? Little Bao, against the sky, was shocked. She was a little slow to react from the beginning. The child's movement speed was too fast. When she came back to her senses, the child's hand had already pierced through Wang Yin's shoulder. When she pulled it out again, that hand was dripping with blood. Against the sky was a little stunned, and his brain went blank when she saw the child pulling out the Fushi sword that was even longer than her body from the sea of consciousness. She suddenly felt a little unwell. When the Fushi sword was pulled out, the surrounding people immediately retreated a few steps. Some of the aristocratic clans who had experienced the power of the large sword before had their faces smeared with a layer of dust. With every inch the Fushi sword was pulled out, the child's face turned a little paler. She tightly held the sword hilt with both hands and let the large sword buzz and shake as she struggled to control it. This child was really messing around. Against the sky was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He hurriedly rushed to her side. Little Bao, quickly take it back. With this child's current strength, it was impossible for her to completely control the Fushi sword. If she used force, it would only harm her body. The last time she used the Fushi sword carelessly, it took her a long time to recover. If she used it again, how could her sea of consciousness and her body take it? The child had already pulled out half of the Fushi sword, and her body had become a little transparent. When she heard Against the Sky's cry, she looked back with a dazed expression. Against the Sky leaped up and landed beside the child. He grabbed her small hand and said in a serious tone, "Are you not going to listen to Martial Uncle's words? Quickly take it back." Whoosh! The Fushi sword flashed and suddenly disappeared into the air. The surrounding people all let out a long sigh of relief. They felt the heavy pressure on their bodies disappear with the departure of the Fushi sword. Who would have thought that this child looked so small and skinny? But how could her body be filled with so much energy? Everyone could not understand. They looked around blankly, and their faces were full of stupidity. Could it be that in this world, even children were beginning to mutate? How could they be so strong? It was fine that they could not beat Against the Sky. But now even a child, everyone's faces were covered in dirt, and they were extremely miserable. Everyone wanted to cry out loud. Although the Fushi sword was taken away, these people's eyes were still very unfriendly. They stared at the child with a deep sense of vigilance. She wouldn't take the risk to pull out the sword again, right? She wouldn't do something overboard to them again, right? Could this child not be like a normal child? Naive, lively, and cute? Could it be that being a normal person was really that difficult for her? Against the Sky turned a blind eye to everyone's suspicious and cautious gazes. He only lowered his head to look at the child. "You silly child, what could happen to Martial Uncle? How could that woman hurt Martial Uncle at all? You can't be so reckless next time." Against the Sky raised his hand to pat the child's head and sighed softly. The child's eyes turned red when she saw that she was being plotted against. That was why she suddenly attacked and scared the crowd. Although the child was usually very obedient and expressionless, once her eyes turned red, she was really a little star of misfortune. At this moment, the child's furry little head gently rubbed against the Sky's palm. Her body swayed slightly. That disgusting female cultivator suddenly attacked and wanted to hurt Martial Uncle. She could not let Martial Uncle get hurt. No, she had to protect them well. She had to protect them well. Arbor's body swayed slightly again and suddenly sank down. Against the Sky hurriedly picked her up and patted her back. When he turned to look again, the child was already lying on his shoulder, exhausted. She had fallen into a deep sleep. What happened to little Treasure? Why did she suddenly fall asleep? Against the Sky patted the child's back and said softly, "It's nothing. She's just exhausted her mental strength." Her two thin, curved eyebrows frowned slightly. She looked at the child's pale body with some worry. Perhaps after this trip was over, it was time to discuss with Xian Huang how to send the child back to where she came from. Otherwise, her missing soul would always be incomplete and cause great harm to her divine sense and body if she drifted outside for too long, especially when this child was so reckless. She often used up a lot of mental strength to try to control the huge, antique Fushi sword. A child without a pulse naturally did not belong to this continent. She would not stay by her, and senior sister Xian Huang sighed forever. Against the Sky sighed softly and raised his hand to caress the child's head. Even though he was very reluctant, senior sister should be able to understand the stakes involved. After much consideration, she would agree to send her back. However, when he thought that this child would leave them one day, his heart was very heavy, depressed, and uncomfortable. Even he was not willing to think about it for the time being. Would there really be a day when they would be separated? Against the Sky frowned slightly and sighed softly. Chapter 5728. Against the Sky was clear about Xiao Mu's attributes. This child was usually quiet and obedient, but she had a heart that could sense all kinds of treasures. Don't laugh when I tell you this. No matter where the treasure was hidden, this child seemed to be able to sense it immediately and find it with a single glance. For example, a few days ago, Against the Sky was having a life and death battle with his opponent. The little girl was wearing a white dress. She propped up her chin and looked up at her opponent. She just squatted there quietly and appeared at an opportune time, giving everyone a fright. When Against the Sky saw the corner of his opponent's mouth twitch, he reflexively kicked the child. Xiao Bao. Against the Sky was so frightened that his face changed. He immediately rushed towards the child. But how fast was the other person's kick? It was about to land on the child's head. With that kind of strength, not to mention a delicate and weak little girl, even if it was a burly man, his head would probably explode from the kick. So without any suspense, this kick to the head meant that the little girl would definitely die. But, crack, ouch. The person who kicked the girl let out a shrill cry. His whole body jumped and landed on one leg. He jumped back a few steps and swayed, almost falling to the ground. Looking at the right leg that he used to kick the other person, it was now twisted abnormally. It was obviously fractured. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the little girl who was still squatting on the ground. Her head turned in a circle as she stared at the other person. Her expression was as innocent as it could be. In the next second, the nimble little figure moved. In a flash, she was in front of the other person. A pair of seemingly delicate and flawless hands grabbed at the person's legs. She was really grabbing. Who would have thought that such a pair of small hands that were even more tender than tofu would have 5 fingers as sharp as steel claws when they landed on the legs? The person was so frightened that his face turned green. He had no idea where this monster had come from. At such a young age, she was exuding such a terrifying fighting spirit. Crack! The leg bone made a mesmerizing sound again. The little guy grabbed onto his leg and swung his body back lightly. Then he leaped into the air and extended his hands towards the unknown egg that the other party was hugging. Noticing the little girl's intention to rob him, he subconsciously hugged the unknown blood-marked egg tightly in his arms and roared anxiously. "What are you doing? Robbing in broad daylight? Fuck! Where did you learn such a tyrannical bandit style at such a young age? Others were just looking for this egg, and you appeared like a ghost. Moreover, you came with such a pure purpose of robbery." The little girl didn't give him a chance to react. Her pair of small and tender hands, which were like steel plates, suddenly turned around and slapped the old man hard across the face. Crack! The man suddenly realized that half of the bones on his old face seemed to have cracked from the middle. Against the Heavens. Fuck, although it looked very cool. However, Defy the Heavens could not help but frown at the little guy's reckless act of robbing. In the blink of an eye, Against the Sky had already swept behind the little fellow. The rest of the people were still shocked by this unforeseen event and had yet to recover from their shock. They couldn't be blamed for being so surprised. Indeed, the little girl looked too small. However, it was this soft and tender little ball of glutinous rice that actually broke that old man's bones time and time again. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was a fantasy. It was simply unbelievable. Had children become so terrifying in today's world? Against the Sky's unlucky opponent was stunned by this slap. After a few seconds, he spat out blood. At this moment, he felt pain in his leg and his cheekbone. His entire face didn't seem to belong to him anymore. But at this moment, the little guy's steel-like hands had already grabbed his arm and squeezed hard. A cracking sound rang out, causing one's heart to palpitate. How could he still hold onto the egg? The blood-marked egg rolled down just like that, and the little girl picked it up with one hand and hugged it in her arms. This series of actions actually only took 1 or 2 minutes, but everyone watched as his teammate turned from a perfectly fine person to a person riddled with holes. Who knew how many big and small bones were broken? The unlucky guy couldn't even stand properly now. The little girl gave him a gentle kick to push him back, and he fell down. With a loud thud, he landed heavily on the ground. When the hard and cold stone ground made his heart go cold, he finally regained his senses. He clearly knew that he was killed by a 7-year-old girl in a matter of minutes. He let out a broken roar, his eyes burning with anger. He thought that this little devil was specially sent by Qin Nitian to torture him and trample on his dignity. Everyone was furious. The person they sent out had not even faced Qin Nitian, and in the end, he was inexplicably beaten to a half-dead state. He was simply a piece of trash, a useless thing. Xiao Mu hugged the egg, and there was no need for Ni Tian to summon it again. She had already turned around and pounced towards her. Ni Tian took the opportunity to hug her, and with a face full of anger, he reached out and poked the child's head. "Naughty child, why are you so disobedient? For this little thing, you're even willing to throw your life away? Who taught you to want money over your life?" As he said that, he angrily reached out and slapped the child's butt twice. The child's small body trembled, and a pair of misty eyes peeked at Ni Tian pitifully. Ni Tian's face was a little scary. His face was tense, and his lips were pursed, as if he didn't want to talk to anyone. The child's eyes immediately revealed a hint of fright. Uncle Master was angry. So angry. Why? The child's small head couldn't understand, and she shrunk towards Ni Tian's body. Infuriating. Ni Tian wanted to glare at the child. But the moment he came into contact with that pair of misty, round eyes, he saw a timid look. There was a timid look in her eyes, and for some reason, against the sky's belly of fire was quickly sucked back into his body. This little imp. She was so angry, but the child was still so ignorant. Thinking about it, it was a little funny. When she first brought this child back, she remembered that this child was extremely distrustful of anyone. Her small face was as dull as a woodcut, and her eyes contained no one. According to Xian Huang, this child didn't have any living things in her eyes. She was like a life killer who had climbed up from the depths of hell. When she looked at you with her dark eyes, it made your hair stand on end. But now, she was obviously much livelier. Look at this rosy little face, moist and watery, and her eyes seemed to be able to talk. She even knew how to make her unhappy and show a timid expression. She even knew how to carefully fawn on her and smile foolishly. For a moment, Ni Tian couldn't help but laugh. Forget it. He couldn't be too harsh on her. Who else could he blame? If there was someone to blame, it was Xian Huang's fault. She raised this child to be such a cough bandit. The little girl leaned in her arms, still hugging the egg tightly. Secretly, she tried to figure out if Marshall Ant was angry. Her little hand couldn't help but rub the egg. "Egg, you have to work hard. Don't waste my efforts to get you back." On the ancestral ground square, a small figure propped up her chin and looked up at the dusky sky where fine raindrops were falling. Her little mouth was puffed up, and there was something like a lollipop in her mouth. When she heard footsteps, she turned her head to look at the source of the sound. The girl looked at the brat in front of her, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Before Miss Ni Tian went into seclusion, she entrusted this child to her. But this brat's expressionless little face was really hilarious. At such a young age, she was so old. No matter how she teased her, she still didn't make a sound. If the brat was annoyed, she would definitely roll her eyes and turn her head away, too lazy to bother with you. "Xiao Bao." The girl ran forward with a smile like a flower, reaching out to hug her. The brat looked at her with disdain. She moved her little butt, and the egg under her, but also moved. The girl was speechless. How did it feel to be disdained by a brat? Moreover, what was the situation with this child? She was squatting here and incubating the egg day and night, to be precise. The place where the child was squatting, according to her grandfather, was the place with the densest spiritual energy in this area. Ever since Miss and I Tion went into seclusion, needless to say, the spiritual chi was all absorbed by the eldest Mississippi. The other disciples, including the elders who were in seclusion, came out to look at the sky in confusion. After asking, they found out that it was Miss and I Tion's doing. Everyone was speechless, and the place where the child was squatting now was the only place where there was still some spiritual energy left. Then she would incubate the egg here when she had nothing to do. She didn't even want to eat the food she was incubating. The girl wanted to persuade the brat to eat again as an ant. Unexpectedly, the child took out a wooden board from her side, took a piece of white paper, and stuck it on the board. She wrote a few big words and poked the board in front of her eyes with her little paw. The girl was so angry that she laughed. What the hell? The brat wrote, "Don't bother me." This child was so smart, she could definitely speak. The girl felt this from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but poke the child's tense little face. "Xiao Bao, tell big sister, are you incubating the egg here?" The child looked at her with the already know the answer expression and looked at her with disdain. She started to miss Master and Martial Uncle's world. The spiritual energy in that place was many times denser than this damn place. In addition, this place was empty and sparsely populated. Sometimes, when she didn't want to talk, she could just stay in a random place. Other than Master and Martial Uncle, no one could find her. The child didn't know that Ni Tion had deliberately left her in the clan to interact with people. It wasn't good to let the child stay in the world all the time. It wasn't good for her physical and mental health development. It was better to stay in a place where people gathered and let the child interact with more people. It would be best if she could become more cheerful and not be so gloomy all day. At such a young age, her personality was like that of 70 or 80 years old grandparents. She didn't know how long Martial Uncle would be in seclusion for. The child supported her little chin with one hand and sighed to the sky with a helpless expression. She hadn't seen her brother for a long time. She didn't know that he was bored in the world. The girl almost went crazy from laughing. Why was this child so funny? With a stoic face and a speechless expression. Who taught her that? Xiao Bao, how about this? Big sister will bring you to eat now. After eating, let's have a good sleep. Then we'll come here to incubate the egg. What do you think of the suggestion? Not good. A wooden board with white paper written on it was raised. The girl's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but laugh. How can you grow if you don't eat? You can't always stay here to incubate the egg. The little girl ignored her. Xiao Bao, then tell big sister, what egg is this? Tell big sister will give you candy. The child looked at her with disdain and casually pulled out the lollipop from her mouth and waved it in front of the girl's eyes. A strange fragrance wafted over, and the girl's eyes widened. Her originally indifferent gaze suddenly landed on the lollipop in the child's hand. The child hurriedly stuffed the lollipop into his mouth and looked at her with vigilance. The girl's mouth twitched, and she suddenly had the urge to burst out laughing. Oh my God, do you think I'm going to snatch your lollipop with saliva? Although that medicinal candy smells very fragrant and its effects are definitely not ordinary, this doesn't mean that I'm going to snatch food from your saliva. This candy is clearly made with all kinds of top-notch medicinal herbs. How is this candy? It's basically a spiritual medicine. Big Miss is really generous. Cough. The girl laughed inexplicably and raised her hand to stroke the child's head. Xiao Bao, do you know what this egg is? The child looked at her hesitantly and shook his head before raising the board in front of them. Incubate the egg for little brother. The younger brother was Master's son and was very obedient. Usually, he was placed in a sleeping bucket and liked to dance around when he had nothing to do. Then let big sister take a look at this egg. The child looked at it hesitantly and reluctantly took out the egg from under his butt and carried it in front of the girl. The egg's body was engraved with blood patterns, and the entire egg exuded a very strong fire, spiritual aura. Extraordinary, definitely extraordinary. Xiao Bao, Big sister looks at this egg, and it seems very extraordinary. You're giving such a precious egg to your younger brother, just like that? You won't have it for yourself. The child rolled his eyes at her. Swish, swish, swish. The child wrote a few more words as a perfunctory answer. The whiteboard wrote, I have to find a demon god to look after my younger brother. Otherwise, he will be snatched away by others. The girl, all right, hurry up and leave. Don't bother me. I still have to hatch the egg. This time, the child didn't write again and only used his eyes to condemn her. All right. Since you don't want to leave this place, how about big sister make some food for you to eat? The girl looked at the child lovingly and subconsciously reached out to stroke his little head. This child was too adorable. Just looking at him made one want to dote on him. The child looked at her and finally couldn't stand the girl's nagging and nodded his head reluctantly. Chapter 57:29. The girl burst into laughter at the child's solemn gaze. When the girl came back with the tray, she saw the child holding her chin from afar. She looked like she was about to fall asleep from incubating eggs. Xiao bao. The girl poked her in amusement. Come and eat. Actually, it didn't matter if she didn't eat. She didn't feel hungry anyway. Xiao Mu sighed in her heart. She didn't know why these adults were like this, always calling her to eat. So if she became a foodie in the future, it would be their fault. Reaching out to take the bowl, her gaze shifted to the smiling girl's face. Suddenly, her gaze froze. That serious and deep gaze stunned the girl, and she subconsciously reached out to touch her face. There's nothing dirty on my face. The child stared at her for a while, then suddenly put down the bowl in her hand. With a wave of her white hand, she revealed a rectangular jade tablet. The girl's gaze fell on that jade tablet. The child grabbed the girl's hand and stuffed the jade tablet into her hand. Then, she gestured her chest. The girl foolishly followed her instructions and stuffed the jade tablet into her bosom. You want me to put it here? The child nodded in all seriousness. The girl couldn't help but laugh inwardly. She raised her hand to rub the child's head. All right, hurry up and eat. I'm telling you, you have to obediently go to sleep after another 2 hours of incubation. Otherwise, when eldest miss comes out of seclusion, she'll think that I didn't take good care of you when she sees your sallow complexion and skinny body. Actually, she didn't have to sleep. The child poked at the rice in her bowl, slightly distressed. She helplessly swallowed a mouthful. The girl looked at her with a grin. Oh, right, when the enemy attacked yesterday, those golden statues that you suddenly opened were. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Xiao waved her hand, and the golden statues were released one by one. The girl's gaze narrowed. With a look of pleasant surprise, she reached out to touch one of the golden statues that was walking back and forth. This was too similar to eldest Mississippi. The dark phoenix and the heaven-defying golden statue were currently walking back and forth in front of them. Those? The giant eldest miss and the others? They can be used continuously? When I saw you take them away, I thought that they were useless, the girl asked curiously. The child had a look that said, Why would I take it away if it's useless? His little eyes looked at her left, right, up and down. The young girl didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She raised her hand and lightly knocked on her forehead. Stinky child, put away that look of disdain. You're really a little rascal. All right, I also saw you holding a box. Was it also left behind by eldest miss? The young girl blinked and asked. The child nodded. Suddenly, a brocade box that was several times wider than her body appeared in front of them. The little fellow glanced at her intently. The girl nodded excitedly. Yes, this is the box. The child hurriedly stuffed the box back into the unknown space. The girl raised her hand and wanted to spank her little, but when she saw the look in her eyes, as if she was guarding against a thief. This lousy child. Did she look like the kind of person who would pacify a child? The brocade box was full of golden beans. Why not? Why don't you give me one to play with? That little golden bean looked so cute. Once it exploded, it actually produced such a big young miss. Moreover, every young miss looked very fierce. It was not a problem for them to deal with more than 10 enemies with one hand. Such a funny young miss, she had to bring one back to play with. It looked so interesting. The child's eyes were filled with, You can't do it. You can't explode the golden bean. It's not that I look down on you, but you really can't do it. Damn, the young girl instantly felt that she was simply godly. She could actually understand the look in this lousy child's eyes in an instant. Why can't sister do it? The young girl wished she could slap the child's butt. After thinking about it, she still held it in. Firstly, she couldn't beat the young miss. Secondly, it seemed she couldn't even beat the child SOB. The child's expression of "you think you can do it, but you can't do it at all" made the young girl grit her teeth. She looked at the child with a smile. A hand was about to land on her fair and tender little face. The child quickly saw through her intentions and took out a golden bean from her pocket and stuffed it into her hand. Shuei's eyes were filled with, "If you don't believe me, you can try it. Don't cry to me if you're too badly hit." The young girl, "I don't want to understand the meaning in your eyes at all." Although she couldn't completely read the meaning in her eyes, she didn't think she was blind, so she could still understand the disdain in her eyes. She angrily snatched the golden bean from the child and looked at the round little thing in her palm. She chuckled and looked at the child again. "If sister throws it down, will the young miss be able to come out immediately?" Hee. Don't think that I don't know that behind your hee is absolute disdain. This requires the power of the metal element to open. Her grandfather's loud laughter came from the side. The young girl turned her head and saw her grandfather walking over with a smile on his face. His gaze fell on the golden bean in her hand, and he nodded excitedly. I really didn't expect that the young miss had already made so many preparations before she went into seclusion. The handful of golden beans that the baby scattered yesterday required the power of the metal element to open. Although I don't know what kind of divine artifact this is, it must be extraordinary. The young girl's expression was serious. "Grandpa, it was produced by the divine artifact Golden Basket." But it was very obvious that the old man couldn't read the words "golden basket" from her serious little eyes. A trace of regret slid across the young girl's expressionless face. A silent world was lonely now that Marshall Uncle was in seclusion and Master wasn't here. No one could understand this baby's words. After hearing her grandfather's words, the young girl couldn't help but chuckle. Did you always forget that this baby in front of you doesn't have the power of the metal element at all? But she could easily open the golden bean, couldn't she? She just said that she could open the golden bean with the power of the metal element. And then she slapped herself in the face. Didn't she find it interesting? The young girl rolled her eyes in disdain, causing her grandfather to be stunned. The old man smiled embarrassedly and reached out to touch his nose. "Cough, all right. Take the baby back to rest for a while." The young girl nodded and carried the child back to the clan grounds, stuffing the golden bean into her space ring on the way. The child nestled in her arms and silently glanced at her openly greedy behavior. Puffing her cheeks, she suddenly flipped her hand and threw a jade tablet to her. A defensive jade tablet? The young girl's eyes lit up. She didn't forget the jade tablet the child threw to her yesterday, allowing her to save her little life in front of the enemy. The child turned to look at her, took out a golden bean, and pointed at the jade tablet. "It's not a defensive jade tablet." The young girl's face was blank. Then her eyes suddenly lit up, and she rubbed the child's face. "You're saying that this jade tablet stores the power of the metal element? I can open this golden bean by holding this jade tablet and borrowing the power of this jade tablet? Summon the godlike eldest miss? Ha 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 ha. Awesome. This feeling of being able to summon eldest miss at any time was great." The child looked at her like she was looking at an idiot. What power of the metal element? She laughed like an idiot. A defensive jade tablet. Bah, that was an attack talisman. But she understood more or less. It was just that this attack talisman didn't have any power of the metal element. It was the power stored in the child's body. As for why the child could open the golden bean without any power of the metal element, the child completely attributed it to her extremely powerful origin power. What's there to be happy about? The child wrote a sentence and slapped the paper on a certain idiot's chest. The young girl took it and looked at it. The child wrote, "You don't have a space above the divine level, so don't even think about properly preserving Marshall Uncle's incarnation. After Marshall Uncle comes out, he can at most last for 24 hours before immediately dispersing." The young girl was dealt a blow, and suddenly felt miserable. She casually took the second golden bean that the child took out, ignoring the shameless look the child gave her. "Good girl." The young girl smacked a kiss on the child's face, completely ignoring the child's disdainful wiping of her face. She giggled and said, "Let's go home." "Useless fellow, look at how happy she was with 2 golden beans." The child wiped her face in disdain for a while, then silently rolled her eyes at her. Then she reached out and threw her a small bag. The young girl opened it to take a look. There were at least 20 golden beans shining brightly in front of her eyes. She was so moved that hot tears were about to fall. "Oh my God, I feel like I've hugged a thick little leg." This child was too adorable. "Today is your martial uncle's wedding. There will be a banquet in the main hall tonight. Today, don't hatch the eggs. Be good, we'll go back after we eat." Xian Huang held the child's hand with one hand and looked down at the wooden face of the child. She sighed softly. Come, come." Xian Huang waved at the little girl who was holding her hand. The 2 little girls were slightly older than Xiao Mu. Seeing this, they ran over. Xian Huang smiled and pulled the 2 little girls over. "Later at night, we'll be very busy and won't be able to take care of you. You have to take good care of Xiao Bao and watch her. Don't let her run away alone." This child's whereabouts were very strange. If you didn't pay attention, she might slip back into the world and hatch the eggs quietly. Xian Huang had the same thought as Against the Sky. She also hoped that this child would interact with more people. In particular, it would be easier for children to communicate with each other. It would be best if this child could stop avoiding people and be aloof from the world. The 2 little girls nodded sensibly. Xian Huang lowered her head and glanced at her disciple. The child usually sat quietly by herself and didn't say anything. She didn't know why, but looking at her made her heart feel stuffy. The child looked at the 2 little girls without saying a word. Xian Huang comforted herself. Don't worry, don't worry. Her little disciple wasn't familiar with the other children. In the future, she would naturally have a lot to say to them. Xian Huang comforted herself along the way, but she seemed to have completely forgotten that her little disciple didn't seem to have spoken to anyone from the beginning to the end. She was already used to using pen and paper to replace the technical work of speaking. Xiaomu looked up at her master. Xian Huang's beautiful little face stiffened. "Anyway, you can't hatch the eggs today." This child was going to hatch the eggs in the world. She was about to become that freaking egg. Xiaomu nodded her head reluctantly, thinking that she should return to Martial Uncle and Martial Uncle's world later. The world was really quiet today. All the beasts ran out to drink the wedding wine. The entire world seemed to have come to a standstill in an instant. It was so quiet that one could only hear the faint sound of the breeze brushing across the lake. Xiaomu hugged the blood-patterned egg and sat by the lakeside with a tense face. She felt the lake breeze and the rustling of the leaves. Na. A soft and cute little hand touched the corner of her clothes. Xiaomu looked seriously at a certain little one who was sitting in a sleeping tub and waving his little hands excitedly. So stupid. He looks dazed and will smile dazedly when he sees something. If such a child didn't have a strong little beast to protect him as he grew up, he would most likely be abducted midway. If that happened, Master would definitely be very sad. The child lay on the edge of the sleeping tub and moved her round eyes close to Xiao Chen's head. The little bun's sparkling eyes were filled with this little sister's wooden little face. The little bun tried to hide his expression and curled the corners of his mouth, trying to make a wooden expression like this little sister. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. His naturally smiling big eyes made his expression look a little strange at this moment. Xiao Mu tried hard to think of what to say before slowly spitting out the 2 words. Xiao Chun. The little bun waved his little hands cutely, his big eyes filled with joy. Xiao Mu propped her chin with one hand and poked the cute little bun's chin with a finger. One idiot. That face of his was too harmless. Suddenly, Xiao Mu looked down at the egg that was rustling in her arms and inadvertently rolled her eyes. This egg was also an idiot. It had been so long. It still hadn't struggled out of it. This was too stupid. The spirit energy in this world was so abundant, but it still hadn't hatched after so long. It was simply it couldn't be an incomparably stupid and cute egg, right? Crack! A certain child propped his chin with one hand and muttered to himself, "Such a stupid egg. It won't be useless after hatching, right?" Crack, crack, nah. A certain little thing that only knew how to say a few monosyllabic words cutely climbed onto his sleeping tub. Xiao Mu turned around and saw that this stupid baby was about to fall head first into the sleeping tub. She hurriedly reached out and instinctively hugged him. As luck would have it, the egg in his arms rolled down from his knees and slid all the way down the slope. With a bang, it fell into the lake. The child turned her head in shock and looked at the egg that had fallen into the lake. She was just thinking about whether she should get the beast in the lake to fish it out. Suddenly, the entire lake began to boil like water that had been boiled to the peak. A whirlpool of water surged from the bottom of the lake, and with a boom, a large amount of water was blasted into pieces and broke through the surface of the lake. Roar, roar! A certain child carried a baby and stared dumbfoundedly at the three little dragons that had suddenly leaped into the sky from the bottom of the lake. Her eyes lit up. It was Little Red, Little Red, and Little Red. They had come out. Chapter 57:30. Each of the three little dragons had a pair of bulging lumps on their foreheads. A crimson dragon's body coiled in the air. As the three of them spat fire in the air above the lake, the water beasts in the lake all rose from the bottom of the lake in astonishment. They glared at the three uninvited guests angrily. The flames that the three little dragons spat out were crimson in color. The moment the flames touched the surface of the lake, a sizzling sound was heard, and a small part of the lake water was completely evaporated. An unlucky water beast at the bottom was slightly touched by the crimson flames. It was immediately burned until it cried out in pain and rolled all the way into the depths of the lake. As it rolled down, the lake water that it touched evaporated into water, vapor. Xiao Mu stood by the lake and watched in shock. If they continued like this, wouldn't such a nice lake be evaporated by these three fellows? Ah! Come out! Xiao Mu waved her hand angrily. At that moment, the heaven-defying wedding banquet was in full swing. After 3 rounds of wine, all the courtiers stood up happily and toasted each other while chatting and laughing. Suddenly, a soft and crisp voice of a little girl was heard from outside the hall. "Stop! Roar! Roar! Sizzle!" A courtier who walked out of the hall after hearing the voice was almost hit by a ball of fire that fell from the sky. He took a step back and was pulled to the ground. That courtier stared blankly at the huge hole in the ground that had been burned and couldn't help but tremble. "Stop, stop, stop!" The enraged Xiao Mu was really fuming. She held a soft and cute little bun in one hand and a Fushi greatsword in the other, which was slowly emerging from her palm. These 3 disobedient crimson dragons actually dared to wreak havoc everywhere. He had almost destroyed a perfectly fine spiritual lake. They simply shouldn't exist. The little girl's wooden eyes contained a trace of malice and killing intent, and a Fushi greatsword in her hand kept emerging from her palm. "Xiao Bao, what are you doing?" Xian Huang, who was alarmed by the commotion outside, ran out to see this terrifying scene. The child didn't know that when she pulled the Fushi sword out of her body, her entire body became transparent. It was on the verge of shattering like a thin piece of paper. When she saw this, she felt her heart clench. Xiao Mu was suddenly stunned. Her body, which was bristling with anger, suddenly paused. She gripped the half of the Fushi sword that had already appeared and turned her cold gaze to the 3 writhing little dragons. Woo woo. The 3 little dragons quickly stopped flipping around and ran down very intelligently. They circled around Xiao Mu and the cute little bun to curry favor. The officials suddenly felt that there were no good banquets, no good meetings. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that their empress, Qin Nitian's real body, would always cause a lot of trouble during the banquets. Their weak and pitiful little hearts could no longer take it. Don't worry. With little Bao's current strength, he probably won't be able to draw this sword. She knew that Xian Huang had closed her eyes slightly. So this child's current body didn't even have the strength to support the Fushi sword. She was so weak that it seemed like her body could collapse at any time. You know what to do. We've already dragged this out for a long time. Strictly speaking, her body without a pulse can't even be considered a spirit body. Nitian sighed softly. He stood beside Xian Huang and glanced at her. We should send her back to her original place. Xian Huang closed her eyes. Let's do it tonight. They couldn't wait any longer. Indeed, problems that they didn't want to face had to be faced. There was simply no avoiding it. The intertwining of time and space could send her back to her original place. Although they might never meet again, they were already very gratified to know that this child would live well in the future. Night. Xiao Mu stood in front of a misty forest with a confused expression. She completely didn't understand what Master and Martial Uncle were doing. Instead of sleeping at night, they brought her to a forest that she didn't even recognize. What were they trying to do? Tonight, Xiao Chun seemed to be a little impetuous. She kept moving her little arms and legs, as if she had sensed something. Xian Huang held Xiao Mu's little hand and stood in front of the forest. She slowly squatted down, hugged the child's body, and patted her head. Xiao Bao, remember, no matter where you go, no matter how far you are from Master, Master will definitely protect you. Okay? The child looked at her in confusion, not understanding what she was talking about. Master, aren't we going to sleep? So why did we come here tonight? Roar before a small blood-patterned demon dragon could roar. It was glared at by Nitian Huang, who was at the side, and shrank back. Ooh, what a terrifying human woman. How could she have such a terrifying gaze? The little blood demon dragon curled up its small body and returned to Xiao Mu's sleeve. The other two demon dragons laid on Xiao Chen's head, lazily basking in the moonlight, ignoring their silly brother. Xian Huang took 2 steps back, as if she had made up her mind to return to Nitian Huang's side. She suddenly raised her hand, and an array suddenly appeared on the ground where the child was standing. The circular array was covered with a layer of white light. Once the array was activated, a transparent barrier rose around the entire array, completely isolating the child. Xiao Mu opened her eyes wide, no longer sleepy, and ran around the array in a daze. She took a step with her short legs and rushed towards the direction of the profound phoenix against the heavens, but was suddenly rebounded by the power of the great array. She fell on her butt and sat on the ground. She got up in a panic and ran towards the direction of the dark phoenix against the heavens. Xian Huang turned her little face away, and tears fell silently. The child ran over stubbornly, but was rebounded by the array's protective power time and time again. She wanted to summon the Fushi sword to split open the array, but suddenly found that her connection with the Fushi sword was also cut off by this hateful array. Her little face immediately became flustered. Tears began to accumulate in her large eyes and dripped down her cheeks. She suddenly pounced towards the array's barrier, and her little fists hammered the barrier. Tears flowed down her face, and she shouted, "Master, Martial Uncle, don't leave Xiao Bao behind. Don't leave Xiao Bao behind. Xiao Bao will be obedient." She panicked. This was really a thought-provoking and terrifying night. Wah! Xiao Chan suddenly burst into tears, uncooperative. She was going to be left behind again. She was going to be left behind again. Fear struck her heart, and Xiao Mu's big bright eyes were filled with innocent tears, as if she was an abandoned puppy, looking pitifully at Xian Huang. Xian Huang's heart was about to break, and she was about to collapse. She suddenly wanted to ignore everything and just leave this child behind. Let her go, she can't stay. Against the sky held back his tears and hardened his heart. Forcing her to stay wouldn't save her life at all. How long could she stay by their side? 1 year, 2 years, or 3 to 5 years? No, what they wanted was a long time. They wanted her to live well, to walk her own path in life comfortably and healthily. Rather than forcing her to stay, who knew how long it would take? It would be better to give her a vast sky and let her take off and soar. Master, Martial Uncle Master Xiao Mu, who seemed to be trapped in a glass cage and couldn't escape, watched in horror as the figures of her master and the rest slowly blurred in her vision. Gone. Master and Martial Uncle were almost gone. She couldn't see them anymore. Boo-hoo, what should she do? She wanted to grab hold of something but it was always like this. She wanted to grab hold of something that she wanted to cherish, but she couldn't grab hold of a single thing. Remember, child, master and your martial uncle and the rest will always love you. No matter where you go, we will protect you forever. Xiaomu abruptly opened her eyes, which contained a wisp of chaos and astonishment. She stared blankly at the ceiling, unable to stop. Jojo, you're awake. A young woman pushed open the door and entered. She sat by the bed with joy in her eyes and gently pulled the dazed child into her arms. Jojo, you accidentally rolled down the hill in front of the school 3 days ago, and you were unconscious until today. You really scare me to death. Jojo, what's wrong? Are you still feeling unwell? The woman looked at her daughter, who was staring blankly at her in astonishment. Her daughter's watery eyes were red and pitiful, and tears fell quietly. The moment Arbor spoke, she felt as if her whole body had been run over by a car 3 times. It was very oppressive and uncomfortable. Inexplicably, tears began to fall uncontrollably. She looked at the woman sitting by the bed and murmured softly, "Mother, I seem to have forgotten something very, very important." Forgetting made her feel very, very uncomfortable. She kept feeling that she had forgotten something very, very important. She couldn't remember anything. It's fine. The doctor said that you might have hit your head when you rolled down the hill. You'll slowly recover in the future. You'll remember, child. Don't be afraid. Mother is here. Mother will protect you, good child." The woman hugged the child, who had been lost and recovered, in her arms again and sighed softly. Arbor slowly lifted the tattered quilt from her body and slowly got off the bed. She came in front of a broken bronze mirror. She reached out and gently wiped the bronze mirror. She expressionlessly looked at her blurry figure in the mirror. She had the appearance of a 7-year-old, with cold and sharp eyes. The coldness between her brows seemed to reflect the chill in her heart. "I'm back." She coldly wiped the surface of the bronze mirror over and over again. "Fan Shioha, you didn't expect that I, Arbor, would return one day. Are you prepared to die? All my enemies hiding in the dark. Wash your necks clean and pay the price with your life. I'm back only to grow better. My path, even if it's full of thorns, must be paved with blood." Chapter 5731. In Xiaoping Town, near Wenka City, in Shuntian Prefecture, the recent peace was completely broken. The townspeople asked everyone they met, "Did you see that? Old Ko's child is back. He even brought back a beautiful wife and a granddaughter." I saw it. Yesterday, I met Old Ko and his wife. They couldn't stop smiling. Oh, they're so happy. I didn't expect Old Ko and his wife to be so successful. Their son is so promising. No one could have imagined that things would turn out like this. Xiaoping Town's Ko family branch was living such a prosperous life, but Shuntian Prefecture's Ko family branch was not doing so well. Ever since little Fatty's parents were taken away by the Ko family many years ago and were rescued by little Fatty. The Ko family head son, Ko Hongjun, had his arm cut off by little Fatty. Not long after, he died. Of course, the Ko family head couldn't take this lying down and wanted to find trouble with little Fatty. He didn't expect that someone would find trouble with him again and again. Someone set up a talisman array in their Ko family and imprisoned them for more than 10 days. After that, the Ko family head didn't dare to make a sound and didn't dare to find trouble with little Fatty. The Ko family was originally an ordinary family in Shuntian Prefecture. After a series of blows, the Ko family head also became ill. These years, the Ko family didn't manage well, and their business also slowly declined. Today's Ko family was almost about to scatter. There weren't many disciples in the family, and those who could leave had all left. But in this remote branch of the Ko family in Xiaoping Town, a pair of rural villagers, their son was amazing. Now his cultivation was said to have broken through to the 5th level of the God Realm, and his wife was also a God Tier Master. This was a terrifying existence for the practitioners in the middle 6 prefectures who were generally in the spiritual realm. And it was said that with his cultivation, he could do whatever he wanted in the divine continent. Recently, The townspeople and even the mayor went to little Fatty's father's house 3 times a day to give gifts. That eagerness really made it seem as if they were welcoming a certain Prince. Xian hugged her little girl and looked at little Fatty's wrinkled little round face with amusement. What's wrong? The couple wandered around the town with their daughter. Along the way, people were constantly attentively serving them tea and water. Haze, these people are too passionate. Little Fatty was at a loss of what to do. In fact, these aunts and uncles in town had watched him grow up, so there was no need for them to be so eager. Forget it, we'll be staying here anyway. After a long time, they will get used to us. Now, it was only because they hadn't seen each other for a long time that they were so enthusiastic. The little girl in his arms was about 2 or 3 years old. Her head was as round as a glutinous rice ball. Her watery eyes stared at her parents as she shouted, "Mother, Mother, I want to go back and see Big Brother. I've made an appointment with Big Brother. I'll definitely go back within a year." Xian smiled and patted the little girl's head. "Not recently. Nyangxin and Papa will stay here to accompany your grandparents. Could it be that Nan doesn't like grandfather and grandmother?" "I do." The little girl nodded vigorously. If grandfather and grandmother knew that Nan wanted to leave them, they would be sad. "Then what should we do?" Little Nan's face scrunched up into a ball. All right. When we settle down, we can invite your big brother over to play." "Can I?" "Of course." Xian smiled and patted her daughter. Chapter 5732. "Mother, can I write a letter to ask elder brother to come over now?" Xian could not help but laugh. "You child. Your elder brother, uncles and aunties went to the sacred region. We won't be able to see you for a while." "Oh, darling, don't worry. They will be back soon." Seeing that her daughter was not in a good mood, Xian comforted her gently. Brother Fatty. Just as they were talking, a girl with a long braid ran over to them in quick steps. "What's the matter, Sister Hua?" Little Fatty was able to call everyone in Xiaoping town by their names. The long braid lady smiled at him, stomped her feet, and said, "Brother Fatty, quickly go home and take a look. Your old Ko family's people have come to look for your parents. Auntie and uncle are both honest people. Don't fall for their tricks." Little Fatty's eyes flashed with anger. Xian glanced at the lady and said to little Fatty, "Brother Fatty, let's go back and take a look." Little Fatty's mouth twitched as he secretly glanced at his wife. Once the two of them increased their speed, the long braid lady naturally could not catch up to them. Xian's face was full of smiles. She stretched out 2 fingers and gently pinched her husband's arm. "Don't tell me, when we were in Palan Prefecture Academy, you were also quite popular with the ladies. Although your image is not very good, you have a glib tongue. You can call me sister and sister very happily." "Sister Hua, Brother Fatty, you are quite smooth." Little Fatty grimaced and quickly took his wife's hand. He laughed and said, "Wife, my loyalty to you can be seen by the heavens." Xian rolled her eyes at him. "I think you are just addicted to flirting with girls." Little Fatty had an innocent look. No, definitely not my wife. You know that when your husband became your man, I was completely innocent from top to bottom." Xian could not help but laugh. "Your mouth really likes to joke around." "Since when?" Little Fatty had an innocent look on his face. "Dear, what I said is the truth." All right, let's not talk so much. Let's hurry back and see our parents." Xian said. "That old fellow Cody High. I wonder what he's up to this time." At a time like this, he actually wanted to come to Xiaoping town to find trouble. The little Fatty was furious. Isn't that so? His father and mother were both honest people. If they met Cody High, they would not be their match. This Cody High only had half his life left, yet he still dared to come and find trouble with them. His death was simply not worth pitying. Xian and little Fatty rushed to their house. In fact, the residence of the Ko family's 2 elders was considered quite good in town. A few years ago, little Fatty had found someone to help them repair it once. This time, when the couple came back to stay, they found some craftsmen to help lay out the floor behind the house and build another courtyard. This way, the 3 of them could live together. The decorations in the house didn't need to be expensive. It would only last for 1 or 2 years. When they reached home, they saw the Ko family's 2 elders sitting uneasily on the armchairs. They didn't even know where to put their hands. Ko Di brought an old servant and knelt in front of the Ko family's 2 elders, wailing and howling. "Big brother, sister-in-law, I've been living a poor life these years. You must save me this time. The entire Ko family can't operate anymore. After I sold the house, I've spent most of my money these years. I, your younger brother, am really penniless now. Every year, I spend 20,000 spirit coins on medicine. If big brother and sister-in-law don't help me, I'll die." Qi Xianxian was speechless. She glanced at them and winked at little Fatty. It seemed that these people were not here to find trouble, but to borrow money. When it came to borrowing money, for people like Ko Di, lending it to him was equivalent to giving it to him. They probably wouldn't be able to get it back. After all, with his current situation, he had to spend a lot of spirit coins every year just to eat medicine. How could he have the ability to return the money? She looked at the old servant beside him. His body was also thin and didn't have much meat on it. He looked like he had 1 foot in the grave, but he still had to take care of a trash like Ko Di. It was obviously very strenuous. Seeing Ko Di's destitute state, Qi Xianxian couldn't help but sigh. Things were really different now. The more arrogant he was in the past, the more miserable he was now. Perhaps Ko Di himself never thought that he would be in such a miserable state in his life. One had to know that back then, when this person had exiled little Fatty's parents to Xiaoping Town, he had been in high spirits and had not said that he had much compassion. Little Fatty was obviously very impatient with his Ko Di. He seemed to have remembered what happened in the past, so he quickly walked forward. Ko Di turned his head and saw him. He immediately cried and rushed over. "Hongwon, Uncle knows he was wrong. Uncle knows he let your family down. But look at it now. Uncle has already received the retribution he deserved. The entire Ko family has scattered like monkeys when the tree topples. Some have left, some have fallen ill, some have died. Now, there is no place for our Ko family in Shuntian Prefecture. Hongwen, for the sake of the fact that we share the same ancestor and origin, please help your uncle. Uncle now only has this old servant by his side, and there is no one else he can use. Hongwen, you can't just watch him die. Uncle really knows he was wrong. Uncle will never dare to treat you and your father like this again." Ko Hongwen sneered. "Uncle is the head of the Ko family. Don't call me so familiarly. We are actually not familiar with each other. Think about that year, when you banished my parents to Xiaoping Town. What did you say? A trash family like ours doesn't deserve to stay in the Ko family. We have already cut off all ties with the Ko family. Ko family head. Don't you think it's too late to worm your way into being friends now?" Ko family head's cries shook the sky. Don't always remember Uncle's bad deeds, okay? Remember how good your family is to you. Back then, if you didn't enter the Ko family to study, how could you have achieved what you have today? Now that you are following His Majesty of the Divine Prefecture, you are soaring. Then why don't you think of helping the Ko family? Don't forget that you are also a part of the Ko family. Without the Ko family, you wouldn't be who you are today. The little Fatty couldn't help but sneer. Without the Ko family, I wouldn't be who I am today. How big is your Ko family's face to actually dare to say such things? In the Ko family, I wanted resources, but I didn't have any resources, and I wanted connections, but I didn't have any. Back then, your good son stopped me, and I didn't even have the qualifications to enter the training ground of the library. What benefits did I get from the Ko family? Ko family head shouted harshly. You still have the face to mention my son. If it wasn't for you, my son wouldn't have died so young. You still have a face to say that? Qi Xianxian was furious. If you didn't capture my parents, would he have to make trouble for you? Your son is a cultivator, but he shamelessly attacked 2 ordinary people. If he doesn't die, then the world will be in chaos. You vicious woman. Ko family head's facial muscles twitched fiercely. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Hongwen married a vicious woman like you. That's why he has such bad intentions towards the Ko family. Our family is unfortunate. Our family is unfortunate. Marrying a wife should be a virtuous woman. Marrying a scourge like you is really going to be a disaster for 3 generations. The little fatty was so angry that his whole body trembled. Without waiting for Qi Xianxian to speak, he rushed forward and kicked the Ko family's patriarch. The Ko family's patriarch was so weak, how could he withstand this kick? He fell down on the spot, and the old servant cried out in pain. Ko family head slammed the ground and cursed. The nephew beat the uncle. The nephew beat the uncle. This is unreasonable. This is unreasonable. The 2 elders of the Ko family sat there silently, but now they couldn't help but sigh. Cody High, don't shout. I know why you are here today. Don't you want money? Father, mother, Ko Hong Wan and Qi Xianxian hurriedly called out. The 2 elders waved their hands and looked at Cody High, who was lying on the ground, and said, Cody High, do you still remember? When we left the Ko family, you gave us 100 spirit coins as travel expenses. We will never forget this for the rest of our lives. Cody High was stunned and hurriedly quibbled. Big brother, big sister-in-law, I was blinded at that time. That's why I did such a stupid thing. I have completely repented now. Big brother, big sister-in-law, if you don't help me, then no one in this world can. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. You won't leave me in the lurch, right? The little fatty's parents glanced at him indifferently. Cody High, it's not that we don't want to help you. It's that your past actions are too hurtful. We have already cut off all contact. We have no relationship. We are no longer a family with the Ko family. Considering that you've traveled a long way and it's not been easy for you, I'll give you a sum of money on account of our past friendship. Saying so, he whispered to the servant standing to the side, take 1,000 spirit coins to Ko family head. Yes. The servant nodded and hurried into the inner room. After a while, she took out a small bag of spirit coins and hurriedly handed it to the madam. Father Ko nodded and said to the servant, send it over. The servant bowed in front of Cody High and handed over the small bag of spirit coins. Ko family head, please. Cody High was so angry that he almost fainted. In the past, he had humiliated the 2 elders of the Ko family, and now the tables had turned. He was being humiliated again. 1,000 spirit coins. They wanted to send him away with just 1,000 spirit coins? His eyes became sharp, and he shouted, you dare to treat me like this? Big brother, big sister-in-law, is there really no trace of our past friendship left? These people looked down on him and only gave him 1,000 spirit coins. What was this? 10 times the 100 spirit coins from back then? Ko Hong Wan sneered. That's enough. Ko family head, there's nothing more to say. Please leave, and don't bother my parents in the future. Ko Hong Wan, you little brat. You really are insidious. Amazing. Amazing. I was wrong in the past. This brat was now following the emperor of the divine land and was living a good life. If the father and son had not driven him out of the Ko family back then, would it mean that he could have lived a good life with them now? Unfortunately, there were no ifs in life, and it was impossible to return to the past so many times. Good. Since you are not benevolent, then I don't need to talk about benevolence and righteousness with you. Cody High's face was distorted as he shouted coldly. Since you want to compensate me, then the 100 spirit coins from back then should be 100 times more today. At least give me 10,000 spirit coins. Qi Xianxian, little fatty, and the others were stunned by this person's shamelessness. They thought that he was going to explode, but he jumped out and said such nonsense. So be it. With his sickly condition, 10,000 spirit coins would not make any difference at all. At most, he would be able to survive for half a year. It was said that the medicine he took would cost more than 10,000 spirit coins a year. It was better to avoid trouble. The 2 elders of the Ko family asked the servant to take out 9,000 spirit coins and gave them to Cody High. All right, today is the last time we meet. Cody High, I hope that we will not meet again in the afterlife. Ko Honda sneered. Did they think that he wanted to see them? He did not want to see them at all. Seeing these people who were not as good as him in the past, now living in big houses and luxurious houses, eating delicacies, and living in bliss, his heart was twisted with jealousy. Qi Xianxian asked someone to send Cody High and his servant out, then shook her head and said, I don't think he will live for long. Such a person should be left to fend for himself. There was no need to dirty her hands. In any case, with his broken body, the longer he lingered on at death's door, the more pain he would feel. The little fatty nodded. The whole family did not know that Ko Di had just left Xiaoping town for the outskirts. The skinny old servant instantly attacked and stabbed Ko Di in the back, directly piercing through his heart. Ko Di was stunned, his face twisted as he looked back at him. The old servant spat at him, kicked him to the ground, then bent down to pick up the bag of spirit coins. He opened the bag happily and counted the coins. The old servant didn't say anything more to him and left. He stayed by Ko Di's side just to find an opportunity to see if he could get some spirit coins from Ko Di. Besides, he had taken care of this cripple for so long. Seeing that he was about to die, why waste money to buy medicine? He deserved 10,000 spirit coins as a reward. Just like that, Ko Di hastily walked through his life, dying outside of Xiaoping town without anyone knowing. After the little fatty's family sent off the god of plagues, they happily hugged their chattering granddaughter and had a happy reunion dinner. At night, they returned to their room. Under the candlelight, their daughter had fallen asleep, her face pink and tender. The little fatty held Qi Xuan's hand. "Wife, it's been hard on you to stay here with me. I've asked the doctor. Father probably only has a year left. I want to seize the time to accompany the two elders. I can't go around with you." After all, a normal person's life was very limited. If they did not seize the time, they might regret it for the rest of their lives. Qi Xian patted her husband's hand. "What's there to be sad about? This town is peaceful and happy. I'm very happy. Being by your side is also my greatest happiness. Our father's health is not good. If one day our father really leaves us, when that time comes, let's bring mother back to China." The little fatty blinked his sour eyes, his voice choked. "Okay, as long as I have you, I'm not afraid of anything. No matter when or where, Jojo and the rest would definitely wait for them in China for their reunion." The couple held hands and smiled at each other. Chapter 57:33. Pop! A crisp sound rang out. The firewood in front of her was split in half. Roxian. A sturdy farmer walked in from outside the courtyard. "Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. Why are you chopping firewood again? Let me help you." "No need, big brother Anyo." Mu Roxian was wearing a coarse green hemp garment. She turned her head and glanced at him with a smile. "I can do it myself." The sturdy man called Anyo side. "You're always like this. Everyone in the village has received your kindness. It's not impossible for us to help you once in a while." Mu Roxian shook the firewood in her hand. "I'm almost done chopping. If big brother Anyo really feels apologetic, then help me get 2 buckets of water." "All right." The farmer who was dispatched walked out quickly with a happy expression. "Roxian, wait here. I'll go get water for you right now." Mu Roxian smiled. After watching him leave, she turned her head and scooped half a ladle of water from the water jar, gulping down a few mouthfuls. She raised her sleeve to wipe her mouth. Looking at the lonely little courtyard, she sighed self-deprecatingly. Now, in the entire divine continent, the 4th stage of the antidote had been put into the water source. As long as she drank more water, she could still control the source of the poison in her body. Unfortunately, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. It could only delay the outbreak, but could not completely cure it. However, she thought that perhaps if she took the antidote for a lifetime, she might not have an outbreak for the rest of her life. Ancient Path Village was a place that couldn't be found on the map of the Divine Continent. She came here a year ago and settled down. The people here were simple and honest. There were only 100 or so families in the village, so she was familiar with everyone at the front and back of the village. After Mu Roxian settled down, she liked this simple little mountain village more and more. Without all the scheming in the Mu family, her mood gradually calmed down. Perhaps she would have to live in this mountain village for the rest of her life. But it didn't matter. This kind of peaceful life was already a luxury for the current her. Big brother Anyo quickly walked in with 2 buckets of water. He said to her with a smile, "Someone came to the village today. A person from a great cultivator aristocratic family came to our village to inspect. Look around to see if we missed any corpse puppets. Ever since His Majesty issued the edict, all the cultivator families have actively participated in the mission to eliminate the remaining corpse puppets. Our divine land hasn't been so peaceful for 2 years. Mu Rochuan was stunned for a moment before she smiled. That's good news. Yes. Brother Anyo cautiously said to her, I heard that some half-zombies would hide in remote villages like ours, hiding from people. These practitioners are mainly here to clean up the people who are showing signs of turning into corpses, so that they won't turn into zombies and harm the entire village. Mu Rochuan's heart tightened as she clenched her fists slightly. I have to go back. Later, the village chief will bring those venerables to check from house to house. Sister Roxian, you should tidy up the house as well. Those great venerables might come over in a while. Mu Rochuan nodded solemnly. Seeing Brother Anyo go out, Mu Rochuan couldn't help but sigh. She thought to herself, could it be that the peaceful year will come to an end today? Dong, 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 dong. Not long after, someone knocked on the courtyard door. The village chief shouted from outside, Miss Mu, open the door. Mu Rochuan was already prepared. She closed her eyes and walked forward to open the door. Then, she heard a stern voice. Everyone, be careful. The detector is reacting to this woman. Tie her up first. So the people of the 3 prefectures have already invented a spirit tool that can accurately capture and monitor zombies? Mu Rochuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. She surrendered without any resistance. Behind the man who shouted, several experts rushed out and bound Mu Rochuan with the power of fire spirit. Then someone found a spirit binding rope and tied her up tightly. What a cunning zombie. Your body is already in a half-collapsed state, yet you still dare to secretly hide in a remote mountain village? The man in the lead angrily rebuked with a stern face. Mu Rochuan knew this person. He was Wang Yin of the Heavenly Pill Company, an outstanding pill refiner under Arbor. Yes, the Empress of the Divine Land, revered by tens of thousands of people. She was now the most respected person in the 3 prefectures. With just one sentence, she naturally made tens of thousands of people bow their heads. It was normal that Wang Yin didn't recognize her. Although they had met once or twice, she was currently dressed in coarse hem clothes. Even if her sisters were standing here, they might not recognize her. Mu? Miss Rochuan? You're Miss Rochuan? A woman quickly walked out from behind the group and sized her up in surprise. Mu Rochuan looked up at her. She looked a little familiar. She should be someone from the Mu family branch. I'm Mu Lixiang. I wonder if Miss Rochuan still remembers me? Mu Lixiang introduced herself, dispelling Mu Rochuan's doubts. That's right. As the Empress's maternal family, the Mu family definitely had to set an example. Mu family members would definitely participate in the most difficult and remote places. Mu Rochuan wasn't surprised at all that Mu Lixiang appeared in this small village. Wang Yin frowned and asked, Miss Mu knows her? Mu Lixiang was a little embarrassed. She's Mu Rochuan's identity was a little awkward, saying that she was the former Miss Mu, but the real Miss was the current Empress. She's our Mu family's Miss Rochuan, Mu Lixiang said after some consideration. Brother Wang, can you let go first before speaking? Wang Yin was quite good to this Mu Lixiang of the Mu family. Mu Lixiang was very comfortable to interact with, and she was also Jojo Darren's maternal family. He naturally had to give her some face. Wang Yin waved his hand, and several Xiuzha released the spirit binding rope on Mu Rochuan. Mu Lixiang asked, Sister Rochuan, why are you hiding here? Mu Rochuan grimaced. If I said I wasn't hiding here, you probably wouldn't believe me. I just wanted to find a peaceful place to live. Then aren't you harming people? An old woman behind the village chief couldn't help but scream angrily. The village chief was a little embarrassed and hurriedly pulled his wife's hand. He had just asked this Miss Rochuan to help his family a few days ago. Now that the old woman suddenly made things difficult and scolded her, he couldn't help but go. However, the old woman hurriedly shook off the village chief's hand and scolded loudly. You're already a half-zombie. Aren't you afraid that you'll suddenly lose your mind and harm the entire village? I can control it, Mu Rochuan said with a determined expression. You can control it? Is this something you can control, just because you say so? You've lived in our village for a year, and now you know everything about it. We're all ordinary people. There's not a single Shioja in the village. Aren't you harming people by living here? What if your zombie transformation acts up? Who can deal with you? Then won't we all become food on your plate? The village chief's wife couldn't help but shudder when she said this. She hurriedly shouted, "Honored elders, you must uphold justice for our village. Quickly execute this evil spirit on the spot." The village chief had an awkward expression, but didn't immediately stop the old woman. Brother Anyo rushed out when he heard this. Impossible. Anyo, don't be bewitched by ghosts. Anyo's mother hurriedly reached out to pull her son. She looked at Mu Rochuan with a strange expression. The village chief's wife is right. Honored elders, quickly dispose of this evil thing. Don't harm our entire village. Everyone in the village heard such a big commotion and ran out of their houses. They all asked each other and couldn't help but be shocked. What? The beautiful girl who came to their village a year ago was actually a half-zombie? Was she about to mutate into a zombie? You don't need to be overly nervous, Wang Yin said with a frown. We've already placed the 4th stage of the antidote in the water sources of the 3 regions. As long as someone has taken the water, they will definitely be able to control the zombie poison in their body. It won't act up so easily. The reason why they were so serious earlier was mainly because they wanted to capture Mu Rochuan and interrogate her alone. However, it didn't mean that they would immediately dispose of her. Based on the nature of doctors, they would first check if this person could be saved. If there was a cure, they would naturally save her. If there was no cure, they would definitely not be lenient. Honored elders, don't lie to us. How can a zombie still be saved? That's right, that's right. Half a year ago, zombies were still everywhere, eating anyone they saw. Wang Yin couldn't communicate with them. Half a year ago? What happened half a year ago? Based on the current situation of the 3 regions, the situation half a month ago couldn't be compared to today. Right now, the 3 regions were glowing with new vitality. It was really changing day by day and gradually getting better. Honored elders, I beg you to quickly dispose of this evil woman. Anyo's mother shouted sternly. Our village can't leave this evil thing alive. Mother, mother, Anyo shouted with all his might. Mother, how can you say that? Don't forget, last time when you were seriously ill, it was Rochuan who took out a precious pill and cured you. You, how can you do this? Anyo, this filial son, couldn't say the words repay kindness with enmity to his old mother. However, there was an indescribable sense of regret in his eyes. Anyo's mother slapped him unhappily. What do you know, child? This is called putting righteousness before family. How can we be merciful to zombies? Haven't you suffered enough in the past? Zombies should be treated equally and executed. Wang Yin couldn't help but sneer. You village woman, according to the current emperor and her majesty's decree, you should still be saved as much as possible. You're really vicious and merciless. Anyo's mother blushed at his words. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Wang Yin waved his hand. Take her away. Mu Rochuan turned around and glanced at her own small courtyard. This was the place where she had lived for a year. The villagers who had been beaming with joy at her yesterday were now looking at her with hatred. It was as if she had already turned into a zombie and wanted to devour them all. This was probably human nature. When you were harmless to them and treated them well, they would praise you to the heavens. Once something went wrong, everyone would naturally want to step forward and trample on you. Mu Lixiang sighed and shook her head. Sister Rochuan, this place isn't as peaceful as you said. You want to find a place like a paradise? It's a pity that this village isn't what you think it is. Mu Rochuan smiled bitterly. Are you going to take me back to the capital? She asked indifferently. Life was full of ups and downs, and she had already seen through everything. After this incident, it was as if she had seen through the world of mortals and didn't have any thoughts about anything. Yes, she should have known earlier, shouldn't she? You can treat others wholeheartedly, but everything might not go according to your wishes. Mu Lixiang walked to her side and took out a small green and furry fruit from her inner world and handed it to her. Sister Rochuan, eldest young master told me to give this to you. Mu Rochuan was stunned. Holding the fruit, she felt her heart heat up. What is it? Although she asked this, her heart couldn't help but heat up when she saw the burning gazes around her. Holy fruit, Wang Yin shouted with a face full of joy. Before leaving the capital, Sir Jojo had also given him a holy fruit. He had told him not to use it unless it was absolutely necessary, and that he had to check the person's character before using it. The holy fruit was extremely valuable. Even a person who had turned into a whole corpse would be cured, and their cultivation level would rise by a level. He had one in his inner world, so he naturally recognized it. Wang Yin patted Mu Rochuan's shoulder. Since that's the case, you can go into seclusion after eating it. This person doesn't need to be registered. He said, no need to register? This meant that her name was removed from the list of corpse puppets? Mu Rochuan was excited. Holding the holy fruit, her hands trembled slightly. Eldest young master came to find me before leaving the capital. He said that I would follow the aristocratic family's team and search for corpse puppets. Perhaps I would meet you. If I did, he asked me to give this to you. Mu Lixiang smiled. Fortunately, I didn't betray eldest young master's trust. Thank you, Sister Lixiang. You should thank eldest young master. Mu Lixiang smiled, then said, no, perhaps you should thank eldest young Mississippi. Eldest young miss gave his holy fruit to eldest young master. I heard eldest young master mention it. Eldest young miss gave him too. Mu Lixiang looked at her and smiled. Do you understand? Mu Rochuan bit her lip and lowered her head slightly. Eldest young miss is the softest person in the world. She didn't want to see eldest young master sad. She also never wanted to make things difficult for you. I know. Mu Rochuan smiled in relief. She said that I was never her match. She's right. Many things are due to my own desperate efforts. Mu Rochuan smiled. Sister Lixiang, help me thank her. Just say that I'm not someone who doesn't know what's good for me. Do you have any plans? Mu Lixiang smiled. I want to wait until my body recovers before taking a stroll. Do something meaningful. Perhaps I'll join the team to clear out corpse puppets. Maybe I'll meet my big brother then. Sister Rochuan, I'm relieved that you think this way. Mu Lixiang smiled brightly. Then we'll meet again. I look forward to that day. Definitely. We'll meet again. She was Mu Rochuan, the reborn Mu Rochuan. Chapter 5734. In the woods on the outskirts, a man in simple green clothes was sitting under a short tree, eating the dry food in his hand. At this moment, a burst of ding, ding, dang, dang, dang sounds of swords clashing could be heard from the outside. The sound was getting closer and closer. 3 or 5 tall and sturdy men were chasing each other, trying to cut him off as they fought and retreated toward him. Chirp, 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 chirp. A small mechanical bird flapping its wings circled around the man's shoulder, chirping noisily. Mu Xingqian, Mu Xingqian. Mu Xingqian sighed, patted the little mechanical bird's head, and slowly got up. He couldn't even have a peaceful meal, and he even encountered people fighting here. He didn't know who was fighting who among the 3 to 5 burly men. It felt like they were in a chaotic fight. The swords in their hands didn't have eyes at all, slashing at anyone they saw. After half a quarter of an hour, 3 of them fell to the ground and cursed loudly. Only 2 were still fighting there. Mu Xingqian chewed on a bun and couldn't stand it anymore, so he asked, "Are you guys done fighting?" "Shut up." The 2 burly men who were fighting each other turned their heads and yelled fiercely at Mu Xingqian. "I also really want to shut up, but you guys are really disturbing the peace and quiet by making such a ruckus." Originally, he was thinking of lying down to catch up on sleep after eating the bun. Now that these guys were stirring things up, he probably didn't have the chance. "You bastard, just shut up when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" One of the burly men in the fight was holding a large machete. He cursed fiercely and slashed at his opponent's neck with the machete in his hand. Seeing this, Mu Xingqian moved his finger slightly, and a flame zigzagged forward. It suddenly hit the burly man's machete. With a clang, the 1-meter-long machete in the burly man's hand suddenly fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked, and they looked back at Mu Xingqian in panic. They instantly understood. The person in front of them was dressed in coarse clothes and looked travel-worn, but in fact, he was a rare expert. 4 low-level lackeys like them. He could pinch them to death with one finger. However, he had just been glaring at the other party, cursing and scolding him with a bad attitude. Thinking of this, the burly man was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Plop! Kneeling on the ground, the burly man repeatedly kowtowed and shouted, "Spare my life, hero! Spare my life!" Mu Xingqian was speechless. Did he look like a bandit? "Shut up! You're so noisy," Mu Xingqian shouted coldly. "Yes, yes, yes." The large man was sweating profusely as he asked in a trembling voice, "I don't know where you come from. This lowly one deserves to die 1,000 deaths for offending you. Please, for the sake of not knowing, spare this lowly one's life." Mu Xingqian didn't intend to make a move in the first place, but he saw that the other party's behavior was a little overboard, so he stepped in to stop them. Seeing this person frightened to this extent, he felt a little apologetic in his heart. Thus, he asked calmly, "Why are you fighting?" The men who had lost too much blood due to the fight looked at each other. From the looks of it, they were all heavily injured. There were bloodstains on their bodies and faces. It was the man whose saber had fallen to the ground who said, "We picked up an earth-level medicinal herb in the forest." Subsequently, they fought over this rare, earth-level medicinal herb. Actually, earth-level medicinal herbs weren't very expensive in China. However, to ordinary farmers, this was definitely a precious medicinal herb. After selling it, they would reap a lot of benefits and could help improve their family's conditions. That person continued, "After we saw this earth-level medicinal herb, none of us was willing to let it go. We couldn't come to an agreement. So in the end, Mu Xingqian was speechless. In the end, they reached an agreement and simply used fighting to resolve this matter. In the end, whoever could still stand there alive would be the owner of this earth-level medicinal herb. For a young master of an aristocratic family like Mu Xingqian, it was hard to imagine in the past that there would be people in this world who would risk their lives for an earth-level medicinal herb. However, in the past half a year, he had been traveling in the 3 continents, specifically choosing remote places to travel. After traveling and seeing more, he knew some of the hardships of the people's lives. In this world, there was always a gap between the rich and the poor. Those who drowned would die from drowning, and those who died from drought would die from drought. This kind of thing wasn't something a small commoner like him could control. He just wanted to come out for a walk and gain more experience. Other than that, he reached out and stroked the little mechanical bird beside him. At this time, the little mechanical bird was still calling Mu Xingqian very warmly. He suddenly thought of what Sikong Fuling said that day. "Mu Xingqian, if I die in this battle, I hope that one day, when you think of me, your heart won't be filled with hatred and disappointment toward me. I hope that you can at least think of the predicament we were in the realm of misfortune that day." He actually really wanted to ask this Miss Sikong, "Is this life tiring? If there's an afterlife, do you hope to meet the person you like earlier?" Perhaps because of their different standpoints, even if there was a little flame of affection in his heart, it was extinguished by both of them at that time. He didn't know if there was any regret in his heart. Mu Xingqian didn't want to recall these anymore. Mu Xingqian waved at everyone, took a bite of the bun, and turned to leave the forest. He couldn't care so much. Since they wanted to use this method to resolve the dispute, then let them be. As for himself, he would still walk whatever path he needed to walk. There were too many injustices in the world. He couldn't interfere in everything, and even if he was bored, he couldn't care less. Now he just wanted to accompany this little mechanical bird to walk around. Perhaps it would stay in a small village and become a fisherman and farmer for the rest of its life, or perhaps it wouldn't stay anywhere. Wherever it went, it would be the end. All of this was in the future. Right now, he just wanted to walk around like this. "Brother-in-law, can I ask you for a favor? Help me make a smaller mechanical bird. It's best if it can contain a wisp of a soul. Is that okay?" During the final battle, thousands of arrows were fired, and Miss Sikong blocked countless arrows for her brother without hesitation. In the end, her body was badly damaged, and there wasn't much left. Only a faint wisp of her soul was left. Mu Xingqian put this wisp of soul into the little mechanical bird's stomach. Every day, No matter where he went, he could hear her cheerfully calling out, Mu Xingqian, Mu Xingqian. However, she only knew how to call out these 3 words. Even so, his wish was fulfilled. Reaching out to touch the little mechanical bird lying on his shoulder, Mu Xingqian smiled faintly and walked forward. Miss Sikong, if there's really an afterlife, I'll definitely find you before your brother does. I promise you a lifetime of peace, and I won't force you to make any choices anymore. Chapter 5735. Rosy Cloud's Peak was the main peak of the Holy Water sect. Just like the deep and serene bamboo forest in the past, the bamboos rustled softly in the wind. Murong Sun slowly paced through the forest and narrowed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, she heard light footsteps behind her, and she slowly turned around. Just like when they first met at the seaside, she clearly saw that person's face. Forget Chuan Murong and your Yin family have been incompatible like fire and water since our ancestors. Don't come find me again in the future. Ah Sun, how many years has it been since the beginning of our ancestors? Why do you have to bring it up between us? Daughter, we already know about the matter between you and the young master of the Yin family. After all, this was a matter from a long, long time ago. Your parents aren't unenlightened people. If you really want to be with him, then go. As long as you live well, the family will support you. It's me who can't let go of this hatred. It's me who can't let go and be with the grandson of my enemy. It's me who feels ashamed to face my parents and elders and can't forget Chuan Long clan anymore. Ah Sun, there's only one chance for you to leave me. That's my death. Murong Sun looked at the man with slightly white hair at his temples. He was as handsome and spirited as before, and his eyes were as gentle as before. She suddenly smiled at him and took a few steps forward of her own accord. I'm back. Yin Fiang didn't expect this to be the first sentence she said to him after several decades apart. There was no bone-deep hatred, no complaints, and no curses. There was only a faint smile on her face, and that, I'm back. Yin Fiang felt heat surge out of his eyes. He dashed forward, his hands trembling slightly as he pulled her into his embrace. Setting aside the years he hid her in the ice coffin, he felt like he hadn't seen her for a very, very long time. Murong Sun touched his face. It was icy and wet. Eldest senior sister, eldest senior sister. A loud voice came from outside the forest. Eldest senior sister. I hunted a while. The word rooster stopped in his mouth, and Sect Master Yang's expression turned strange. Its big eyes were wide open as it stared at the 2 people who were hugging each other not far away. Shush. A few little heads popped out from the side and gestured for her to keep quiet. Why are you shushing me? I saw it. Come out. Murong Sun exasperatedly scolded. Su Shan, Jiang Qi, Fong Su, and the other Holy Water Sect disciples walked out from behind Yang Shirong in a hubbub and scratched their heads with silly smiles. It was all the sect master's fault. Previously, they were hiding here well, but she suddenly ran over and shouted. She alerted Peak Master Murong and caused them to miss a good show. Woof! Peak Master Murong glanced at the group of single dogs and helplessly shook his head. Forget it. All of you can scram. Oh, by the way, I saw that you guys were quite free recently, so I accepted a mission for you guys. Hold a flower banquet with the noble clans and sects to promote the friendship between the young cultivators of the 3 prefectures. What? Yes. Murong Sun nodded unhurriedly. It's exactly what you're thinking. Second junior sister, you're not young anymore. Peak Master Murong looked at her with a pained expression. Although the sect wants you to carry the banner, we didn't want you to be single until now. Yang Shirong, what did I do? Where am I? Is eldest senior sister insulting me? Eldest senior sister insulting me for still being single? Is eldest senior sister insulting me for being single? Yang Shirong stomped her feet and pinched the pheasant in her hand. She coyly swayed her body. Eldest senior sister, you're a guy who forgets about friendship after lust. I don't want to talk to you anymore. After saying that, she ran away while holding the pheasant in one hand and sobbing in the other. Murong Sun's lips twitched. She felt that junior sister Yang's coquettish actions were a bit suffocating. PFT. Su Shanshan couldn't resist bursting out in laughter before hastily covering her mouth. Murong Sun glared at her and assumed the dignity of a master. What's so funny? Did you all finish cultivating today? Did you read the cultivation technique book? Did you clean Maple Pavilion? Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and do what you need to do. Oh. Everyone nodded their heads in unison. Aunt Yi's furious roar came from afar. Sect Master, didn't I tell you to stay away from the kitchen? Why are you here again? Aren't I here to kill a chicken? Put it down. Put down the knife immediately. Oh my God, Sect Master. Don't run. Oh my God. No, it's the chicken. Don't run. The senior and junior sisters of the second Sect Master's family are cooking. Ji Lujing, you old punk. Why is your Xuanji sect coming to our holy water sect every day to freeload food and drink? What does it matter? We're all neighbors. You punk. Oh my chicken, hurry up and catch it. Catch it, catch it. Su Shanshan and the others couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Murong Sun glared at them. Why aren't you doing your proper business? Oh right, in a few days, the disciples from some sects and patrician families in charge of the Young Cultivators Flower Festival will come to our Rosy Clouds Peak. Shanshan, you're in charge of greeting the senior and junior sisters. Yes, Master. Master can only help you up to this point. I can't just watch you all stay alone, right? Sigh. After sending off her boisterous disciples and nephews, Murong Sun turned her head and met Yin Fiang's eyes. Ah Sun. Yin Fiang grasped her hand and softly asked, Are you willing to forgive me? What nonsense are you saying? My youngest disciple has told me everything you did. I should be thanking you for taking care of her. Yin Fiang shook his head. It's only right. You don't blame me for stabbing you back then. Yin Fiang shook his head. Yin Fiang, I'm already someone who has died once. From now on, I only want to be myself. For myself, I want to indulge myself and live a carefree life. A joyous light danced in Yin Fiang's eyes, and he suddenly tightly grasped her hands. Even his breathing quickened. Ah Sun, silly. Murong Sun couldn't resist laughing. Yin Fiang picked her up, unable to contain the excitement in his heart. Master, 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 little junior sister is back. Master, master, little junior sister, master is right there. Go disturb her right now and see if she'll hit you. Master? Sir Jojo was escorted to the entrance of the forest by a group of senior and junior sisters. He immediately saw Yin Fiang and Murong Sun. Murong Sun was lifted up a bit by Yin Fiang, so she turned her head to look at them. A stream of water spirit abruptly swept out from her palm and pushed towards her disciples who were enjoying the show. A bunch of traitorous disciples. Murong Sun angrily cursed, but her eyes curved into crescents. Everyone's feet were abruptly struck by the water spirit, and they all bounced up and cried out in surprise. Murong Sun's hearty laughter came from the forest. Yang Shirong and the others in the kitchen were in a state of chaos. Arbor's small mouth cracked into a smile. The holy water sect that's causing a ruckus every day is back. Chapter 5736. I didn't know how long I'd been unconscious. When I woke up again, I felt a ray of sunlight coming in from outside into this dark and damp cave. I turned my head with great difficulty and saw the little girl leaning against a nearby mountain wall, dozing off. She suddenly looked in my direction. Her small, stoic face was expressionless. Her pitch-black eyes stared at me, causing my heart to tremble slightly. I suddenly recalled that 2 Baydam protectors had ambushed us yesterday. They had come on Mother's orders to eliminate the little girl. Then now I prop myself up and try to sit up. We have to leave here quickly. Why did I fall ill yesterday? It might be because I lost too much blood. I touched the bump on the back of my head and intermittently recalled yesterday the little fellow grabbed my hands and dragged me into the cave. My head hit the wall of the cave, and this guy dragged me in like a dead pig. He didn't care if my head hurt or not. She really was an emotionless little thing. I glanced at the bandaged wound and was slightly stunned. You help me? I didn't receive any response from her. I recalled that when I first met her, she didn't only have no sense of taste or hearing, she didn't even have sight. In any case, she had recovered her sight. If she wanted to find a place to hide in the vast, mystic beast forest, she could still escape Mother's pursuit. I let out a small sigh of relief. However, Mother would probably come personally to take care of it. It would be troublesome if they ran into each other. We still have to leave here. I moved my body and sat up with difficulty. She didn't even look at me as she walked out. "Where are you going?" I asked her as if she didn't hear me. She quickly returned with a furry pheasant poked on a branch. Seeing that she was about to bite it, I hastily said, "Wait, you can't eat it like that." This child was truly bold. He didn't say anything about eating a raw pheasant. The main thing was that many animals in the Mystic Beast Forest had mutated. Wasn't she worried that this pheasant would also mutate and carry corpse poison? I helplessly walked forward and dragged my feet to her side, snatching the pheasant from her hand. The little girl had an angry expression on her face. It was as if I had stolen her food. She glared at me. I hurriedly made a feather-plucking gesture. She gestured with her hands and feet as she explained, "Let me check and roast it for you." The guy glanced at me expressionlessly, then slowly sat back down in front of the cave wall. His dark eyes followed my movements back and forth. She looked as if she would immediately jump up and kill me if I dared to run away with the chicken. A moment later, I took the roasted chicken from the fire and immediately put it out. He tore off a drumstick and handed it to her. "Here, eat it." The little girl reached out to take it, opened her mouth, and took a bite, chewing expressionlessly. I knew she couldn't taste anything right now, but I still looked at her expectantly. Sure enough, this guy was still expressionless. He couldn't tell what he was feeling at all. It was only because she was hungry that she instinctively went to find something to eat. Yesterday, I blocked the killing move for her and was injured by the Dharma Protector. At that time, I saw her fingers move like the wind and hit 2 of my acupoints. Everything she did was based on instinct. She instinctively took out a bottle of medicinal powder and poured a bit on the wound on my back. Afterwards, with a slap, her small hand heavily pressed on the wound on my back. I didn't know what kind of ointment she had stuck on my wound. At that time, I didn't know what it was, but now I felt the wound on my back cool and should be much better. Although I knew everything was based on her instincts, including treating my wound, I still felt a bit happy. She helped me treat my wound. Didn't that mean she at least treated me well in her heart? Now that the wound on my back had stopped bleeding, the wound caused by mystic energy didn't hurt as much as before. Actually, I didn't care. My broken body is already broken beyond repair. I was poisoned with the love-severing poison when I was young, so Mother had always been worried. In the beginning, I didn't believe this poison was really that powerful. But recently, I kept feeling pain and discomfort all over, starting from my heart to my 4 limbs and bones. The pain was truly unbearable, as if ants were gnawing on them. Only now did I know that perhaps I had unknowingly fallen in love with this little stoic. Mother and I both knew that this was the only symptom of this poison. When a love-severing poison entered the body, falling in love would be like being sliced into pieces and bitten by 10,000 ants. So Mother must have thought that as long as the root of the problem, Jojo, was eliminated, time would dilute all feelings. At that time, his symptoms would naturally calm down. I understood my mother's methods too well. She probably wouldn't feel at ease even if she thought about it. So, she probably would personally come with people and personally execute Lil Blockhead. But was that possible? As long as the root of the problem, Jojo, was eliminated, she could slowly return to her original life? I knew it was already impossible. Since she had fallen in love, it would be hard to turn back. Does it taste good? I knew she definitely wouldn't give me a response, but I wanted to talk to her like this. Even if she didn't even glance at me out of the corner of her eye and didn't reply with a single word. Lil Blockhead. I propped up my chin and looked at her with a grin. I asked softly, say, when we first met, if I didn't play that joke with you, would you not be angry with me anymore? You said I met you a bit earlier. If I met you earlier than M.O. Lien, would you have fallen in love with me? I looked at her, slowly chewing the drumstick with her mouth moving. I couldn't help but smile. You helped me treat my injuries and save me. I have nothing to repay you with, so how about I repay you with my body? The little girl was still chewing on the drumstick. She glanced at me after she finished chewing. I found it funny and tore off another drumstick and handed it to her. After she took it, she naturally reached out and wiped the grease on her little robe. I quickly walked over and pulled up her sleeve. "Jojo, get some water to wash it." She looked at me blankly, as if she didn't even remember how to use the water. Seeing her like this, I couldn't help but feel sorry for her. I reached out and patted her head. "What happened? Who did this to you?" My injuries were gradually recovering. Looking at the darkening sky, a thunderstorm was about to arrive. I considered staying in the cave for one more night. Tomorrow, we would leave this place and look for a good place to settle down. Even if Lil Blockhead had to stay like this for the rest of her life, it didn't matter. I would take care of her. That night, it rained heavily as expected. The sound of thunder and lightning outside woke us up. I saw the little girl crawl up from the cave wall. She squatted there and quietly looked at the lightning outside. "Don't be afraid, it's fine." As soon as I said this, a bolt of lightning split a small tree at the entrance of the cave in half. The little girl suddenly jumped up and ran to the entrance of the cave to look outside. I hurriedly ran over and pulled her to my side. Then we saw the downpour. Splash! The two of us were almost drenched like drowned rats. The rain was blown into the cave by the strong wind. I had no choice but to pull her inside. I explained to her, "It's raining heavily outside. Let's take shelter inside. After a night of wind and rain, the entrance of the cave will probably be flooded." The little girl expressionlessly followed me for a few steps. We both settled down and sat down. She suddenly reached out and patted me a few times. Then she stuffed something into my hand. I was stunned. I lowered my head and vaguely saw a pill in my hand. There was no light in the cave at this time. It was dark in front of us. Even the moonlight that shone in at the beginning couldn't be seen. I sat in the darkness, but there was a faint flame in my heart. I said, "Jojo, it would be great if we could be like this for the rest of our lives. Let's not go out, okay? Let's leave this messy and noisy world behind. Let's find a place where there's no one and live in seclusion, okay? Just you and me, the two of us. No one will disturb us." I said softly and rambled, "Jojo, can you answer me?" I knew she wouldn't respond, but I couldn't help but say a bunch of nonsense. The next day, the sky cleared up. When I walked out of the dark and cramped cave, I had a premonition that I would lose her. A long, long time later. I don't know how much effort it took for me to ask that question. "Jojo, do you really not remember how we spent those 2 days together?" That day, Jojo promised me that he would be with me. We would find a place where no one would disturb us and live in seclusion impossible. And Mole Yin, this person, his words were really unpleasant to the ears. Every time he said it, it felt like he was hitting the nail on the head. "She won't promise you anything." If I don't believe her, should I believe you? I was really speechless. I don't know how long I suffered day and night, until one day, I finally opened up to her. My mother was poisoned by that vicious woman from the Long family. I've been carrying this poison since I was a baby. But it wasn't me who did it. Why would your mother do this to me? She's crazy and doesn't like anyone. I get it. She thinks I stole her son, right? It was said that there was a type of woman who would raise a child alone and would have an extraordinary desire to control her child. I've always felt that your mother's mental state wasn't normal. That must be it. No, you don't understand. You don't understand at all. You don't understand how terrible it is when the love-severing poison acts up. Sometimes when I think about you for a second longer, it feels like a sharp dagger piercing my heart. It's unbearable torture. There's always been a lack of communication between you and me. You don't understand what I'm saying at all. This is the barrier between our hearts. This is a gap that can't be crossed. A long, long time later, I finally understood that Mo Lien and I are not the same person. Chapter 5737. I heard that my second brother's crane garden has been looking for a craftsman to fix the door for the past 2 days. What's going on? Eldest young master, it's all that uneducated brat's fault. She's only been in the residence for 2 days, and the entire crane garden is in a state of panic. You've angered second young master greatly. What an interesting little girl. This young master would like to have a look at her. Eldest young master, what's there to see a brat like her? It snowed last night, and a thin layer of snow had accumulated on the ground. With the little girl's cultivation, she should have been able to step on the snow without leaving a trace. However, she left a row of crooked footprints in the snow. I couldn't help but chuckle. She suddenly turned around and looked at me. I didn't know what I looked like in her eyes. But in my eyes, even though she had an ordinary, expressionless face in my eyes, it was extremely interesting and lively. "Who are you?" she asked coldly with a stoic face. "Impudent." The girl beside her shouted at her before I could. I didn't hesitate to slap her, and she successfully shut her mouth. Looking at the little girl's slightly surprised expression, I chuckled and quickly ran in front of her. I grabbed her hand and smiled until my eyes turned into crescents. "Jojo, Jojo, I finally found you. Don't think that I don't know who you are just because you changed your name to Mu Xiao Bao. You're Jojo. You're my Jojo." Looking at her shocked eyes, I couldn't help but laugh. She was still in disguise, wasn't she? I suddenly called her by her original name. I'm afraid she was going to jump in fright. According to the original situation, she should have slapped me and poisoned the maid next to me until she became mute. However, she looked as if she had seen a ghost and suddenly threw my hand away. With a whoosh, she jumped onto the roof and disappeared without a trace. Ah, crap, I forgot to lift her chin. No wonder she didn't follow the script. I chased after her with a smile. "Jojo, don't run. Let's talk, okay?" The little fellow must be very frightened at this moment. She must be cursing me in her heart, thinking that there was nothing to talk about with me. With that thought in mind, I quickly followed after him. Before she could escape back to second brother's crane garden, he quickly stopped her. "Don't you hate my second brother? Why did you run back?" I smiled and said, "How about this? I'll tell you about the night-caw bird. I'll tell you everything you want to know. I will also help you deal with the forces behind the night-caw bird. As long as you want to know, I will tell you everything." Looking at her dumbstruck face, I couldn't help but laugh. I floated in front of her and poked her face. He couldn't help but feel excited. It was warm and real. "It's really Jojo." Did I go back? Back to that afternoon many years ago. Back to that afternoon when the snow was falling and I saw her deliberately leaving a row of small, crooked footprints under the tree. Back to the day we first met. This time, I will stand by your side without hesitation. I don't care about the family's mission or the ancestral rites. Arbor sat in front of the ice coffin with his chin propped up. After looking at it for a while, he slowly stood up. "Master, Chinda's soul has already dissipated. It's better not to wait. Maybe a miracle will happen." Arbor muttered to himself. I haven't told him that I forgive him. His ancestors have been in charge of heavenly fate for a long time. He and Omega Kitoku probably didn't have a choice. Someone had already paved the path for them. Chapter 5738. "Big brother, someone is hunting me down. Please help me." He clearly knew that he was in an illusion, but why did he feel like he was in reality? Especially when he lowered his head and saw an extremely familiar little stoic face. The little fellow hugged his slender leg and raised her head to act cute. Big brother, can you hear me, big brother?" Hu Jinshun. This was an illusion. The Tower of Punishment's test. Hu Jinshun took a deep breath and reminded himself. "She's there. Hurry and chase after her. Over there." Following that, several extremely vicious voices were heard. Hu Jinshun looked up and saw a dozen or so people holding clubs coming forward and instantly encircling them. Each and every one of them viciously glared at the little girl hugging his leg, their eyes revealing traces of viciousness. "Big brother, hurry and save me. They were all killed by me." The little stoic hastily hid behind him and only poked her head out from beside his leg. Hu Jinshun reflexively wanted to dodge to the side and let these people do as they pleased. However, that little girl kept hugging his leg and refused to let go. He couldn't very well kick away this person who resembled Jojo, right? Wouldn't that be too ruthless? While they were hesitating, a few extremely vicious people had already made a move against them. Hu Jinshun very instinctively flung out several wood spirits and hit them in the face. What exactly was this test? As he pondered, he saw the little girl scramble up from the ground and grin at him. Hu Jinshun looked at her without any ripples. His chow wouldn't show such a silly smile. Hu Jinshun later learned that this world was a predetermined development routine. He picked up the little princess who was wandering the streets and being hunted down. He brought her back to raise her and helped her defeat those ambitious siblings. He nurtured her and supported her to ascend to the throne of the little queen. A series of events had happened in a logical manner. As Hu Jinshun completed his mission, he couldn't help but silently criticize. If my Qiao was here, those siblings wouldn't have the right to blindly jump around. Wasn't Charles the one who used relatives to get rid of them? This little queen was too weak. So this was an illusion formation that tested one's heart of power. If he were to succumb to it, he would eventually kill this puppet queen and ascend to the throne. Wouldn't he? The little queen stepped over the high threshold and walked towards him again. TSK. Only their faces looked alike, but the rest of them really didn't resemble each other. Try to confuse him with this. Wasn't he looking down on him too much? Yes, according to the plot, the little queen should be walking towards him with her short and chubby legs plop. He looked at the little girl in front of him, trembling in fear as she submitted to him, and pitifully said that she would abdicate her position to him. Hu Shichin couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. Stand up. The little queen shook her body. I told you to stand up. Did you hear me? The little queen trembled as she climbed to her feet. She held onto the stool beside her and barely managed to keep herself from falling. Hu Shichin was speechless. She didn't seem like his Zhou at all. If it was his Qiao, even if she was still young, she would not be afraid of anything. How could his Qiao last submit to anyone? 3 years had passed in this illusion array. In reality, Hu Shichin was very clear that only 3 days had passed. It was better to end it. The more he looked at it, the more it didn't seem like his Jojo. Boring, flicking his sleeves, the scenery in front of him changed into a palace shrouded in fragrant mist. As he stepped in, he saw groups of women with Qiao's little face pouncing towards him. The creator of this talisman array was too good at grasping people's hearts. He always liked to create things that people wanted to see from the bottom of their hearts. Hu Shichin was all smiles as he was dragged into the main hall in groups of 3 to 5. The women giggled as they swung the gauze in their hands and leaned towards him. Suddenly, a wooden vine whip appeared in Hu Shichin's hand and swept away one of the women with a swish. That person cried out in shock and then turned into a wisp of illusory smoke, instantly disappearing from his sight. He wondered how Immerse was doing. These illusions shouldn't have much effect on him, but this dog-like creator of the illusion array always liked to create a bunch of Jojo to test him. It was really too maddening. He really wanted to kill this creator of the illusion array. If he didn't have good willpower and good wits, how could he bear to kill so ruthlessly? Looking at Jojo's little faces disappearing from his sight, one by one, Hu Shichin pursed his lips and looked ahead with a deep gaze. The illusory domain disappeared. He appeared in the Tower of Punishment and glanced at Immerse who came with him. Yo, you've changed your clothes. He had a malicious expression. What did you see in the 3rd stage just now? I didn't see anything. Immerse replied expressionlessly. Impossible. Hu Shichin snorted. Look at you. You've changed your clothes. You definitely didn't control yourself just now. I'll definitely tell the little guy later. Immerse glanced at him. A bad guy who looks like a Jojo tore it. When I hit her and threw her, it tore it. Hu Shichin, the creator of this talisman array, was really magical. It could actually create the person they wanted to see the most. A long, long time ago. Xian Huang, quickly help me think. I've created a super big tower, specially used to imprison criminals. I've already set up layers of mechanisms, but I still feel like something's missing. Can you think of a way to create a big array? The kind that's used to test and trap people. Leave this kind of thing to my disciple. Xian Huang lifted her hand and carried over the child who was seriously drawing talismans behind the desk. Grandpa Tiandao's eyes lit up. He rushed over and shook the child vigorously. Child, help Grandpa create a super big talisman array to trap those bastards who broke out of prison. When you cultivate the righteous Tao, Grandpa won't send heavenly lightning to strike you anymore. How about that? Several days later. Daughter, how is it? I've created a big fantasy array for you. As long as you step in, you'll have to go through the 3 tests of money, power, and sex. If you can't get out, you'll be trapped inside forever. The eye of the array is in my likeness. Only by passing my test can you walk out of the fantasy array. Grandpa Tiandao smiled and nodded. Daughter, you're so talented at such a young age. In the future, you'll be my biological daughter. Xian Huang. Wasn't he still grandpa a few days ago? It hasn't even been 2 days, and you've lowered your seniority. Is it really okay for you to be such a lackey? Jojo propped his chin on his hand and sat beside the small pond in his courtyard. He drew a golden talisman in the air and pushed it out expressionlessly. Lightning explosion talisman. Open. If Grandpa Tiandao doesn't keep his promise in the future and wants to strike me, I'll strike him back. 100 years passed. One day, Emolian, Hu Shurchun, and the rest accidentally found out that the creator of the fantasy array in the Tower of Punishment was actually their Jojo. Chapter 5739. Oh my god. GC felt her body go out of control as she followed the venerable peach blossom immortal into the beast's mouth. When its 2 rows of teeth were closed, he narrowly passed through and slid down the chaos beast's esophagus. GC's face was ashen as she thought to herself, my life is over. Lord Guangguang is dead because of you. Light congealing mirror was in Hu Jinshan's arms. As he passed through the beast's esophagus, he couldn't help but grumble. Dead, dead, dead. Dead because of you. Light congealing mirror kept muttering. Its little hand grabbed a handkerchief and tried to wipe the tears from the corners of its eyes. How could Hu Jinshan care about its muttering? He directly threw out a wood spirit and stabbed the beast's esophagus. Roar! Chaos was in pain. It suddenly writhed, and a huge wave appeared on the surface of the sea. Voila! Hu Jinshan brushed away the sword with one hand and stabbed it into its esophagus with a cold expression, reducing the speed of its descent. At the same time, a ray of sacred power drilled through and hit the beast's internal organs. Chaos felt its body turn upside down. Therefore, it couldn't help but roll around in the abyss and roar in pain. Inside the abyss, little Tai Sui, who was knocked out by a huge wave, couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his expression suddenly changed. What kind of fucking luck was this? He didn't find Jojo, but he actually encountered a super big beast. 6 legs and 4 wings, red as fire. Its whole body is wrapped in a layer of blazing light, little Tai Sui muttered. His heart suddenly jumped and his eyes widened. It's the beast Chaos. Bang! An icy mist assaulted him from the front, instantly freezing him from his blood to his limbs. Little Tai Sui turned around in a panic. Its whole body was stiff, and it was almost out of control. He fled upward with all his might. Unfortunately, the icy mist was extremely strong and froze him in a matter of minutes. In a hurry, a huge tail swept over, and the tailwind swept his body. Hu Jinshan didn't expect that while he was dealing with this beast inside, little Tai Sui was unlucky outside. Light congealing mirror almost cried when it saw how ferocious he was. The sire, please stop for a moment. What are you trying to do? What? Wasn't this obvious? Ma Ancient sneered. Of course it's to poke a hole from the inside so that I can get out. Light congealing mirror. Is it really okay for you humans to be so cruel? No. Don't hurt Dun Dun first. Why don't I discuss with Hun Dun and ask him to expel you? Yuan Shurchin curled his lips and looked coldly at the light congealing mirror in his hand. Good idea. Expel? As long as it dared to defecate. He dared to stab its anus to death. Light congealing mirror could see the malice in the man's eyes. She shuddered and quickly corrected herself. No, it's spitting it out. For some reason, the human in front of him looked terrifying. It made the light congealing mirror feel a trace of fear from the bottom of its heart. I will discuss with Hundun and ask it to spit you out. Don't be anxious. It was about to cry. Dun Dun's internal organs were about to be pierced through by this abnormal human. It felt that Dun Dun was a little pitiful. What to do? Light congealing mirror wiped away its tears. It carefully transmitted its voice to the churning Dun Dun in the sea. Dun Dun, don't be anxious. Listen to me first. You'd better let these humans out of your stomach first. This human beside me is not to be trifled with. If this goes on, I'm worried that your intestines will rot and you will die. Ow, ow, ow. The chaos beast let out an earth-shattering roar. Its entire body was tossing and turning in the sea abyss, creating a large splash. Dun dun. This is called a wise man submits to circumstances. This is not called cowardice, understand? Light congealing mirror taught the angry chaos beast. Yes, 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 I know you want to come out. When I find an exceptionally talented master, I will definitely be able to let you out. I'm not wronged. I'm not wronged at all. Dun dun. We have been companions for so many years. You can't die. We agreed that we would be best friends forever. Sob, 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 sob. Light congealing mirror came back to its senses. It grabbed Yuan Shurchen's arm and shook it. Don't destroy it. Don't kick around in Dun Dun's stomach. Dun Dun has agreed to let us out. It won't bite us to death like before when it spits us out, right? GC's face was pale. She trembled as she questioned. When they came in just now, they had a narrow escape. Fortunately, she was fast enough to dodge. Otherwise, she would have been bitten into two by the chaos beast. How could she still talk? It won't. Light congealing mirror patted its chest hard. I know Dun Dun. It's actually a very gentle child. It's just that it has been locked up for so long that it's throwing a little tantrum. Yuan Shurchen could not help but chuckle. You fucking threw a tantrum and dozens of lives were lost. You were really petty. Let's get ready. Yuan Shurchen raised his hand, and a ball of sacred power hit the chaos beast's internal organs hard. He narrowed his eyes and sneered. Do you think I'll believe you? Light congealing mirror's little face instantly turned pale. Sob, 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 sob. He hit Dun Dun again. Dun Dun was about to vomit blood. This human was so scary, so scary. You, what do I have to do to make you believe me? Light congealing mirror cried. Yuan Shurchen slowly threw out a set of confinement talisman arrays. I'll believe you when you come in. This human really did not believe them. He was worried that it would join forces with Dun Dun to kill them. Light congealing mirror wiped its tears with a small handkerchief. I'm really a good person. GC's face was cold. You're not human. Light congealing mirror choked. It obediently went into the confinement talisman array and was instantly surrounded by several thunderstorm talismans. When we get out later, you have to cooperate with us to subdue the chaos beast. Do you understand? I know you have a way. Yuan Shurchen still looked at it with a smile and said, If you don't cooperate, I can only strike you to death first. Light congealing mirror. It turned out that it was not an ordinary confinement talisman array. It was actually 3 layers of talisman arrays. Confinement, binding, and thunderstorm. 3 layers of arrays. This human, this is too deceitful, big brother. I will definitely cooperate with you. Sob sob after a storm of ripping and tearing. Yuan Shurchen led GC and the rest and was pulled out of the giant beast's esophagus by a huge force at this moment. And Mo Yin just happened to catch up. The two looked at each other and gave each other a look. Seal Dun Dun. Many years later, Light congealing mirror hit the ground and wailed, little dumpling, you have to uphold justice for us. Back then, we were almost beaten to death by Daddy and Uncle Peach Blossom. Sob, 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 sob. Baby Mo looked at Light congealing mirror who was hitting the ground and crying, then looked at little Wonton who was rolling all over the ground. He nodded his little head solemnly. I will uphold justice for you. He carried Dun Dun and held Light congealing mirror's little hand. Let's go find Daddy and Uncle Peach Blossom and demand justice. You have to move forward in front of Mommy, little dumpling. Other than Mommy, no one can deal with them. I want them to kneel on the washboard. Dun Dun, who had rolled dozens of times, shook his little tail and said solemnly, Yes, it was really too dangerous back then. Little Wonton and I almost couldn't save our lives. Leave it to me. Baby Mo nodded vigorously in agreement with a loyal expression on his face. After a moment, Xiao Xiao, who was feeding the fish at the edge of the pond, saw her son rolling over like a glutinous rice ball. She hugged her thigh and howled, Mother, you have to make a decision for little dumpling. I can't continue living like this. I'm going to be angered to death by Daddy and Uncle Peach Blossom. Arbor turned his head to look at his husband and rotten Peach Blossom. looking at them expressionlessly. Mo Yin and Yuan Shichen, who were playing chess by the pond, could not help but look over. At the same time, their mouths twitched. Why did the air suddenly become chilly? Could it be that they were going to be unlucky? Wife, listen to your husband's explanation. Strange. What does your husband want to explain? Is my son trying to fight for favor and rise up the ranks? Chapter 5740. I transmigrated into this magical world. I was shocked from the start. I didn't transmigrate into a rich family's daughter, nor did I transmigrate into a princess or a noble lady. I transmigrated into this divine continent where the strong were respected, but I actually transmigrated into a good-for-nothing? No, this was impossible. I transmigrated. So shouldn't I have the halo of a female lead? Why was I still pregnant with a vile spawn? I didn't want this vile spawn at all. I used 1,000 methods, but I couldn't get rid of her. With no other choice, I could only give birth to her. I didn't have any skills, so I could only temporarily rely on the Mu family and my lover, Mu Jingfeng. But later, I gradually found an opportunity. That Long Chuyin was the one with the halo of a female lead. Although Mu Jingfeng said he hated her, I could clearly see that every time he looked at her, there would be a light in his eyes. This disgusting man, he said one thing and did another. Since he dared to cheat on me, I naturally had to cheat on him back. I racked my brains to trick a secret out of Long Chuyin's mouth. I wanted to obtain that shark pearl. I want to change my good-for-nothing physique. I could definitely do it. The shark pearl was so powerful that it could definitely change my life. At that time, I would no longer need to rely on that useless dog of a man and no longer need to carefully and gently curry favor with him. I could be myself. She was a strong career woman with an excellent psychological endurance. Since I already couldn't return to my modern world, I had to stay and become this world's main character. I schemed against Long Chuyin, plotting her death on Seacon Planet step by step, and she was still so naive and sweet even in death, thinking that I was a good sister who treated her sincerely. Not only did I scheme against her, I also wanted to scheme against her daughter. I wanted to make this proud daughter unable to rest in peace even in death. I wanted to control her delicate daughter in my hands, so that she would never be able to escape the fate I had planned for her. But it was wrong, ridiculously wrong. In the beginning, everything was developing well, but later on, it completely went off track. Shuntian Prefecture's prefecture lord, Gung Pengcheng, that useless guy, couldn't even deal with a child. She actually came out of that lousy mountain village. She actually came to Shuntian Prefecture. She actually set foot on the land of the divine continent. This was impossible, Under my meticulous calculations, how could everything still be out of my control? I believe that everything I've set up is flawless. It's impossible for anyone to see through my true identity. But why I still lost? I didn't know why I lost until the moment before I died. Why am I still unable to control that girl's fate, even though I've planned every step carefully? I won't be able to get the shark pearl that I've always wanted. An ordinary person like me, in this world where powerful martial artists are respected, I'm just an ant. But I can't accept it. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. I have yet to see my Xiao Shui get married and have children. I have yet to see us mother and daughter live a truly comfortable life. Am I going to die just like that? I only found out right before I died. It turned out that I had been so wrong all along. That Arbor, she was reborn. In this life, I wasn't able to defeat her. The reason I'm in such a miserable state is all thanks to her. God, you're unfair. Why did she have to be reborn? Why did you let me transmigrate into such a miserable person? I want to go back. I want to go back. Go back. I was completely enveloped by a ball of raging fire. From top to bottom, I was wrapped in a ball of red heavenly fire. I suddenly let out a crazy laugh. Go back, go back. I didn't fail, never. I can still go back. Go back and start over. Go back and start over. There will be a chance. There will definitely be a chance. Arbor, I didn't lose. Why is the heavenly fire so hot? Why is it burning my entire body to the point of pain? What kind of heinous crime did I commit for the heavens to treat me like this? I felt my soul being separated from my body bit by bit, slowly disappearing from this world. I really can't accept it. I can't accept it from the beginning to the end. I was just a clown. I can never return to the past. I've lost. I've completely lost. I lost Arbor. I can never turn back. Chapter 5741. Inside a farmhouse's courtyard house. A few poultry, kept outside, cooed and walked slowly along the fence, occasionally lowering their heads to peck. A sow covered in dust was lying in the pigsty, using its head to nudge the dirty sink. "Mother, I think that pig has grown quite fat. Let's sell it at the restaurant tomorrow at the market. I don't know if it can be sold for a good price." The dusty pig seemed to understand something. Suddenly, it ran over and hit the fence with its head. "What the hell is it? It's going crazy again. Ouch. Mother, I told you this pig has a bad temper. It's sick. We should have sold it to the restaurant for spirit coins." Outside the fence, a few vines whipped in. The young woman said angrily, "Mother, find something to tie it up. We'll sell it in town today." It would throw a tantrum and knock into things. Ever since this pig was brought back, it had quite a temper. The footsteps of the mother and daughter went away. Perhaps they were looking for ropes or something. Suddenly, a figure landed in the courtyard. There was a red burn scar on the woman's face. She looked at the grayish pig that was scurrying around, and suddenly, tears flowed down her cheeks. "Miss, I've finally found you. How did you become like this?" Mu Xiaoxue was furious. Previously, Second Qin had used a transformation talisman to turn her into a piglet, but that heartless man actually used his sacred energy to seal her outer appearance. In this world, how many people could break the seal of his saint energy? Even if the effect of a shape-shifting charm had faded with time, the sacred power seal had not been broken. The unlucky Mu Xiaoxue continued to live in the form of an animal. She was careful and cautious enough. Who knew that on the day she came out to look for food, she would be kidnapped by a group of villagers and brought back to this farmhouse's courtyard house. She hit the fence crazily, screaming and screaming. But in the end, she still could not escape from this farmhouse's courtyard house. When she heard that the lowly peasant girl said that she would be sold to the restaurant, Mu Xiaoxue could not help but panic. If she was sold to the restaurant, she would be killed. But she did not want to die. Not at all. She was truly afraid of Arbor now. She didn't want to take revenge on her. She only had one humble wish, which was to regain her human form and find a prosperous place to live the rest of her life. She had previously buried some gold, silver, jade, and jewelry in a remote courtyard. If she exchanged them for spirit coins, she would definitely be able to live a comfortable life for the rest of her life. Perhaps with her looks, she could marry into a good family in the future and have many children and grandchildren. She forcefully arched her head and shouted at the red-scarred woman outside the fence. Maid Xiao Ro's eyes revealed a trace of pity. "Miss, don't worry. This family just wants some spirit coins. I'll buy you from you later. I won't let you suffer again." Mu Xiaoxue pushed herself against the fence and roared angrily in her heart. "I'm suffering right now. As long as I don't return to my human form, I will continue to suffer, continue to suffer. You're just a little maid. How can you not let me suffer? What ability do you have to stop me from suffering? If you really have a loyal heart, you should do everything in your power to help me remove the transformation talisman seal on my body." "Hey, who are you?" The farmer woman and her daughter returned. When they saw another person in their courtyard, they couldn't help but be startled. You, how can you trespass on private property? We can report you like this." The young farmer woman held her mother's hand. The mother and daughter were so frightened that they took a few steps back. "Don't be nervous." Xiao Ro quickly said, I want to buy your pig. Can you give me a price?" "What? You want to buy a pig?" The farmer woman rolled her eyes and immediately put on a smiling face. She looked at Mu Xiaoxue in the pigsty. "You see, it wasn't easy for our Xiao Hui to become so fat. No matter what, it should be at least 5,000 spirit coins." The farmer woman was startled and hurriedly pulled her daughter's sleeve. Wasn't this extortion? If they sent it to a big restaurant in town, they would at most earn 500 spirit coins. Her daughter asked for 10 times the price. Mu Xiaoxue was furious in the pigsty. She kept banging her head against the fence. She angrily cursed in her heart. "You idiot! You're a cultivator. In any case, you are now a great spirit master. Crushing these two village girls in front of you is as simple as crushing ants. You could have just killed them. Why did you have to be so long-winded with these greedy village women? Xiaoro took out the bag of spirit coins from her inner world and gave it to the farmer woman. The farmer woman immediately smiled until her eyebrows cracked. She quickly said enthusiastically, "Daughter, quickly tie up the pig for our guest." "No need, no need." "Yes, yes. This pig is very fierce. It runs as soon as it's released. It won't run far once it's tied up." As she spoke, she opened the gate. The mother and daughter worked together to tie Mu Xiaoxue, who was running left and right, around her neck with a rope and around her body. Mu Xiaoxue wanted to squeeze them to death, but the farmer woman suddenly tightened the rope. She couldn't even breathe. The woman and her daughter dragged Mu Xiaoxue out of the fence and closed the gate again. They handed one end of the rope to Xiaoro. "Guest, I'll leave the pig to you. You have to watch it carefully. It's very fierce. It often bangs its head here and there. It's very strange." Xiaoro looked at Mu Xiaoxue's bruises and couldn't help but shed tears. She carried her out of the farmer's courtyard. Mu Xiaoxue was so angry that she cursed in her heart. "You're such a good person. Didn't you want to treat me well? Didn't you say you wanted to take care of me? Why didn't you teach them a lesson when they saw me being abused like this?" Mu Xiaoxue didn't know that Xiaoro wouldn't do anything to ordinary people. The mother and daughter from the village didn't know that their miss was someone who was sealed by a talisman. They were just ordinary village women who were used to farm work. They raised pigs, chickens, and ducks. It was impossible for them to treat poultry as if they were emperors. Whipping and driving livestock was a common thing in the farmer's courtyard. How could Xiaoro kill people for such a thing? Xiaoro wasn't Mu Xiaoxue. She had her own bottom line in her heart, even though she was a maid from the beginning to the end. However, she also secretly told herself that she must take good care of her miss in the future. Even if her miss couldn't regain her human form for the rest of her life, it wouldn't be a problem. She would definitely let her miss live a good life without worrying about food and clothing. Many years later one day, Mu Xiaoxue ate until she was fat and strong. She lay on the grass in the courtyard and looked up at the sky. She suddenly remembered what her mother had said to her while crying. "Xiaoxue, you can't win against her. Mother doesn't ask you to be rich or have a meteoric rise. Mother just wants you to live well." Xiaoxue, listen to mother's advice. Stop. She couldn't help but shed tears of regret. She probably couldn't turn back in this life. She really regretted not listening to her mother's teachings. She regretted it so much. Chapter 5742. Heikyu. The venerable peach blossom immortal looked up at the clear sky. "Didn't you say we'd reach in a day or two?" GC and the others were rowing the boat with all their might. Hearing his voice, they turned back to look. "Lord, we're going against the wind now, so we're rowing slower. We'll reach the shore tomorrow morning at the earliest. Hurry up, the conditions are too bad. There's not even a shelter. Luckily, it's not raining. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have a shelter. Don't. Just shut up." Mo Lien glared at him. Whatever he said with his crow's beak came true. But it's so boring. Hu Shichun sighed and leaned against the bow of the boat. Glancing at the snake sitting upright, Hu Shichun narrowed his eyes. "Zhualan Mountain, why don't we play Ma Diao?" "Ah, right, I remember now. You're a stinky snake who's been suppressed in the undersea abyss for so many years. You probably don't know how to play." Zhualan Mountain exploded. "Who says I don't know how to play? Let's play then. Who's afraid of who?" Emolian looked at Hu Shichun speechlessly. This guy was in the mood for leisure. Hu Shichun winked at him. When Emolian saw this guy's expression, he knew that this guy wanted to scam people again. He invited Hu Shichun so enthusiastically, so he definitely wasn't trying to trick him. Emolian, after asking Old Joe to accompany them, the four of them sat down, took out a Ma Jiao from their inner worlds, and started playing. "Wait, touch." Hu Shichun waved his hand at Hu Shichun and winked at him, Olian, who was sitting on his hand. "Lanchan, you've been in the undersea abyss for so many years. Do you have any entertainment activities?" "No, I just sleep." "Then you've been living too poorly." As Hu Shichun spoke, he gave Emolian a look. Emolian's mouth twitched. She ran her fingers over the cards, opened the 10,000 and played a card that Hu Shurchin wanted. Wait, touch again. Old Joe. He didn't see anything. I won. Hu Shurchin pushed the cards and smiled. Lanshan, do you know how to play? It's okay if you don't know how to do it. Tell us, and we'll teach you. Zhualanshan wanted to save face no matter what. Who said I don't know how to play? Continue. After a few rounds, all of them are firecrackers at Zhualan Mountain. Old Joe was speechless. Young Master Mo and young Master Swan must have worked together to trick others, and they had developed a tacit understanding of killing gazes. Lanshan, why don't we play big? If you win, we'll give you half of the things in our inner worlds. If we win, you'll give us 10 drops of human snake blood and 1 human snake tooth. How about that? Old Joe thought to himself that it was really nothing much. You're most likely waiting for Zhualan Mountain to fall into the pit. Mo Yin looked at Zhualanshan expressionlessly. If you're afraid, you can tell us. We won't force you. After all, you're a coward. Who's a coward? Let's bet then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Many years later, Mo Bao Bao was dressed in a small robe with blue flowers on the bottom. He held a shiny dagger in his hand and gestured around in the garden energetically. Godfather, is this the right move? Yes, but you have to be faster when you attack. Duan Yu turned around and saw Zhualanshan pass by behind them with a constipated expression while covering his face. What's wrong? My toothache. Zhualanshan covered his face and tearfully glanced at the dagger in Mo Bao Bao's hand before leaving in tears. Duan Yu, what was wrong with this guy? He looked like he had a toothache every morning when he passed by the royal garden. Couldn't he sleep more if he had a toothache? No one was forcing him to get up. Mo Bao Bao blinked and skipped to Duan Yu's side. Uncle Human Snake has been crying all the time when he passed by these past few days. Why, Godfather? Duan Yu pondered for a long time before coming up with an answer with knitted brows. Maybe the toothache caused constipation? Otherwise, why would he have that expression every day? Mo Bao Bao sighed. I'll stew some soup for him later. He turned around and leaped into the air. The dagger drew an arc as he abruptly jumped into Duan Yu's arms. Godfather made this dagger. It's so useful. It's not bad. Duan Yu smiled as he hugged the child. All right, we're going back. Mother is calling us back for breakfast. MHM. Remember to stew red dates and pear soup for Uncle Human Snake later. He was crying a bit pitifully. Chapter 5743. Spring-filled house after a crisp slap. The hall that was originally filled with singing and dancing instantly quieted down. He saw a woman with a messy hairpin grabbing another woman as she rolled out of the room and down the stairs. She crashed into a nearby pillar with a bam. The man and woman who were chatting and leaning against the railing jumped in fright, and they hastily retreated backwards. Gu Daojin, you bitch, you actually dared to barge in and steal someone from me. Your Gu family has fucking declined. Decline, understand? You still dare to steal from me. Do you know my Mu family's current status? Ow, you dare to hit my eyes. I'll whip you to death. Second great aunt. There were 2 servants sobbing at the side, calling out to her repeatedly. The little stoic is here. Someone shouted, and 7 to 8 private rooms in the building opened their doors at the same time. A group of handsome men in thin clothes ran down the stairs. They instantly surrounded the little stoic. They all shouted at once. Aya, how long has it been since you came? You heartless little one. Why haven't you come to visit our spring-filled house for so long? Jojo, you're so annoying. Don't you know that 3 days apart feels like 3 autumns? I miss you so much. Sir Jojo glanced at them expressionlessly. Then he waved his small hand and bellowed with a dark expression. Someone, drag her back. Someone immediately went up to grab Mudongni and even advised jokingly, Oh my second great aunt, please don't court death. Her Majesty the Empress has personally come to arrest you. Hurry and come back with me. Second great aunt said indignantly, I haven't finished listening to Meng Meng's song. Don't touch me. I still want to have a long talk with Meng Meng. A candlelight talk, a night Meng Meng. Meng Meng Second great aunt Mu Dongni clung to the pillar next to her and howled at the top of her lungs. It was simply unbearable to watch. Arbor's small face was cold as he angrily shouted at the people who were scrambling to pull second-grade Aunt. Hurry up, and drag her back. What are you waiting for? This Mudoni was so embarrassing that she didn't pick a good day. This Mudoni was so troublesome. Who asked her to come to the spring house to pick a fight? Why didn't you pick a place to pick a fight? Did he not know that this place was under Jojo's protection? Mudoni shouted angrily. My niece, my eldest niece? How can you treat your own aunt like this? I'm really just here to listen to the song today. Who would have thought that Gu Daojian, that old woman? It's her. You've disturbed my mood of listening to Mengming's music. Don't you think this woman deserves to die? In any case, most of their clansmen are already dead. It doesn't matter if one more dies. Niece, help me kill her, kill her. I'll kill you, you noisy bastard. Arbor looked at her expressionlessly. Shut up. Get the hell out of here right now, and I won't argue with you anymore. If you're any later, I'll get angry. Mudoni shuddered. It was not easy for her little niece to get angry. She didn't dare to confront Arbor. She nodded quickly, got up, and walked out dejectedly. Who would have thought that Gu Daojian would actually take 2 steps forward and kick her in the back? Mudoni staggered forward a few steps and fell to the ground with a thud. She hurriedly howled and shouted, Gu Daojian, you old woman, how dare you hurt me behind my back? Arbor glanced at her coldly, and someone rushed over and twisted Gu Daojian's arms behind her back. Gu Daojian shouted angrily, What do you want to do? What did I do? Why are you doing this to me? I'm telling you, don't mess around. There are laws in this world. The Empress of the Divine Land came to visit a brothel. Humph! I wonder what His Majesty will think when he learns of this. Mudoni said angrily, What? Do you think this is a brothel? I'm telling you, this is a restaurant, not a brothel. Don't slander my beloved Mengming. I'll kill you. 2 handsome young men next to her sobbed, Sir, how can you slander us like this? We're not a prostitute. We're a restaurant that does decent business. Red dress, green dress, orange dress, yellow dress, blue dress, purple dress, green dress, orange dress, yellow dress, blue dress, purple dress, all ran to Arbor's side and sobbed, Jojo, someone slandered us. They slapped our faces. What do you think we should do? Next to them were a few handsome young men who were about to find a rope to hang themselves. They walked back and forth in the hall, trying to find a pillar. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. I can't live anymore. We've been slandered like this. Don't we feel ashamed? That's right. Who's a brothel man? We are decent men from good families. Arbor's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but feel speechless. Just as they were making a racket, Fan Ming and Fan Yu walked down the stairs. Fan Ming looked at Arbor with a gentle gaze and said with a smile, You're here. Arbor nodded and looked her up and down. Fan Ming's complexion was pretty good today, and she looked quite spirited. They didn't disturb you, right? The little stoic asked icily. With this question, the group of handsome young men next to her started wailing even more. We really did. Hey, this is the Mu family's second eldest aunt. She pointed out that our Mengming should play the zither for her as soon as she arrived. She also said that she could only eat our food if Mengming played the zither next to her. Then, not long after, this Gu Daojian came again. She kicked and hit, kicking, and even got into a fight with the Mu family's second eldest aunt. The 2 of them rolled down from upstairs to downstairs. We were scared to death. MHM. We were really scared to death. Even now, my heart is still thumping nonstop. Jojo, I want to drink tea to calm my nerves. The corners of Sir Jojo's eyes twitched silently, and then he nodded. How do you want to punish them? A handsome young man shouted. These 2 women's conduct is not good. They must both be chased out. That's right. Forbid them from coming to our spring house to eat in the future. That's right. I really don't know if they came to eat or to take liberties with Mengming. They're really too abominable. All the handsome young men nodded in unison as they shared a common enemy. Arbor nodded and turned to roar at Mudoni. Did you hear that? Don't come here in the future. If I find out that you're here again, I'll have Grandpa break your dog legs. Mudoni burst into tears. Niece, my feelings for Mengming are absolutely sincere. I'm willing to climb a mountain of swords, dive into a sea of fire, fry a pot of boiling oil, and roll on a nail board for him. I'm not afraid of anything, but I can't not see him. Niece, if you don't let me see my Meng Meng, I really won't be able to live another day. The group of handsome young men trembled and silently glanced at her. With a cold expression, Lord Jojo suddenly stepped forward and kicked Gu Daojian. Everyone couldn't help but speechlessly cover their faces. What to do? After so many years, this fellow was still so cute. Just when everyone thought that she couldn't stand Mu Dongni and was about to walk over and hit her, this fellow actually kicked Gu Daojian. Now that they thought about it, how innocent was Gu Daojian? You're not allowed to come here in the future. If I find out that you're here to make trouble again, I'll put you in jail. Lord Jojo raised her voice and shouted. Gu Daojian was furious and snapped. Is there any justice in this? Is there any law? Your Majesty, although your power is greater than the heavens, you can't forbid commoners like us from coming here to eat normally, right? Mu Dongni, however, became spirited and turned to roar at her. So what if I don't allow you to come? I just don't allow you to come. Let me tell you here, Her Majesty the Empress is the law. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, there's no way to reason with her. Fuck, you're making Lord Jojo sound like a bandit. Can you fucking speak properly? Can't you use your brain before speaking? Arbor glanced at Mu Dongni in annoyance. Okay, kick her out too. Mu Dongni's face immediately fell, and she looked bitterly at Jojo. Xiao Mu didn't pay any more attention to her, and directly waved her hand to have the two of them thrown out. She walked to Fan Meng's side and looked up at her. Your injuries? Fan Meng said with a smile. I've been recuperating for so many days. Ever since you removed the thunder fire, my body has slowly recovered. It's almost healed. Just ignore people like this in the future, Arbor said speechlessly. After all, you're still running a restaurant business? You can't always chase customers away. Fan Meng smiled good-naturedly. Arbor was speechless. Sigh, these transcendents like to stay here and run restaurants. Forget it. As long as they were happy, Jojo, come with me. Fan Meng waved at her. The two of them went to a room upstairs, and Fan Meng handed her a letter. Recently, the remaining corpse puppets have been cleared out in various places. There may be underground bases in these places. I hope this will be of help to you. Eldest young master told us to organize this in advance. Fan Meng sighed softly. She didn't expect that such a talented eldest young master would actually sleep in a crystal coffin, never to wake up again. Did he know that this day would come? Fan Meng nodded. He guessed that heavenly luck wouldn't last long. There's not much we can do now. I hope this can help you. Xiao Mu tugged at the corner of her mouth. She originally wanted to show him a kind smile, but her small face was still as cold as ever. Fan Meng couldn't resist chuckling. She glanced at the window from the corner of her eye and propped up her chin with one hand as she beamed at her. Since you're here, how about I play a tune for you? Without waiting for Sir Jojo to reply, a chilly voice drifted over from the window. Are you playing a song? Do you want to do a striptease? Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures, one black and one white, suddenly appeared inside the room. Ah! Fan Meng laughed in spite of herself. His Majesty came to arrest people. Lady Xiao quickly jumped up and rushed out of the room with her little legs. When the door opened, Elya's dark face turned around and grinned at her. Your Majesty the Empress. Scram! Arbor slammed the door shut with a bang and turned to glance at her husband and Duan Yu. Ha! She smiled expressionlessly. Duan Yu couldn't resist being amused. Is this the House of Spring? Yes, this restaurant's food is very delicious. Sir Jojo ran up and glanced at his husband. Husband, why are you here? Oh, we were just strolling around. We didn't expect to hear someone on the street say that Her Majesty the Empress ran to Spring Full Restaurant to arrest the Mu family's second Mississippi. Duan Yu chuckled. Yes, I came to arrest that Mu Dongni. Arbor glanced at the two. Why didn't Rotten Peach Blossom come out with you? Downstairs, Imo Lien replied expressionlessly. Arbor raised her hand and stroked the hair by her temples. She turned around and faced him with the back of her head. Then, I'll treat you to a meal. This husband of hers was not a simple person at all. afraid that she would run away. Not only did he have Aoyi wait outside the door, but he also placed rotten peach blossom downstairs to block her. Humph! What was there to be afraid of? She was here for serious business, not to look for a pretty boy. Why did she need to feel guilty for no reason? Thud, 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 thud. A pretty boy was nagging at Aoyi outside. Aya, little brother, why are you blocking my way? I want to see Jojo. I hate you so much. Aoye's face turned green. Imoyen's face also turned green. Could it be that every time they saw his Charles, these hateful young men in the spring-filled house spoke like this? Fuck, he really wanted to kill them. Duan chuckled on the side and quickly went up to stop this irascible guy. Hey, calm down, calm down. Thud, thud, thud. Jojo, it's bad. Something happened outside. This little flower called out delicately. Several pretty boys chimed in beside her and said in trembling voices, Someone barged in, snatched her. Imoyen's handsome face darkened. Look. These weak and helpless, pretty boys would become like this every time they saw his Xiao. They would run to his Xiao every 2 to 3 days to seek redress and sob. Fuck, they were even more incomparably annoying than those self-reliant Wind Clan members who were mining now. Duan Yu was exasperated as he shouted outside the door, Please, there are a dozen or so transcendence realms among you. Can you rush them yourselves? Can't, my hand will hurt. You'll twist your head. We're so delicate. How can you hit us? I really want to beat you all to death, Duan Yu thought. Then he hastily went up to grab Mo Yin's hand. Don't be agitated. Calm down. It's fine. We're going to Seacon Planet tomorrow. We'll stay there for 1.5 years and not come back. Wah. The pretty boys started crying outside the door. Jojo, you're going to Seacon Planet? But that's our homeland. We're also going to Seacon Planet. Jojo, take us to Seacon Planet. Mo Yin glanced at Duan Yu in bewilderment. Look, you mentioned Seacon Planet, so these little bitches also want to go with you. Fuck, simply angering this darling to death. It's fine. Duan Yu blinked and suddenly uttered Feng, tribe's first elder Feng, Hepping's catchphrase. You'll always be the principal husband. Mo Yin. Chapter 5744. Was this person still his friend or not? How could he say something like that? Mo Yin was so infuriated that he punched him in passing. Duan Yu quickly jumped to the side and looked at him innocently. I said something wrong. I didn't mean it. Mo Yin rolled her eyes at him. The banging on the door became louder and louder. Hong, he was chirping outside the room. Jojo, come out quickly. There's about to be a fight down there. Jojo definitely couldn't sit still, so he quickly stood up and walked out the door. Hence, when she pulled open the door, she saw Aoye's tanned face turn around and grin at her, his teeth appearing especially white. Your Majesty, did this pretty boy disturb you? It's fine. I'll just kick him out. What a joke. Didn't he see His Majesty give him a look? Seriously, this pretty boy. He kept nagging and causing trouble for His Majesty and Her Majesty when he had nothing better to do. Sir Jojo expressionlessly glanced at them. In the end, he still couldn't get rid of his curiosity, so he coughed lightly and said, Go down and take a look. He had just chased Mu Dongni and Gu Daojin out, so why were there people so blind to come to Spring House to cause trouble? Could it be that these people had eaten the guts of a leopard? One after another, they always didn't take Sir Jojo's words to heart. When he thought of this, Arbor's face tensed up. He left the room and walked down the stairs with a thud. At this time, the main hall was in a state of chaos. A few servants dressed in household clothes barged in with a ferocious look on their faces, as if they were about to smash something. Huang Lv Qing and Lan Zi were blocking them, not allowing them to do anything. Lanning asked a retainer nicely, Who are you? Why'd you barge in? This is a restaurant. Don't randomly smash things. You'll have to pay for it if it's damaged. Everything here is expensive. If you can't pay for it when the time comes, you'll have to be sent to the authorities. A few of the servants roared at him fiercely, Shut up. With a restaurant like yours, I can tell at a glance that you don't do proper business. You actually dare to snatch business from our boss? Are you tired of living? Lanning blinked her eyes and said with an aggrieved face, How can you say that? Guest? How are we not serious? We are all decent people. That's right. We are all men from good families. You, how can you insult us? A little flower sobbed as she pinched her thumb and middle finger together. The servant looked at them and couldn't help but sneer. We are here on the orders of our boss. Get out of my way. To put it bluntly, they were here to cause trouble. According to their boss's wishes, they just had to come and smash it. If something were to happen, the boss would naturally back them up. Huang, Liu, Qing, Lan, and Zi all try to reason with him. You can't do this. This is robbing. Don't come in and smash things. It's not easy for us to run a small business. I think your restaurant is just hanging a sheep's head to sell dog meat. That servant huffed angrily. Our boss said that a restaurant like yours shouldn't be opened on Changle Street. Changle Street was a place where every inch of land was worth gold. How could such an immoral restaurant be opened? Ever since this restaurant opened here, because of the men's allure, this restaurant had inexplicably become the best restaurant on the entire street. It was really strange. How could they mess around like this? They didn't want to run their business properly. Instead, they took the crooked path and relied on selling their looks to gain attention. It was simply preposterous. Their boss endured for a month. When he couldn't take it anymore, he ordered them to bring a group of local ruffians over to cause trouble. Qing, Lan, and Zi sniffed and cried out pitifully. How can you be so unreasonable? You're really a group of bullies, baddies. The more they were so weak and bashful, the more they gave people the feeling that they were easy to bully. Seeing this, the servants and manservants were infuriated for no reason. Fuck. These indecent men relied on this kind of beauty to attract the attention of a group of love-struck women. That servant thought about how his wife would also run to this spring full restaurant. He felt like he had been cuckolded. Arbor walked down from upstairs and coldly looked at the chaotic scene in the main hall. Who are you people? Jojo coldly shouted. Jojo, the handsome young men in spring full restaurant all pounced over as if they had seen their pillar of support. Some tugged at Jojo's sleeves. Some stomped their feet and cried in front of her. They all cried out at the same time. Oh no, someone's here to cause trouble. Mo Yin was instantly speechless. She glanced at them and subconsciously clenched her fists. These bastards were really hateful. He didn't know where they developed this habit. They always liked to act cute and coquettish in front of Jojo. They didn't even need to act. They were just acting themselves. Every one of them probably felt that as long as Jojo was here, everything could be resolved by her. A burly man walked out from among the servants. He raised his head and disdainfully glanced at the handsome men. Look at this bunch of good-for-nothings. They actually found a woman to make the decision. What a joke. What? You're not convinced? That's right. We're here to cause trouble today. Don't blame others for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame your restaurant for being so shameless. Jojo, one of the handsome young men, stomped his feet and covered his face as he sobbed. Look, he's actually insulting us like this. How can he say that about me? Who's selling their looks? I'm still a pure and innocent little flower right now. Duan Yu couldn't resist shuddering. When he looked over, he saw Hu Jin Shun sitting on the side, as if nothing had happened. He was holding a wine cup and drinking with an indifferent expression. This big brother had been sitting here from the start and hadn't made a sound until now. He was just watching this noisy show. Duan Yu couldn't help but be speechless. He knew that this guy was just enjoying the show. Hence, he turned around and walked to Hu Jinshin's side before slowly sitting down. He reached out to take a clean cup and poured himself a cup. Hu Jinshin smiled sarcastically. I see that Mo Yin, that punk, doesn't look too good. How could it be good? Look at those 7 flowers, a bunch of orioles and swallows surrounding Jojo. It was obvious that they couldn't be happy, right? Oh, right, the 7 flowers said they want to go to Seacombe Planet with us. Hu Jinshin raised a brow. Is that so? Then Mo Yin agreed. Duan Yu shook his head. No, he couldn't possibly agree. Those Phoenix clansmen following Jojo around was already enough of a nuisance to him. If he had to bring along a bunch of colorful flowers now, Mo Yin would probably be depressed for a year. Hu Jinshin couldn't resist chuckling. Oh, forget it. The more the merrier. We'll see how it goes. If they don't cause such a ruckus, it's fine to bring them along. How could they not cause a ruckus? Duan Yu, thought inwardly, "Look, they're already so rowdy right now." Sir Jojo walked up and asked with a straight face, "Who's your boss? Call him over for a chat." This person really had no respect for the law, right? Seeing that someone else's business was doing well, he called some local ruffians over to cause trouble. Did he think Sir Jojo was a pushover? MHM, have your boss come over and talk with our boss. If you have any dissatisfaction, feel free to tell our boss. Why do you need to resort to these petty tricks? It's not easy for everyone to run a restaurant. The 7 flowers all chimed in. That servant put his hands on his hips in disdain. Do you think our boss is very idle? How could a big shot like our boss come over to handle such a small matter? Arbor beckoned with his hand, and several hidden guards in black rushed to him and shouted in unison, "This subordinate is here." Everyone couldn't help but facepalm. These hidden guards around Jojo seemed to be getting more and more ridiculous. In the past, Jojo would at least shout, "Where are the crown princess's personal guards?" before they would jump up and answer. Now, they didn't even need Jojo to shout. They would jump up with a wave of his hand. "Throw them out." Jojo pointed at those local ruffians and impatiently ordered. These people were really annoying. She wanted them to call their boss over for a chat, but they were unwilling. They were just small fries, so they couldn't make any decisions. Who knew what they wanted to do by causing a ruckus in front of a restaurant all day long? "Ah, Jojo, I know. These people must have been sent over by the 5-colored pavilion across the street." A little flower suddenly shouted. "This 5-colored pavilion is also a restaurant, but their business isn't as good as ours, so they must be especially jealous. That's why they sent these people over to smash and rob, wanting to ruin our business. Jojo, we can't let this kind of treacherous villain off." Sir Jojo nodded expressionlessly. "Then tie them up and take a look at the 5-colored pavilion across the street." When everyone heard that this guy was going to stir up trouble, they cheered repeatedly. The group of little flowers at the side even applauded in high spirits as they all coquettishly said, Okay. They were just short of writing the words "stir up trouble" on their faces. Hu Shurchun almost spat out his wine and speechlessly shook his head. They really wanted to see the world plunged into chaos. Look at these transcendent realm cultivators. How idle must they be to be so bored? They were actually overjoyed when they saw people coming to pick a fight. Jojo saw everyone crowding around them as they headed for the 5-colored pavilion across the street. Hu Shurchun couldn't resist twitching his mouth. He turned to look at the fuming Mo Yin and said in amusement, Don't be angry. We're also going over to take a look." "Say, why are you getting angry with them? Aren't they just a bunch of wildflowers and weeds? How can they compare to a houseflower like you?" Duan Yu almost spat out his wine. He looked back at Mo Lien in amusement and saw that his handsome face had darkened. So funny, why was this guy's words so unpleasant to the ears? Mo Lien inwardly mused. When the trio saw that even the group of diners in the main hall had followed them to the 5-colored pavilion to watch the show, they could only follow them. There were only a few kittens inside the 5-colored pavilion. It was still mealtime, but business was already this bad. It could be imagined that not many people would enter their restaurant normally. No wonder this owner hated Spring Full Restaurant so much that his teeth itched. After all, Spring Full Restaurant was diagonally across from them and could be seen as soon as they looked up. Spring Full Restaurant had customers coming like clouds every day, while they could only wait anxiously for a few birds to arrive. This contrast was seriously too hateful. How could it not be envious? After Arbor and the others entered the 5-colored pavilion, the commotion naturally was extremely grand. Of course, it immediately alerted the owner of the 5-colored pavilion. This owner was white and fat, and all his fat was piled on his belly. When he jumped down from the building and ran down, all the flesh on his body was jiggling. He ran down with an unsightly expression and pointed at Arbor and the others as he shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Are you here to pick a fight? Don't you know whose place this is? Do you know who's in charge of this place? Huh? Let me tell you. Our family's 5-colored pavilion's backer is the royal family." Arbor frowned and turned to look at Mo Lien, who had followed them in. Her large eyes were full of accusation and a bit of disdain. The moment Mo Lien met his wife's gaze, he knew what she was thinking. His wife must be scolding him in her heart. It's your family's good-for-nothing thing again, bullying others with the power of others outside. Mo Lien hurriedly squeezed through the group of little flowers and raised his hand to hold his wife's hand. He said with infinite grievance, "I don't know who it is." If he knew who the hell was so daring to pick a fight with his wife, he would definitely not let him off. Which royal family member? He's quite famous, huh? Tell me and let me know, Sir Jojo asked with a cold expression. She wanted to see which royal family member dared to be so arrogant. When he saw that other people's businesses were doing well, he immediately started smashing and robbing. If Quan Lu Street was filled with such people, then how was this business going to continue? If they smashed whichever business was doing well, and if they found trouble with whichever business was doing well, wouldn't the owner be busy to death? The fair and plump owner looked arrogant. You don't want to know. You can't imagine how powerful my backer is. As he spoke, he even pointed up with a mysterious expression and raised his chin high. At this moment, a person who looked like a manager walked down. When he saw Arbor and Mo Lien, his face instantly paled. He trembled and was about to slip away when two shadow guards ran forward and grabbed him by the collar. "Aw!" That person wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. The shadow guards dragged him back and threw him in front of Arbor. That person who looked like a manager was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I was just passing by." That fair and plump owner was so silly that he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What are you doing, Manager Chow? You really..." He suddenly remembered that this Manager Chow seemed to have called the two people in front of him. "You are Your Majesty? Your Majesty?" The fair and plump owner's expression changed in a flash. It couldn't be, right? Your Majesty, Your Majesty? It couldn't be what he was thinking, right? Yet Xiao Mu gazed curiously at that Manager Chow. "Who are you? Do you know me?" The capital was so big, it was normal that he didn't know her. Usually, she would either go out to train or hide in the palace to cultivate and refine talismans and medicine. It was normal that not many people knew her. Chapter 5745. It would be strange if this Manager Chow knew her. This meant that this person had at least seen her once or twice at places like palace banquets. Therefore, this person should be an aristocrat or a servant of an aristocratic family. "Who are you?" Xiao Mu sized him up from head to toe, her gaze full of intimidation. Manager Chow trembled and couldn't complete his sentence. How could he dare to be rash now? His own restaurant had actually encountered this pair of fiends. How could he endure this? If his master knew that things had turned out like this, he would definitely thrash him to death. He could only blame this white and fat manager for not doing his job well. Why did he attract these two people without rhyme or reason? Mo Lien's eyes turned cold, and she slanted her gaze. Immediately, someone stepped forward and dragged Steward Chow over. "Answer the question. Speak. Who exactly are you?" Manager Chow was so frightened that his entire body trembled. Frightened by the hidden guard, he immediately confessed. I am from the Prince of Giant Pain's estate." He stammered and couldn't form a coherent sentence. I am the young manager of the Prince of Giant Pain's heir apparent. "Greetings to Your Majesty. Greetings to Her Majesty the Empress." The Prince of Giant Pain's heir apparent? Mo Cohen? The stoic queen's small face instantly turned somewhat unsightly. "Giant Pain, you've been quiet for a while, but you're courting disaster again," the little empress said angrily. "You actually dared to cause trouble in my restaurant. You've truly eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts." Manager Chow was almost about to cry out loud. He was truly too freaking unlucky. Recently, he discovered that this five-colored restaurant was incurring losses every day and couldn't earn any money. He originally came to inspect it on behalf of the heir apparent. He didn't expect to be involved in such a major incident. Steward Chow felt like crying right now. He was truly terrified. Everyone in the capital was aware of Her Majesty the Empress's terror. After a series of face-slapping incidents at the palace banquet, as long as the courtiers weren't brainless, no one dared to provoke this empress. Every time his heir saw this eldest sister-in-law, he also pretended to be a quail. If the heir knew that today's incident had attracted this terrifying fiend, he would definitely thrash him to death. Wu's steward, Chow, wiped away his tears and prostrated himself on the ground, crying with all his might, "Nyang Nyang is wise. Your Highness, please be clear about this. Our crown prince, no. I didn't go to Her Highness' restaurant to cause trouble. Bring him here." Jojo angrily waved her hand. The shadow guards dragged the group of ruffians forward and threw them to the ground. Suddenly, howls of anguish could be heard everywhere. These people groaned as they were thrown to the ground. Some people were still cursing. "How dare you do this? Do you know who our boss is?" There were also some people who saw the fat boss and scrambled up to him. They hugged his legs and shouted, Boss, you have to uphold justice for us." Those orioles and swallows in the opposite building actually dared to capture them and bring them to the five-colored tower for a confrontation. Did they take the wrong medicine? Do you know who opened this five-colored restaurant? That was the property of the Giant Pain Wong family. Did they even dare to provoke a relative of the royal family? Those ruffians howled as they were pressed to the ground. "Boss, save us! Boss, save us!" Arbor looked at them and sneered. "Go invite the crown prince of Giant Pain over." Everyone present inexplicably trembled slightly. They didn't know why, but they just had a bad premonition. Soon enough, the crown prince of Giant Pain was invited over by two shadow guards. This guy probably looked like he had just woken up, as his eyes were hazy and sleepy. Suddenly, he was brought to this five-colored restaurant and handed over to the crown princess. The crown prince of Giant Pain became much more energetic. He knelt on the ground with a plop. When he saw Jojo, he didn't care about anything else and started howling. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. It's been a long time since I saw you, sister-in-law. Why did you come to Little Brother's restaurant today? It's all Little Brother's fault for being uninformed. I didn't know that Big Brother and sister-in-law were here. He cursed and turned to kick Steward Chow. What you brats doing? Why didn't you inform me that Big Brother and sister-in-law were here? Sister-in-law. It was as if this fellow had been possessed by a drama queen. He rolled to Chow Mu's side and exclaimed, "If younger brother had known earlier that eldest sister-in-law was coming to my small rundown restaurant for an inspection, he definitely would have followed you the entire way." Heh. Sir Jojo saw that he had said so much. She threw him two words very calmly. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Emolian couldn't bear to look at this crown prince of Giant Pain's beastly appearance. Was this still a member of the Mo family? How did the Mo family produce such a simple-minded thing? Sister-in-law. Mo Cohen widened his dog eyes and blinked at her. Sister-in-law, why did you suddenly visit our five-colored restaurant? Are you not feeling well after eating the dishes? If you have any opinions, feel free to raise them. Just treat it as your own home. Arbor looked down at him expressionlessly. To be honest, this guy's bootlicking was almost unbearable to look at. If it weren't for her husband's face, she wished that she could slap him and wipe away that silly smile on his face. Looking at him was really too worrisome. How could this silly child be so silly? Normally, he looked like a normal person. Why did she always feel that he had become silly in front of her? "Do you know why I'm here today?" Arbor glanced at him and asked coldly. Crown Prince of Giant Pain hurriedly shook his head. "Sister-in-law, just say what you want to say. That restaurant across the street." Arbor pointed in that direction. "Do you know who opened it?" Crown Prince of Giant Pain shook his head again. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly said fawningly, "Sister-in-law, is this restaurant opened by you?" Sir Jojo nodded. "Yes, it's opened by me. But just now, your family's fat manager sent a bunch of people to smash my restaurant. He even said that he could do whatever he wanted with your backing." The fat manager's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Beside him, Manager Chow was also quite frightened. He hurriedly wiped his sweat with his sleeve and lay there trembling, not even daring to breathe loudly. Crown Prince of Giant Pain's face darkened. What? They actually dare to be so bold. This bunch of shameless dogs. They actually dared to cause trouble at sister-in-law's restaurant? This is simply preposterous. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will definitely give you a complete explanation for this matter. Crown Prince of Giant Pain said with righteous indignation. These shameless dogs actually dared to falsify my orders and run amok on Changle Street. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I know what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, the Crown Prince of Giant Pain gazed coldly at the white and fat manager and said furiously, You dog, I've given you the management of the 5-color pavilion and even allowed you to become half the owner. Is this how you repay me? Is this how you usually ride roughshod over others and use a chicken feather as an arrow to command? Do you know whose world this Dragon Flame City belongs to? That's Big Brother and the sister-in-law's world. You actually dared to court death like this. Then really, no one can save you. The fat manager had long been scared out of his wits. When he heard this, he hurriedly lay there and begged for mercy, wailing to the heavens. Your Majesty, this lowly one knows his mistake. This lowly one should never have had such crooked thoughts. This lowly one shouldn't have been jealous of Spring Full House's good business and used those despicable methods. Your Majesty, please be magnanimous and forgive this lowly one this time. Without waiting for Jojo to speak, Crown Prince of Giant Pain jumped up and slapped him across the face. You stinking shameless thing. You've already done such a shameless thing, and you still want Her Majesty to let you off? Let me tell you, today's matter won't be settled peacefully. Even if Her Majesty is magnanimous and willing to let you off, I won't let you off. You brat, you're dead meat, do you know that? Doing such a heartless thing, you've simply disgraced this Crown Prince. The fat man cried out miserably, Crown Prince, please spare me. Crown Prince, please spare me. This lowly one won't dare to do it again. Crown Prince, please spare this lowly one's worthless life. Crown Prince of Giant Pain snorted coldly and suddenly snatched a sword from the hand of a nearby Imperial Guard. This guy was like a drama queen, shouting die, and placing the sword on the fat man's neck. The fat man fell to the ground in fright, his legs trembling incessantly as he cried out shakily, Crown Prince, don't kill my Crown Prince. Arbor speechlessly glanced at them. With a glance, a hidden guard understood and stepped forward to separate Crown Prince of Giant Pain's hand that was holding the sword. What are you doing? Sir Jojo unhappily glared at him. Eldest sister-in-law, this little brother will deal with him right now. It's not to that extent yet. Arbor pursed his lips and glared at him. He definitely had to teach him a lesson, but there was no need to take his life. This person was just a little greedy, but his crime didn't warrant death. M.O. Cohen. Jojo called out his name. Crown Prince of Giant Pain jumped in fright and scrambled to her side, nodding madly like a chick pecking at rice. Eldest sister-in-law, tell me, as long as eldest sister-in-law instructs, this little brother won't disobey. When everyone saw his appearance, they couldn't help but get angry. This guy was too fawning over their Jojo. This appearance clearly showed that after being taught a lesson by Jojo several times, he was completely convinced and couldn't muster up any thoughts of resistance. From now on, you can't use this person as a shopkeeper anymore. Crown Prince of Giant Pain heaved a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. Of course, after seeing a ghost. How could one not be afraid of darkness? How would I dare to use this kind of person? Eldest sister-in-law, don't worry. This little brother will definitely carefully examine their moral character before using them in the future. I definitely won't let this kind of thing happen again. Arbor made a sound of assent and looked at him with a gaze that said, This child is worth teaching. You indeed have to carefully examine people before doing things. You can't always be a hands-off shopkeeper. Do you understand? This guy put on the dignity of an eldest sister-in-law quite seriously. However, her husband couldn't help but twitch his mouth repeatedly. He inwardly said, My wife is actually a hands-off shopkeeper who doesn't care about big or small matters all day long. However, Emolian definitely wouldn't expose his wife's shortcomings like this. He would definitely agree with whatever his wife said with both hands and feet. Since his wife wanted to teach his younger brother a lesson now, then he would definitely add fuel to the fire. If his wife found it strenuous to fight alone, he could accompany his wife. Afterwards, he would drag his younger brother over and fiercely teach him a lesson. Why haven't I seen your father recently? What has he been busy with? The little stoic couldn't resist asking. Crown Prince of Giant Pain's heart instantly thumped, and he inwardly wondered if his father had offended Her Majesty the Empress in some way recently again. Crown Prince of Giant Pain wiped the cold sweat that broke out on his forehead and asked pitifully, "Eldest sister-in-law, is it that my father hasn't paid you the balance?" Yin couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Looking at her younger brother's disappointing appearance, Yin truly wished for nothing more than to rush up and kick him to the ground. "Eldest sister-in-law, don't worry. That was a decree issued by the retired emperor previously. Eldest sister-in-law, since you've received the decree to collect the debt, our Prince of Giant Pain's estate will pay it back even if we have to sell everything we have. It's just that the time might be a bit long." Arbor didn't have any expression on his face, but his heart was in turmoil, and he let out 3 long howls. Was there something wrong with Cohen? How many years had it been? Did she look like the kind of person who would take it to heart and haggle over every detail? Wasn't that matter in the past long ago? What did he mean by bringing it up again now? The little stoic asked icily, "Could it be that your father has been busy recently to raise funds?" Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. They inwardly thought that this little fellow was too hard to explain in a few words. "Yes, yes," Cohen replied, while trembling with fear, his head drenched in sweat. When Arbor saw his panicked appearance, he pondered and said, "Forget it. I won't talk about the old Crown Prince of Giant Pain's matter with you today. You can go back after you settle this matter." The Crown Prince of Giant Pain didn't expect the matter to be resolved so easily. Did his sister-in-law have a change of heart? She actually didn't find someone to beat him up. This guy sneaked a glance at his sister-in-law. He didn't know why, but looking at his sister-in-law now, he felt that she was increasingly benevolent and kind. In short, you have to be more reliable in the future. Don't go around bullying men and women and oppressing good citizens. You have to let me know if you've done anything out of line. Be careful. Cohen nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. Eldest sister-in-law, don't worry. I've already turned over a new leaf these past few years and stopped doing things like bullying men and women." Cohen cracked a smile. "Don't worry, eldest sister-in-law. I'm determined to be a good person and will definitely learn from you and eldest brother." The little stoic nodded expressionlessly and coolly swept a glance at the local ruffians and hoodlums in front of her. Cohen broke out in a cold sweat again and hastily said, "Eldest sister-in-law, leave these people to me. I'll definitely educate them properly and guide them doing good." The little stoic was completely unaware of Cohen's plans and gave an indifferent. She indeed didn't want to care about this kind of trivial matter. So it couldn't be better if Cohen took the initiative to take over. "In a few days, your eldest brother and I will be going to Seacon Planet for a while. You, as well as those cousins of yours, behave properly, okay? You have to restrain yourselves and don't make mistakes, let alone run amok. You have to listen to the old prince in all matters, understand?" Everyone couldn't resist bursting into laughter. Under the afternoon sun, the little stoic sat in an armchair and expressionlessly taught Cohen how to behave properly. Chapter 5746. Yin was a bit delighted to see this. She truly was a sister-in-law who worried herself to death for her younger brothers. His Jojo was really cuter the more he looked at her. "All right, you can leave if there's nothing else." "Yes, yes, yes." Cohen was so grateful that he wanted to cry. He nodded repeatedly and went up to kick that fair and plump shopkeeper. "Hurry and take away all these people you called over." The group of repulsive people scurried away with the king of Giant Pain's air with distressed expressions. Along the way, the sound of the king of Giant Pain's air punching could be heard, mixed with a string of anguished cries. Arbor speechlessly shook her head. Cohen, this child, had matured a lot in recent years. Even his father, the old king of Giant Pain, had been praised by the old king, Lufone. She didn't expect that these repulsive people from the family could also be trained well. The matter is resolved. Then we should also go back and pack our things as soon as possible." He waved her satin as she exclaimed in shock. The group of little flowers repeatedly agreed and waved their claws at Arbor. Jojo, then we'll be leaving first. Remember to take us with you on the day we return to Seacombe Planet. Arbor reflexively turned to look at her husband. Sure enough, she saw Jojo's lotus glaring at the 7 flowers with a dark expression. Fan Ming walked up and curtsied with a grin. Your Majesty, then we'll be returning first. Xiao Mu nodded her small head. Her small face was taut in all seriousness, without any extra expression. Fan Ming turned around and then walked up to Mo Lien to curtsy. Your Majesty, please take care of us in the future. Mo Lien. This time, the wildflowers and weeds were purposely here to anger him. This fool actually dared to walk up to him innocently and ask him to take care of her with a grin. Ha! Duan Yu suppressed his laughter and hastily turned to look at Mo Lien's complexion. As expected, her face was as black as charcoal. Meanwhile, Ma Yingchun nodded repeatedly in agreement. Go. Pack your things properly and don't leave anything behind. It's no problem to close the restaurant for a while. Mo Lien turned to glare at him. Fan Ming, on the other hand, smiled faintly and led the group of beautiful men who were talking excitedly away. Seeing Mo Lien's pair of phoenix eyes staring straight at him, Ma Shichun couldn't help but smile embarrassedly. Him? I think they're quite sincere. Mo Lien threw out a bright red flame, and Ma Shichun dodged in shock. Heavens, Mo Lien, how can you attack your own brother? I've been in your water and in your fire. They were brothers who had gone through the Tower of Punishment and exploded in the underground abyss. They had gone through life and death together. Roar! Someone cried out anxiously as he dodged several clusters of red flames. Jojo, look at him! Look at him! Mo Lien hit me again. Yuan Shichen cried out pitifully. Don't hit me! Jojo shouted, and her small hands reached into her sleeves. Duan Yu's eyelid twitched, and he quickly stopped the two of them. He quietly muttered, Hurry and stop. She's going to make us copy quotes again. The 3 of them, Today's weather is really good. Yuan Shichun suddenly held up a small bright red paper umbrella and blocked the sun above her head. Mo Lien also hastily stopped. She had no place to put her hand that had attacked, so she could only pat Duan Yu's shoulder. How about we go out for a stroll? That's right. Since we're already out, let's walk around. Arbor expressionlessly stood up from the wooden armchair and shook his head weakly. He looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. Sigh. Will these days of chaos end? Mo Lien floated to her side in a flash and couldn't resist laughing out loud when she saw her like this. I think there will be no end to these days of chaos. Yuan Shichen also couldn't resist laughing. Who's noisy, huh? I'm not noisy. The most noisy one is Mo Lien. Isn't that so? Forget it. Jojo sighed with a resigned expression. I can still endure it. The 3 of them couldn't resist guffawing. At this time, Changle Avenue had already regained its former splendor, prosperity, and peace. The people shuttling through the streets were all in high spirits and full of smiles. The shelves on both sides were filled with dazzling lineups, and it was simply too much to take in at a glance. A strange sight appeared on the street. From time to time, 3 beautiful men would linger in front of certain stall. Mo Lien, buy this, buy this. This fan looks good. Mo Lien, buy this, buy this. This bracelet is not bad. I can get it to my Jojo. Mo Lien, fuck. Mo Lien isn't your money bag. What makes you think that Mo Lien has to pay for everything when shopping? Hence, many people who strolled through the stalls were muttering in their minds, why does this name Mo Lien feel a little familiar? Get out of the way, get out of the way, get out of the way. The crowd in front suddenly exclaimed in shock. Many people dodged to the sides. Sir Jojo was walking in front of them, looking left and right, and occasionally touching the things on the street stalls. Now that he suddenly heard the exclamations from the opposite side, he stopped in his tracks. Mo Lien and the other 2 were looking at a small floral umbrella at a stall. Yes, it was that fellow Shu Chun, who said that he wanted to buy a few more umbrellas to use. When they heard the exclamations, they looked up and saw a beggar in tattered clothes. He kept turning his head as he ran and stumbled toward Jojo. The three of them hurriedly flew forward. However, Jojo had already retreated a few steps and landed beside them with a whoosh. The beggar suddenly lost his strength and fell heavily to the ground. The oil paper bag in his arms also fell to the ground, and 2 or 3 white buns rolled out from it. 2 people caught up from behind. They were flustered and exasperated, cursing and swearing, and were about to kick him. However, the beggar rushed forward a few steps and threw himself on the white buns. He picked up 2 of them and stuffed them into his mouth. The 2 people who caught up were so angry that they laughed. One of the young men went up and kicked the beggar twice. "Stinky beggar, you're so poor that you're crazy. You actually dare to steal my things. This person must be crazy. He just bought the buns," and the moment he turned around, the beggar pounced on him and snatched them away. Speaking of which, the strength of this beggar in an instant was not bad. They wondered if he used to be a cultivator. But as long as he had a bit of cultivation, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state, right? The 2 people wanted to go up and beat the beggar up, but they saw many busybodies surrounding them, pointing at them. The beggar's face was unkempt, so they couldn't see his face clearly. He was lying there, picking up the white buns on the ground and biting with all his might. Emolien couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She raised her hand and grabbed Jojo's hand. "Jojo, there's nothing to see. Let's go." Arbor nodded. She glanced at the beggar, but didn't say anything. She followed Emolien and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, when the beggar heard Emolien's voice, his head suddenly twitched. It was as if he had been provoked by something. He pounced at their feet like a madman. Stay Up Late leaped forward and landed a kick on the man. The beggar couldn't get close. Stay Up Late's kick sent him rolling more than 10 steps away. Everyone saw that he was dirty and smelly. They hurriedly dodged, afraid that he would touch them. Arbor's lips curled coldly. "I know who he is." She suddenly said this. Emolien couldn't help but laugh. Look, he didn't want to be a human. Why did he have to be a dog? These days were all chosen by him. Arbor naturally didn't sympathize with the beggar. She looked at him coldly. "I didn't expect him to end up like this." Who was this beggar? It was Mo Shikong, the Prince of Zheng whom Jojo had met not long ago. Jojo remembered that the last time he saw him, it was at Tianyin's headquarters. He had mixed in with a bunch of black troopers and was willing to be Tianyin's lackey. Although the corpse poison in his body had been cured, he was only left with 10 or 20% of his cultivation. Arbor had taken a look at him just now. She knew that he probably couldn't use the little bit of divine power he had left. His body was too weak. Although he could still live, it was better to die than to live like this. Mo Shikong's body wriggled slightly. He used all his strength to move towards Emolien and Arbor. He wanted to tell them that he knew he was wrong. He didn't want to court death anymore. He wanted to go back. He wanted to go back and continue to be Prince Zheng. Even if he lost his cultivation, as long as he had the title of Prince Zheng, he could still live a carefree life. He didn't have to sleep in the open. He didn't have to be like this, worrying about his next meal. Every time he used all his strength to crawl back to Prince Zheng's residence, he couldn't help but cry when he saw the tightly shut red door. His days were so good back then. Why didn't he cherish them? Aoyu went forward to check. "Master," his tongue seems to have been dug out. Emolien nodded and said faintly, "Yes, it was probably done by Tianyin's people." Tianyin had always been so cruel to useless trash. But this had nothing to do with the couple. Mo Shikong's current situation was all thanks to him courting death all the way. "Jojo, this is the bracelet I bought for you." Ma Shichan beamed as she handed the little fellow a flower-shaped bracelet. Emolien expressionlessly replied, "My husband paid for it. Jojo, this fan is also pretty. I'll give it to you, Jojo." Duanyu handed her a small sandalwood fan. Emolien added, "And it was your husband who paid for it." The two glared at her, but Emolien gave them a look that said, "Figure it out yourself." Then, she held Jojo's hand and walked forward. "Jojo, those two glared at me just now. So bad." Jojo sighed and looked up at the sky again. "Men are all childish ghosts." Mo Shikong crawled strenuously on the ground, wanting to chase after them. He really wanted to hug that younger brother's leg and tearfully complain about his remorse. He really wanted to let others know that he really regretted it. However, he couldn't crawl out of the crowd at all. He could only watch helplessly as those people's figures gradually disappeared from his sight. Arbor glanced back and couldn't help but scoff. Why do I feel like his expression seems to be a bit regretful? Only a fool wouldn't regret it, right? Aoyi thought to himself. And Mo Shikong, the Prince of Zheng, really knew how to play. He played himself all the way to the bottom of the valley. Once he fell in, he couldn't climb up again. The next day, Dao Wuji received a great gift from His Majesty in a courtyard in the southern part of the city. The edict-delivering eunuch said very politely, "Pass down His Majesty's decree to bestow 13 beauties to venerable immortal Dao Wuji." After saying that, he hurriedly waved his hand, and the 13 graceful beauties took a few steps forward in unison, winking at him and posing their bodies in front of him. Dao Wuji almost cried because of their ugliness. How could these 13 be called beauties? Weren't they all aunties? Don't come over, don't come over. If you come over, I'm going to scream. Aya, husband, look at your stupid face. We're beauties bestowed to you by His Majesty. That's right, what are you screaming for? Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will pay attention to you. Husband, a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. Let's go quickly. Dao Wuji was so frightened that he repeatedly shouted, I don't want a wife, I don't want one. Little Tai Sui sat in the outer courtyard, listening to the wailing and howling inside. He couldn't help but shake his head. You're really mean. How many years ago was that? You're actually still thinking about it. Mo Yin pretended to be puzzled. What do you mean? Little Tai Sui rolled his eyes. Wasn't there once when Dao Wuji mocked you for being a henpecked husband and was beaten up by Jojo? He even boasted that he would marry 100 beauties when he returned to China in the future. Then you remembered what he said, and now you want to take revenge on him? Mo Yin looked innocent. Do I look like the kind of person who would do such a boring thing? You do. Little Tai Sui gave her a look of absolute certainty. You're 10,000 times more boring than Jojo. Bah! Mo Yin snorted and pointed inside. Listen. Big brother, I was wrong, big brother. Big brother, I'll go to Seacone Planet with you. Big brother, take me to Seacone Planet. Mo Yin winked at Little Tai Sui. Isn't it settled now? Little Tai Sui rolled his eyes several times. Dao Wuji is really unlucky to have made such a mean friend like you. I'm mean? Someone's putting up an image talisman array inside. Who? Mo Yin threw him a look that said, Figure out yourself. Shurchin? Little Tai Sui exclaimed. Holy shit, he's 100 times more mean than you. Of course. Mo Yin stood up and flicked her sleeves. Jojo said that single dogs are more boring. Little Tai Sui glared at her. It looks like it's going to rain. I'm going back to the palace first. Jojo is still waiting for me to go back and have dinner with her. Get lost. Pack your things. We'll set off tomorrow. Get lost. What the hell am I packing for? Son, what are you doing? Mom, there are too many spiritual bamboo shoots growing in the ground. I'm digging some out and bringing them to Grandpa and Grandma. Mom, Grandpa and Grandma on Seacone Planet have never seen me. Will they like me? Little Dumpling is so cute. Everyone will love him. Little Mo Xiao grinned and bounced into Arbor's arms, rubbing his little head. Then let's go quickly. Chapter 5747. Quick. Pull it up. Aya, don't push it. It's just a low-level lousy fish. Is there need to be so anxious? Isn't this just food? You guys are really crazy. You won't even let off a black-level little beast. I'm ashamed to be associated with you guys. The Peach Blossom Divine Venerable fanned himself with a golden-red fan and leaned against the railing in disdain. He rolled his eyes in annoyance. Bah, you can say that now, but can you not eat it later? Tisk, if I don't eat it, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? That won't do. The Peach Blossom Divine Venerable fanned himself and pointed at the fish that kept scuttling up. Quick, let's just catch them all. Shameless. Everyone scolded him. How is that shameless? Isn't it just eating? He-Chen's voice faded as his gaze darted back and forth in the dark green lake. Look, isn't there someone floating there? There's no one there. Let me see. The red-clothed and green-clothed people fought to squeeze to the railing. Holy Sun Mi-yin, who was at the side, brushed his clothes in annoyance and snorted. Simply disgraceful. Jojo, Yin burrowed out of the ship's cabin with a handful of roasted, colorful divine fish in his hand. He looked around the ship's deck, but he didn't see his wife. There's food. The peach blossom divine venerable floated over and took a roasted fish. He took a bite. The taste is not bad. There's food, there's food. Everyone gathered around and took one piece of meat while they were at it. Yin hurriedly put the fish away. Bastards, this is all for my wife. These people were shameless. Shameless, shameless. We've been talking for so long, but Jojo hasn't returned. Jojo took the small boat to pick up Xiao Tuanzi and the others. This roasted fish is really not bad. Yin's culinary skills are getting better and better. Let him cook in the future, okay? I think your suggestion is especially good. They're back. Princess Wushuang shouted. Everyone turned to look. Duan Yu's figure flashed, and he picked up the little dumpling and leaped onto the large ship from a small skiff. Jojo, you're finally back. I roasted more than 10 fish, but they were all snatched away by rotten peach blossom, Mi-yin, and your dark underworld big green, little red, and chirp. That's the only one left. It was left behind when I snatched food from the tiger's mouth. Arbor's eyes lit up. He stuck his head out and took a bite. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. Mother said that as a mother, you have to be sensible. It's better to leave it for our son. The corners of Yin's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but smile. Look at how aggrieved his wife was. The group of people behind him also burst into laughter and couldn't help but laugh. Little Xiao reached out and took the grilled fish from his father's hand. He took a small bite and put it in his mother's mouth. Mother, eat. Suddenly, the lake surged, and a strange two-headed fish emerged from the lake, roaring. Hong Yi and Lu Yi, who were leaning against the railing, quickly reached out and patted their chests. Oh my God, you scared me. Why is it a small level 3 mystic beast? What's it roaring for? It actually got excited when we ignored it. Fish it up too and roast it together. While everyone was talking at once, Hong Yi suddenly covered her mouth as if recalling something. Hey, didn't we see a person floating on the water? Why didn't we see anything after that? Everyone, that's right. Everyone was busy snatching the colorful divine fish and chatting as they ate. So they inexplicably forgot about the person floating on the water. Who exactly is it? At this time, everyone squeezed to the railing and looked into the water. They saw that the figure floating on the water had drifted further away, and fish would occasionally jump out to chase after it. Arbor quickly squeezed past everyone and looked into the distance. He said, "Why don't we fish that person up?" Princess Wushuang scooted to his side and pursed her lips. From what I see, you're not the type to meddle in other people's business. She suddenly became benevolent today. This little stoic wasn't her younger sister, Xiao who liked to make a fuss about everything. All right, why didn't Xiao come with us this time? Isn't she like a runaway wild horse now that she's here? 12-year-old Xiao Sun crossed his arms and harumphed. This used to be our territory. Second sister is very familiar with it. Arbor knocked her younger brother's head in amusement and annoyance. You're not allowed to talk about second sister like that. All right. Xiao Sun pursed his lips and tugged Arbor's finger to point into the water. Sister, didn't you say you were going to fish that person up? I'll go. After saying that, he leaped like a swallow through a forest. His toes created a ripple on the water's surface, and he arrived in front of the floating person in a split second. What a bummer. Venerable Peach Blossom Divinity chewed on the colorful divine fish and grumbled, "Why is there a corpse floating in the clear water all of a sudden?" Xiao Sun had already stepped onto the railing with that corpse and gently landed on the deck. Sister, it seems like she's still alive. He put the person down, and everyone gathered around to take a look. They saw that it was a young girl. She wore coarse hemp clothes, but it couldn't hide her natural beauty. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she had already fainted. There were a few wounds on her arms and legs. She had been bitten by the little mystic beasts in the water, and they were still bleeding. If Xiao Sun hadn't made the prompt decision to jump over to save her, this girl would have floated in the water for a day and 2 nights. Even if she didn't starve to death, she would have been eaten by the mystic beasts in the water. Venerable Peach Blossom Divinity leaned on the side and said lazily, "Hey, don't randomly save people. Who knows what you'll save? What if you save a love-struck fool? I can't stand being pestered by a love-struck fool." Hong Yi, Lu Yi, and the others felt that it was reasonable. They hurriedly stopped watching and retreated. It wasn't like they hadn't encountered this before. They would occasionally save people out of kindness, but they had to repay them with their bodies. How is this appropriate? Xiaosun couldn't help but be speechless. How can there be such a coincidence? Are all the girls in the world love-struck fools? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill beside him. Turning around, he saw in Wu Shuang and Arbor glaring at him. "Rascal, say it again if you have the guts." Xiaosun hurriedly waved his small hands. I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about other girls." "Heh heh heh. All right, stop talking nonsense. Let me poke 2 needles and she'll wake up." Arbor took out his needle bag and poked the girl twice. Cough, cough, cough. That girl slowly woke up. Her watery eyes fell on Xiao Sun, and she stared without blinking. The group of beautiful men standing on the deck and watching from afar instantly trembled. They called out to Jojo, "Jojo, let's go in first." Cece. They told him not to save her, but he still insisted on saving her. As expected, he saved a love-struck fool. They could all guess what that girl would say next. It would definitely be something along the lines of, "Sir, I have no way to repay you for saving my life. I can only repay you with my body." Tricks. It was full of tricks. These people had more or less encountered or heard of such things when they were training in the past. That was why it was said that children were inexperienced and easy to be tricked. But after a few more times, they would know in the future. How good would it be to listen to Big Brother when you have nothing to do? Sigh. How pitiful, how lamentable. Arbor turned around and saw that Hu Shurchun, Miyin, 7 Flowers, and the people from the Phoenix clan had all disappeared. Third Fu, who was holding the baby, couldn't help but twitch his lips. He hurriedly grabbed his wife's hand and muttered softly, "Go, go, go. Wife, let's go too." He would leave this turbulent world to eldest brother's family. Anyway, this girl was saved by eldest brother's wife's brother, so he should bear with it. And Wu Shuang curled her lips in amusement and followed her husband to the cabin. She kept looking back as she walked. The girl who was saved said faintly, "Young master, were you the one who saved me?" Wu Shuang. Needless to say, Hu Shurchun and the rest had probably been tricked too many times. They could see through this trick at a glance. They even immediately stayed far away. They were all shrewd people. Arbor coughed lightly and suddenly reached out to push the girl's cold forehead. He said coldly, "Don't get the wrong person. Your savior is here. If you want to repay him with your body, you can only do it with me." With that, he took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and slapped it on the girl's face. "Sign it." And Wu Shuang and Third Fu, who had not gone far, turned around at the same time with the baby in their arms and looked at their Qiao speechlessly. Oh my God, what was Jojo doing? The young girl who was rescued was originally in a daze as she stared infatuatedly at the handsome young master in front of her. Suddenly, someone slapped a piece of paper on her face. When she took it down and took a look, she was so angry that her face turned pale. Slave contract. Yes. Arbor stood up indifferently and nodded indifferently. "I saved you, so you naturally have to repay me with your body. But I am also a reasonable person. Since I just saved you in passing and gave you 2 injections without using any medicine, the treatment fee is not expensive. Then use half a year of your freedom in exchange for saving your life." Everyone. Young Master Qiao Sen's lips twitched. He coughed lightly and stood silently behind his sister. Don't say that the person in this world who could trick his sister was probably not born yet. His sister was always unpredictable, and she would even torture the people who try to trick her into a pulp. That young girl's pretty face was ashen, and she was so angry that she was trembling. She struggled to sit up and stared fixedly at Xiao Mu like this. It was quite a while before she found her voice again. "You want me to be a slave or a servant for as long as half a year. What else? Arbor could not help but be furious. Why else would I save you? You don't know what's good for you. Throw her down. Everyone. Jojo, can you not always be so colorful? It's really hard on the heart. Wait. The girl's entire body was trembling. She hurriedly and angrily retracted her gaze from Xiao's son and looked at Arbor with trepidation. This young lady you saving people isn't a piece of cake? But I don't want to raise my hand now. Arbor shouted angrily at the girl. Uffed. Hu Shi-Chen and the others who were watching from the cabin window could not help but burst out laughing. My God, Xiao Sen's brain circuit is really very different from everyone else's. The girl looked at Arbor with hot tears in her eyes. She trembled as she picked up the piece of paper in her hand and cried out sorrowfully. I didn't expect to enter the tiger's den after just leaving the wolf's den. Arbor watched expressionlessly as she signed on the paper. Then, he waved at her. Go to the kitchen and prepare some tea. I'll say the ugly words first. Don't do anything boring. My eyes can see everything within 100 miles. The girl stood up with trepidation. She looked back 3 times with hidden bitterness in her eyes as she walked. Arbor waved at the people who were hiding in the window. What are you hiding for? What a joke. With her here, there was nothing she could not solve. It was just a village girl. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for her? With the slave contract in her hands, this girl would not be able to do anything. And Wu Shuang ran over with a smile. Jojo, you know this person is a love-struck fool. Why did you still save her? I don't know. Arbor rolled his eyes in annoyance. There are plenty of decent girls in this world. And Wu Shuang rubbed her chin. That's true. There were plenty of independent, self-reliant girls in this world. Of course, one could not blame all of them. Hu Shi-Chen and the others walked out one after another. They blinked and looked at her. Jojo, why did you keep this person by your side? The golems have been using up too many spirit stones recently. I'm trying to save as much as I can. On her crimson firmament blue waves, the helmsman and the handyman who served tea were all golems. Spirit stones were being consumed all the time. In any case, now that there was free labor delivered to her door, it would be a waste not to use it. Other than the 2 or 3 boatman golems who were manning the helm and pulling the sails, she could let the rest of the golems rest. She could just leave all the miscellaneous chores to this girl. If this girl had opened her eyes and said some words of gratitude, she naturally would not have deliberately given her a slave contract to humiliate her. What was hateful was that she actually looked at her 12-year-old brother with eyes full of affection. Simply outrageous audacity. In the future, all the chores of serving tea, mopping the floor, and wiping the stools will be left to her. She had nothing to do anyway. Shouldn't a life-saving grace be repaid with gusto? Don't think that you can be a missy just because you saved her. Arbor snorted and glanced at his brother. Chapter 5748. Xiao Sen followed his sister's caress and shook his head slightly, looking very obedient. This fellow was very interested in how to improve his cultivation now. He was still young, but his talent was not bad. Other than being interested in cultivation, he really wasn't interested in anything else. As for that woman just now, he was even less interested. In any case, he definitely wouldn't like someone who could anger his sister. The girl who was rescued by Arbor was called Li Xinyu. It was said that she escaped from the Li family village. Recently, here on Seacombe Planet, large batches of zombies had already been more or less cleared out. The ecological environment and national production were gradually recovering. So many villagers chose to return to their previous places of residence. This Li family village and Quoto village were separated by Hullen Mountain. Jojo had been to that village when he was young. It was considered one of the better villages in the vicinity. This Li Xinyu was said to have escaped from her marriage. She seemed to be very dissatisfied with her fiancé, so she ran away overnight and crossed the mountains to go to Quoto village. Who knew that, in the dark, she would actually run to the lake at the back of the mountain and accidentally fall down. It wasn't that she wasn't grateful that Arbor's group saved her, but she was also very angry. It was obvious that the people on this ship were either rich or noble. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful, but it seemed that everyone was very unfriendly to her. Everyone spoke harshly to her when they saw her. Other than ordering her to do things, they didn't like to talk to her at all. Sometimes, when she wanted to find someone to talk to, they didn't like to talk to her. Quite a few young and handsome men looked at her as if they had seen the god of plague and hurriedly dispersed. She thought about it and felt that it must be Madame Mo's doing secretly. She had stayed on the ship for 2 days and had basically figured out the relationship between the two of them. Everyone on this ship followed Madame Mo's lead. She had offended Madame Mo on the first day she arrived, so everyone ignored her. Everyone treated her like a servant and ostracized her. The most hateful thing was that this Madame Mo had a very cold personality. If she didn't do well or didn't finish the task, she wouldn't even be given food. For example, on the first day, because she made 2 mistakes while working, she didn't get to eat breakfast and lunch. She was only given 2 steamed buns to chew on for dinner. This was simply outrageous. In Liciniu's eyes, Madame Mo was an unreasonable demon. She also wanted to leave, but they were on water, and she couldn't jump into the water. Secondly, whenever she thought of the fat and round husband that her family had found for her, her heart would be filled with unhappiness. That day, Arbor and the others went ashore. Arbor took the red firmament blue waves back to Fish Orchid Planet, but he did not avoid Liciniu. Liciniu was dumbfounded by what she saw. She stammered and could not help but ask, "Madam, this ship?" As an ordinary person on Seacombe Planet, she could be considered to have seen cultivators and seen other people's inner worlds. However, the inner worlds of normal Shioja could only hold rations, underwear, and the like. He had never seen anything that could fit an entire ship into it. Liciniu couldn't wrap her head around it at all. She couldn't imagine what was going on at all. With her eyesight, she naturally couldn't associate it with a portable spirit domain. Arbor naturally couldn't be bothered to explain it to her. This fellow could do whatever he wanted in a place like the upper 3 continents. He could open his star domain whenever he wanted. So what if someone was jealous? With her current cultivation ability, everyone in the upper 3 continents had to bow down to her, not to mention a place like Seacombe Planet in the lower star domain. Could it be that there was someone in the lower star domain who was jealous of her star domain and wanted to snatch it away? Impossible. That was why everyone wanted to climb up and persevere in cultivation, wanting to reach that supreme position. That was the reason. Because once a person reached that position, they could look down on the heavens as they pleased and have no fear. Who cared what other people thought? Jojo was used to doing things his own way now. Seeing that Xiao Mu was ignoring her, Liciniu was naturally angry. But of course, she didn't dare to be rash. After interacting with him for 2 days, she clearly understood that this Madame Mo was a person who kept her word. Cultivators with profound cultivation like them weren't people that a mere normal person like her could provoke. But now, she saw with her own eyes that Arbor was so powerful that he could store such an enormous ship into his inner world. Liciniu felt a trace of admiration for Arbor in her heart. For the rest of the journey, Liciniu kept fawning over Arbor, but Arbor ignored her. He pulled Mo Lien with one hand and walked toward Quoto Village. Third Fu, Wu Shuang, Duan Yu, and He Jichin walked and stopped to look around. Liciniu probed Arbor. "Madame Mo, those people we saw on the ship earlier, could it be that you—" She was really about to die from curiosity. Didn't they say that inner worlds could only store inanimate objects? Why was this Madame Mo able to store dozens of living people, including that ship, into her inner world? This was too inconceivable. Those people were sealed in Madame Mo's inner world, but didn't they feel stuffy? Could it be that they could breathe normally? Liciniu was perplexed, but Arbor glanced at her coldly. He felt that this Liciniu was too talkative. Ever since this person saw that she stored the crimson firmament blue wave into the star domain, she started nagging nonstop and kept beating around the bush, trying to pry into her affairs. She really had no discernment and was extremely annoying. "All right, you can leave now." Arbor waved at her impatiently. Liciniu was taken aback, but then she was a bit overjoyed. "Madam, you mean that I can leave now? That indenture contract?" Arbor glanced at her with a sneer. "I told you to leave, so leave. What's with all this nonsense?" Previously on the lake, Arbor wouldn't bully a normal person without any mystic energy no matter what. It was also impossible for him to really throw her back into the water and leave her to fend for herself. Since they were already ashore, they naturally went their separate ways and didn't need to keep in touch. This Liciniu only worked on the ship for 2 days from start to end. That was her duty, wasn't it? They even saved her life. Thinking about it this way, Liciniu truly got a bargain. Arbor glanced at her impatiently. What? Do you have anything else to say? Why was she still hesitating when he told her to leave? What a restless thing. And Madame Imo, we can be considered master and servant. Chapter 5749. Liciniu coyly glanced at Xiao Mu, wanting to say something but hesitating. She stammered, Is there any reward? Third Fu and his wife looked at her as if she was an idiot. No matter how stupid Liciniu was, she could see a trace of disdain and contempt in her eyes. Arbor almost laughed at this stupid woman. Reward? She really dared to ask for it. Shouldn't I repay you for saving my life? Xiao Mu grumpily retorted. I see that you don't have much on you except for your face. How about this? Leave your face behind and let me make a beauty drum. How about that? Arbor's tone was sinister as he took a step forward. Liciniu was so frightened that she fell to the ground. She widened her eyes in shock and looked at her as if she was looking at a monster. There is actually someone in this world who wanted to repay kindness? This Madame Imo was so scary. She actually asked her to leave her face behind as something to repay her kindness. How is this possible? Liciniu was so scared that her whole body was trembling. She pushed herself up from the ground and nimbly turned around to run. Liciniu knew how powerful Arbor was and didn't dare to say anything else. She ran away dejectedly. She originally thought that since Madame Imo and the rest looked so rich, they would give her a little and her life would be much better in the future. 4 high-level cultivators like them. They had all kinds of good things in the world. As long as they left her some money, she, Liciniu, would not have to worry about food and drink for the rest of her life. Who would have thought that Madame Imo would be so cruel and scary, wanting to skin her face so easily? Not only did she chase her away, but she also didn't give her any benefits. To think that she had served them so well these 2 days on the ship. They were really a bunch of ingrates. Liciniu was shocked and scared. She crawled away on all 4s. Arbor and the rest heard her muttering and cursing along the way. Preposterous, Imo Yin said in displeasure. There are really weirdos everywhere. And Wu Shuang couldn't help but shake her head. He had originally thought that in a small mountain village in the Lower Star region, the ordinary people might be very simple and honest. Who would have thought that he would meet such a strange woman? There are really some strange people everywhere. Just looking at them makes me uncomfortable. Wu Shuang was speechless. If he had known that this would happen, he would have listened to Reverend Peach Blossom and the others. If he had left them in the lurch, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. It seemed like there wasn't any good karma at all. They had saved an ingrate who kept nagging and trying to pry into their affairs. Everyone could also see the greedy look on his face before he left, wanting to say something but hesitating to do so. He actually wanted some benefits before leaving? What a joke. They were the ones who saved her, yet the one who was saved wanted to reach out and ask for benefits. What kind of nonsense was this? Princess Wu Shuang curled her lips. Now that the ridiculous woman was gone, she finally felt that the air was fresher. Forget it. Arbor waved his small hand. Let's take a stroll around Quoto village and then leave. She was from the Lee's village, so she should be able to go back by herself. You won't be able to see it in the future anyway, so you don't have to worry about it. Jojo, this is the place where my elder brother picked you up back then. What? Arbor pouted unhappily. He didn't pick me up. I was killing someone when he stared at me from across the ditch. I didn't even dare to kill him. The ditch? It's just a small mud ditch. Imo Yin's words caused Sir Jojo to throw a punch. Ignore him. Jojo snorted and pulled in Wu Shuang forward. I'll bring you back to my village to take a look. If a corpse jumps out, we'll get rid of it. Imo Yin and the others couldn't help but laugh. Looking at how he pulled in Wu Shuang and ran away happily, their gazes softened. Things were really different now. Once Jojo returned to this small village, he relaxed completely. How nice! The section break that he hadn't seen in a long time. Giddy up, Xiaolin spurred her horse as fast as she could. Seeing that Shizhou City was right in front of her, her small face couldn't help but relax. She wanted to go back to her hometown in Shizhou City to take a look before her sister and the others. Back then, her family had lived in Shizhou City's Pear Blossom Alley for several years. She was happy just thinking about it. She remembered that when she was young, she dug a hole in the court and buried many of her beloved toys inside. Cough, cough. She had to dig it out first, and she had to dig it behind her sister and the others' backs. In any case, her sister and the others would probably stay in Kyoto Village for several days, so there was more than enough time. Just as she was thinking, the fine horse neighed and suddenly raised its front hooves. Whoosh! An arrow landed beside her horse's hooves. Xiaolin's equestrian skills were excellent, so she only gently pulled the reins and patted the horse to make it jump to the side to calm it down. She turned her head to take a closer look and couldn't help but frown slightly. It turned out that the arrow that shot out just now was just a stray arrow. The other person's target wasn't her or her horse. Sounds of fighting could be heard coming from the Kasha forest behind the slope. That arrow had been shot from the Kasha forest. The person who shot the arrow must have been careless and let the arrow go astray. Xiaolin dismounted from her horse and nimbly picked up the iron arrow stuck in the ground. She sniffed lightly with her small nose. Oh, this lowly thing even smeared poison on the arrowhead. All these years, she had been training with her sister, so she had learned a lot about distinguishing between medicines. Although she couldn't be said to be very proficient, she knew a little about it. She could identify a very common poison like this with just a sniff. Xiaolin's large eyes darted around. She held the arrow in her hand and eagerly ran toward Gue Shulin. How could she not watch a show? She wondered if it was because her sister and the others' auras were especially powerful that even small beasts didn't dare to show their faces in front of them. It was truly boring. It was rare to see a fight, so it would be a loss if she didn't watch. Xiaolin sneaked to the edge of the forest and climbed up the nearest tree with the idea of running away if the situation was bad. This guy had done everything secretly, hiding in the tree to watch the show. Below, two groups of people were fighting to the death. Swords and sabers clashed, and the sounds of roaring were endless. One of the front wheels of the carriage beside them fell off, and the entire carriage flipped over and fell to the ground. A woman wearing a red wedding dress crawled out with difficulty. She was currently staring at the fighting crowd around her with a terrified expression. Xiaolin blinked her large eyes and subconsciously took out a banana from her inner world. She ate while watching. When she saw a shocking scene, she hurriedly covered her mouth to hide her cries. Shizhou City's gates suddenly opened. Chapter 5750. A group of people was galloping toward them at lightning speed. The woman in the red bridal gown who had fallen to the ground struggled to reach out a hand and cried for help with a face full of horror. A knife suddenly fell and was about to chop her tender arm. An arrow shot out from the side and sent the man's knife flying with a swoosh. The woman in the red bridal gown who was lying on the ground raised her head slightly and saw a young man in black military attire with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes galloping over. He raised the whip in his hand and swept her up from the ground. Miss Jolin, the onlooker, widened her eyes slightly. She held half a banana in her mouth and looked at the person in surprise. Wasn't this that person? Who was that? Jolin's mind was spinning and her eyes were blinking. Wow! She hadn't seen him for a few years, and he had grown to look like a human. And this hero saving the beauty was really soul-stirring. It was perfect. Wait. Jolin's eyes blinked as she watched the man come over valiantly. He used a horsewhip to sweep the woman in the bridal gown up. She had thought that the man was going to sweep the girl into his arms. Who knew that guy actually flung her behind him? The pitiful woman in the wedding dress, who was originally looking at him tenderly and lovingly, was suddenly sent flying by the horsewhip. Her face twisted and turned pale as she screamed involuntarily. Jolin was speechless. What a scam. She stared blankly as the woman's sweet and tender face twisted and changed shape. She flew out in front of her with a whoosh. Of course, the man had thrown her very skillfully. It wasn't that he wanted the woman in the bridal gown to fall to her death. Someone behind her patted the horse and reached out to catch the woman in the bridal gown. But with such a scare, the woman in the bridal gown clearly turned pale and fainted. She would probably be traumatized for the next 2 days. Jolene hurriedly swallowed the banana. Just as she was about to hide, she saw the man suddenly raise his head and shoot a cold and sharp gaze at her hiding place. Damn it, Jolene wasn't prepared. She missed a step and fell down the tree. Just as she was about to straighten her small body, the other party had already leaped up and pounced toward her. Jolene subconsciously threw a punch at him. The other party quickly took over and reached out to hold her waist. His gaze fell on her face. Jolene was slightly taken aback. This kid has grown up quite fast these years. She was actually unable to break free from his grasp. What was going on? This brat, it's you. Moyu stared at the struggling little girl and suddenly reached out to grab her high ponytail. Brat, you're back. Where's my big brother? Is my big brother back? He carried her and landed under the tree. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. His cold expression was swept away as he hurriedly reached out to shake Xiaolin. Scram! Xiaolin angrily flung his hand away. She took a deep breath and hurriedly pulled her hair back from his hand. Damn brat, grabbing my hair as soon as we meet. You're still the same as ever, stubborn and mischievous. Everyone in the army was stunned. After so many years, they had never seen anyone who dared to speak so loudly to their crown prince. Ever since the 12th prince was crowned as crown prince, his actions became more mature and steady. His methods were also similar to Her Highness Emolien's. The courtiers trembled in fear and resentment at the loss of Her Highness Emolien and gradually became more reliant on the 12th prince. The old great king also bit the bullet and gradually handed over all matters to the 12th prince. In less than a year, he began to be a hands-off boss again. Their great king was really a godly person. Fortunately, he had 1 or 2 good sons who could take on great responsibilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live his life. When Her Highness Emolien left, for at least a year, the great king had been dealing with government affairs and causing a ruckus with the courtiers. The courtiers were furious, but the great king was also very resentful. For a while, it was said that the great king pretended to be ill for 3 months and handed over all government affairs to the Empress Dowager. Now, there were secret rumors in the storytelling alley that the Empress Dowager was angry at his incompetence and hated him for being a good-for-nothing. She picked up a whip and gave the great king a good beating. Our old great king really had nothing to say. Just talking about it made him cry. Black Jade suddenly laughed and reached out to grab the little girl's long ponytail. Say, where's my brother? Where's my sister-in-law? Where are they? They don't have the face to see me. Who doesn't have the face to see you? They said they would come back in 3 years. How many years has it been? My precious nephew, who I've never met, is over 3 years old this year, right? My brother is really a big liar. My sister-in-law, too. Jolene's mouth twitched. Hey, didn't they say it would be 5 years? What 5 years? They said they would come back in 3 years. You liars. Didn't they come back in between? Jolene scolded irritably. That's because something happened to your family. Otherwise, if something happened to me, will my black-hearted brother be able to come back in time? You actually said that about my brother-in-law. Let me tell you, I recorded it all with an image talisman array. I'll play it for him later. Heartless thing. Back then, it wasn't just their Qiao family that was in trouble. Those people from the Sure family of the Divine Province had come for the entire northern Imo. Come to think of it, it was also 3 years ago. Jolene sighed ruefully. At that time, the 14-year-old little 12 had risked his life to run to their Qiao family to protect them. On account of their past friendship, Humph let him off. After 3 years, this fellow was almost 18 years old. His eyes and brows had all grown up. At least he looked more like his brother-in-law and not like those repulsive brothers of his Black Jade sneered. What are you thinking about? I'm asking you a question. What image talisman array? Is it my sister-in-law's? Give it to me. Why should I give it to you? What's wrong with giving me my sister-in-law's things? That's my older sister. Black Jade snorted. Are you giving it to me or not? If not, I'm going to snatch it. You. She even said that he looked more like his brother-in-law. Crooked, crooked, completely crooked. How is this looking more like his brother-in-law? Wasn't this looking more like his older sister? She had completely inherited her elder sister's style of robbing. Shaolin grumpily took out a set of image talisman arrays and threw it at him. She snorted and said, "Why are you here?" "To pick you up." Glib tongue. Black Jade lowered his head and fiddled with the image talisman array in his hand. After playing with it for a while, he looked up at her with a grin. "You don't even call me brother when you see me and you say I'm glib-tongued? What?" Shaolin entire body tensed, and she waved her small fist at him. Chapter 57-51. You should be here to save them, right? Jolin pointed at the group of people who had fallen to the ground in a mess. She glanced at Immerse. "Then I won't hold you up. I'm leaving first." Just as he was about to leave, Immerse grabbed his arm. "Where are you going? What does it have to do with you? How is it none of my business? If I don't keep an eye on you, how am I going to find out where big brother and sister-in-law are? Why don't you tell me where big brother and sister-in-law are now, and I'll send someone to pick them up." Jolin threw his hand away in exasperation. "Don't pull me to tell you." "Ah." Jolin felt her body lighten as she was pulled over by that man. If she hadn't steadied herself in the nick of time, she would have really crashed into that person's arms. Despicable fellow. After not seeing him for so many years, he had become even worse. Jolin glared at him fiercely. "What do you want? If you don't tell me where big brother and sister-in-law are, I won't let you go." "Childish. You're the childish one." Immerse snorted and didn't let go of her wrist. "You came to Shijio City, so you must be entering the city. Anyway, we're going the same way, so let's go together. Who wants to go with you? Aren't you busy with something?" "Aye, Your Highness." One of the bodyguards couldn't stand it any longer and hurried over to interrupt. "The second princess of Lang Country has fainted. I don't know if she's injured." Immerse glared at that person and said rudely, "If she's injured, go back to the city and find a doctor. This Highness isn't a doctor, so what can I do to help?" That bodyguard was at a loss for words and nodded repeatedly. He hurriedly turned around and waved his hand, leading a few other bodyguards to carry the fainted second princess of Lang Country to one side. "Your Highness, the second princess is completely unconscious now. Shouldn't we find a carriage?" Immerse ignored him and pulled Jolin back. "Do you need this Highness to instruct you on such a small matter? Do as you see fit." The guard opened his mouth and forced a smile. He followed Immerse and hurried 2 steps forward. "Your Highness, that Princess Huaizhu of the Horde Country, no matter what, is still Imperial Concubine Li's niece. Shouldn't we?" Immerse took a deep breath and turned around to stare coldly at the guard. "You're called Qinyan, right? I heard that you were promoted to Vice Captain of the Dragon Saliva Guard yesterday. You're quite fast." Qinyan immediately lowered his head and smiled embarrassedly. "Your Highness is so funny. Do I look like I'm joking with you?" Immerse sneered at him. "Do you know Zheng Ru? In the past, Consort Zheng was more favored than Imperial Consort Li. Do you know what happened in the end?" Qinyan did not dare to raise his head, nor did he dare to meet the Crown Prince's cold gaze. "I don't need anyone to teach me how to do things." He lifted his chin coldly and spat out, "Scram." Qinyan hurriedly retreated a few steps. He did not dare to say anything else that would upset this high and mighty person. "Imperial Consort, you should stay in the inner court of the rear residence and take care of your own affairs, big and small." Immerse tossed out these words coldly. If a woman wants to reach out to the front court, she will die. Jolin felt uncomfortable when she heard these words. She reached out and flung Immerse's hand away. Immerse turned his head to take a look and saw the little girl glaring at him with her 2 round eyes, huffing and puffing with rage. "What?" He raised his brows without batting an eyelid. With a light snort, he grabbed her hand again. "Do you know that your tone is very irritating?" Jolin shouted angrily. "So what if she's a woman? Look at you. How much do you look down on us women? Stop fooling around." Immerse dragged the little girl a few steps forward and pulled her up onto the horse. Who's fooling around with you? What are you doing?" Jolin glared at him in exasperation. "You dare to tie me up? I'm telling you, If my elder sister comes, she'll definitely smash your big head flat. Let her come first. Mou glared at her and curled his lips in amusement. Oh, you don't have any respect for my elder sister now, do you? Jolin turned to look at him. When she looked up, her head almost bumped into his chin. Mou pressed her little head down with one finger and urged his horse to head back to Shizhou City. The group of guards behind him hurriedly followed. Chen Yin gritted his teeth hatefully and hurriedly directed the remaining people to carry the unconscious second princess of Lang country onto a horse. He then led her along the way and looked after her. Fortunately, this place was not far from Shizhou City. He led the second princess of Lang country's horse and rushed back to Shizhou City with a group of guards. It probably took less than an hour. However, His Highness the Crown Prince's attitude toward the second princess was truly too infuriating. He actually disregarded the beautiful and elegant second princess. How could he endure this? Chen Yin carefully escorted the second princess back to Shizhou City. As soon as he entered the city, he heard a guard report. His Highness said to arrange for the second princess to rest at the relay station. Then where is His Highness? Chen Yin couldn't help but feel angry. Wasn't His Highness the Crown Prince's mission this time to pick up the second princess? Why did he disappear when they had just picked her up? His Highness said that he doesn't need anyone else to care about his matters. As guards, we only need to protect our master well. We don't need to do anything else. Chen Yin gnashed his teeth. His Highness promised the great king that he would definitely bring the second princess back to the capital safely. After all, everyone has seen the current situation. If the country wantonly wants to bring people to kidnap her, without His Highness by the second princess's side to protect her, I'm afraid this matter will be disastrous. That guard didn't wait for him to finish speaking and directly abandoned him, turned around, and ran away. That's what His Highness ordered. Bring people to guard the second princess well. Guard? Chen Yin was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. What guard? Was the second princess of Hao country a criminal? What guard was there? Didn't he say to protect her? Why did it completely change? On the other side, Mou followed closely behind Xiao Lin and followed her back to the Qiao residence in Pear Blossom Alley. For so many years, there had been people who continued to clean and watch over the Qiao residence. Therefore, when Xiao Lin returned to take a look, the furnishings and decorations were the same as several years ago. There were no changes at all. For a moment, she felt a myriad of emotions. Back then, when they left Quoto Village, their first stop was to settle down in Shizhou City. It was also after they entered Shizhou City that their family's days slowly improved. In those turbulent years, compared to some homeless people, having a stable city like Shizhou City that allowed them to rest and settle down was considered a relatively fortunate thing. Chapter 57-52. Jolin reached out and brushed the familiar things in the courtyard. The furnishings still looked new, and everything in the room looked spotless. The osmanthus tree that she had planted in the courtyard had already grown up and was much taller than her. Everything seemed to be fine. Unfortunately, time had passed in a flash, and when she looked back, it was already a long time ago. Jolin strolled around her small courtyard and stared at a big tree in the middle. Her eyes lit up slightly. She remembered very clearly that she had buried many of her beloved trinkets under this tree back then. She took out a small shovel from her inner world and started digging. After digging for a while, she heard a cold voice behind her. Digging a dog hole? You're the one digging a dog hole. Your whole family is digging dog holes. Jolin turned and glared at this person. She jumped up from under the tree and handed over the small shovel. You do it. It would be a waste if she didn't use a male laborer here. Why did she have to dig things up herself? Mou raised his slender eyebrows and curled his lips imperceptibly. He walked to the little girl's side and took the shovel from her hand. What's buried here? Don't talk nonsense. Just dig. Jolin urged him to get started. She crouched on the side and watched with one hand propping up her chin. Mou dug up a metal object with a few shovels. After all, Shaolin was still young back then. She couldn't have buried things very deep. After peeling off the top layer of soil, a black box was revealed. It didn't feel like gold or jade, but more like it was made of pig iron. Mo shook the box in his hand. There was a small golden lock hanging on it. It also shook in his hand, making a crisp sound. Stop shaking it. Jolin stood up and bounced up and down. Mo raised the box over his head expressionlessly. Xiaolin raised her small hand to grab it, but couldn't. She glared at him angrily. What are you doing? I didn't expect that such a wild little girl could have such a gentle side. What did you say? Mo made a small hand gesture. I still remember when you were in the military camp. You were so small, he pressed down on her height again. But you're so strong. A few men were knocked down by you in a row. Again. Jolin angrily pulled at his arm and snatched his precious box from him. She turned her head and made a big face at him. Then, she hurriedly hugged the box and ran back into the house. She closed the door behind her with a bang. Hey! Mo knocked on the door in amusement. Contact my brother and see when he can come. Who will contact you? Contact your sister. Xiaolin complained in his mind. He took out his communication jade talisman and left a message for his sister. Sister, I ran into that annoying Mo. He asked me when you would arrive. After a while, Xiaolin flipped over on the bed with the box in her arms. She took out the warm communication jade talisman and glanced at it. A message came from it. Sister, something came up at the last minute, so we won't be coming over. You and Xiao should return to the capital first. Along the way, you could take a look at the residences we left behind. Sister, why did you change your mind so suddenly? Jolin angrily punched her small pillow. Previously, her sister said that she would meet her in Shiju City in a few days and return to the capital together. Why did she change her mind now? She even wanted her to make do with that annoying Mo all the way back to the capital. How annoying was that? Jolin angrily pulled at the corner of her clothes and rolled around on the bed with her box. She took out a small key to open the lock and opened the box. She counted her favorite childhood items and giggled nonstop as she looked. Jolin shook a small rattle drum in her hand and laughed uncontrollably. She really didn't expect herself to be so funny at that time. Before she left, she actually buried a batch of these toys in the ground. Now that she thought about it, it was really funny. She flipped over and lay on her back on the bed. She looked up at the small pink flowers embroidered on the soft gauze canopy. Sigh, I don't know how many days it will take to return to the capital. This fellow mumbled and fell asleep on her stomach. On the other side, Arbor put down the jade communication talisman and turned around to wink at Emolien. Wife, your husband knows what you're scheming from your little naughty expression. Emolien's eyes lit up. He moved closer to her and whispered to his wife. What can I be scheming? Sir Jojo gave him a sideways glance in all seriousness. All right, where's our son? Don't mind him. Let him play next door. Emolien smiled and hugged Arbor. Wife, tell me secretly. Are you trying to matchmake Xiaoyu in them? Arbor glanced at him, and the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. Don't you think that these two people are quite compatible? That's right. Xiaoyu's character is not bad. He's definitely a good choice. That's not necessarily true. Arbor pursed his lips. He looked all right when he was young. Who knows if he'll grow into a crooked melon in a few years. Your Mo family doesn't have many decent people. That Mo-kun, hey. Seeing that his wife was about to criticize the Mo family again, Emolien's mouth twitched. He hurriedly reached out to grab her small arm. You can't say that. We can't overturn the entire boat with one stick, right? You're still all right. What if he's like your father? Your adoptive father is like that. Today this girl, tomorrow that girl. Then wouldn't I be setting a trap for my sister? Don't worry. You will definitely not be as unreliable as Imperial Father. He takes after his mother and her family. Look, the Zhao family is like uncle and the rest. They rarely have concubines. Xiao Mu chuckled, the expression on her small face unchanging. Do you still remember? That Young-hee. When she was doted on back then, she made me suffer a lot. Yes. Emolien nodded repeatedly like a little wife. He followed his wife's lead and scolded. That Young-hee, she only has herself to blame. If Mou is also like this, then we'll cripple him. Emolien switched sides with his wife without hesitation. Arbor glanced at him. For a moment, she couldn't help but chuckle. Emolien grinned as he pounced on her and hugged her. He gently shook her body and said softly, "Wife, don't worry. Your husband will definitely stand on your side. Not to mention a little MOU. Even if it's Imperial Father, if he dares to set us up, I'll set him up again." All right. You're so annoying." Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she reached out to push his handsome face away. "Wife," Emolian was just about to move his hands up and down when he saw a small thing flip down from the bed curtain and hang upside down in front of his eyes. Chapter 57-53. The couple's expressions froze on their faces. Both pairs of eyes blinked as they looked at the little boy who was swaying back and forth in front of them. Emolian casually picked up a ruler and fiddled with it, wanting to beat her son down from the bed curtains. The little boy opened his arms and looked as if he was begging for his mother to carry him. Arbor hurriedly reached out to pull the little boy into his arms and pushed away the ruler that Emolian had taken out. "What are you doing?" Sir Jojo exclaimed and turned around with his son in his arms. This guy actually dared to hit his son. He really had guts. "Wifey," Emolian whined pitifully. "Look at him. He. This guy was born to take him in. How could it be so coincidental that he appeared between the two of them at such an opportune time? He appeared between the two of them just like that, with a pair of big, clear eyes, blinking innocently. Should he hit him? Arbor reached out to pat his son's small body and turned to look at Emolian. He shouted, "What are you doing? You must have been like this when you were young." Arbor rolled his eyes at him. "You don't know how much your Imperial Father hates you. How is that possible? Otherwise, why would he call you little glutinous rice ball?" Emolian, "You're just like glutinous rice ball. You must have been rolling around Imperial Father and Mother's bed, always annoying them. Do you think Imperial Father likes you now? He doesn't like you at all." Emolian, little glutinous rice ball, seemed to know that he had done something wrong. At this moment, he was curled up in his mother's arms obediently and didn't express any opinions. He didn't say anything, and Emolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This child was very shrewd and especially good at reading people's expressions. Who knew who he took after with such a bad temper? You said that he was lying on the bed curtains in the middle of the night and didn't make a sound. At the crucial moment, this guy fell down with a crash. How wonderful, how perfect. Xiao Tawanzi didn't do it on purpose. Mr. Jojo carried his son and ran off the bed. He patted his son's small body gently and turned back to glance at Emolian. "Don't always bully him." "Oh my God, who's bullying who?" Emolian jumped down from the bed and circled around his wife. "Jojo, he's so mean. Don't underestimate him just because he's 3 years old. He knows everything. Xiao Tawanzi is so obedient. He's not bad." The little dumpling nodded and continued to snuggle into his mother's arms. Emolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She circled the mother and daughter twice. "Jojo, do you want me to carry you?" "No." The mother and daughter shouted at him at the same time. Xiao turned her back, and the little dumpling also turned her head back. Emolian, who was disliked by the mother and daughter, ran towards them with the back of their heads facing her. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. Okay. I was wrong. I won't call him a bad guy." "Wife, don't turn the back of your head to me." Arbor turned his head and glanced at Emolian with the same expression as his son. Emolian stretched out his hand and simply picked up both mother and son. He turned back while whispering to each other the entire way. "Rest." He reached out to touch his wife's small face and helplessly glanced at his son, who was hugging his mother tightly. His son would appear in front of them in all kinds of strange ways at night. He didn't know if it was his annoying adoptive father who taught him this. He had to go back and find out more about the situation. Rotten peach blossoms were probably involved too. Jolin yawned loudly and got up from her bed. She was in a daze for a moment. She was back. She was back at the Qiao residence in Shizhou City's Pear Blossom Alley. It was her first time back after so many years. She didn't sleep until late last night because she was reminiscing about the past. Thinking about how she was reminiscing about the past for so long, Jolin couldn't help but raise her hand and pat her forehead. She didn't know who said that when people started to recall the past, it meant that they were old. She jumped out of bed and moved her hands and feet in joy. "Old?" Jolin reached out to pinch her tender little face. She quickly finished washing up and raised her hand to open the door. Under the ancient tree in the middle of the courtyard, there was a figure standing tall and straight like a pine tree. He turned his head when he heard the door open. There was a faint smile in those bright eyes. Just like the young man she saw before she entered the military camp. His smile was bright and dazzling. Her memories were swept away from a long time ago. She remembered that many years ago, she was only 11 or 12 years old at that time. Xiaosun was only 9 or 10 years old. At that time, she accompanied Xiaosun to the military camp to gain experience. They met this 13 or 14-year-old young man at the gate. Now, in the blink of an eye, almost 5 or 6 years had passed. Jolin remembered that because Xiaosun was young, he was still cute and cute. At the gate of the military camp, he looked like he was about to cry. When he saw that there were outsiders, he immediately put away his sad face and put on a serious expression. Hey, you two were tricked by my sister-in-law, right? I'm MOU. Let's get to know each other. Xiaosun stammered. Are you my big brother's younger brother? Jolin saw MOU looking at them in confusion. She couldn't help but roll her eyes and say, the big brother he's talking about is your big brother Mo Lien. Then shouldn't he be your brother-in-law? MOU had a curious expression on his face. Oh, he's used to calling me that. This doesn't seem to be the main point. Young man, can you get the main point and be obedient? Jolin turned and walked into the military camp. Just as they stepped through the gate of the military camp, they saw rows of soldiers standing upright and orderly on both sides of the camp. They were mighty and domineering, completely blocking their way into the camp. Yo, are they here to take us down a notch? MOU raised her brows slightly and said with a mocking expression. Little Xiaosun suddenly jumped behind his little sister and asked in a low voice in a panic, Sis, they wouldn't come up and beat us up, right? They wouldn't dare. Jolin raised her brows and snorted softly. Unless they didn't want to live anymore, they wouldn't dare to beat up His Highness the Crown Prince's younger siblings. Then what are they doing, sis? Xiaosun pointed pitifully at the 2 rows of mighty and strong soldiers in front of them. In front of them, he was like a little bean sprout. He couldn't even be crushed with a finger. What are you panicking for? Jolin glanced at MOU. Her meaning couldn't be more obvious. Wasn't brother-in-law's younger brother here? Brother-in-law's younger brother should also be some prince. If they didn't let him go up now, who else could? Thus, Xiaosun also looked eagerly at MOU at the side. MOU thought, I'm a few years older than them, and they are also sister-in-law's younger siblings. I have to protect them, right? Thus, he took a step forward and patted his chest. Tell me, how can we enter? Chapter 57-54. Several soldiers thumped their chests heavily at the same time. Their meaning couldn't be more obvious. You'll only enter the military camp if you beat us. MOU rubbed his hands and suddenly swept a kick at the lower body of the soldier closest to him. He was wretched enough. His opponent was not on guard against him at all, and he made a move at once. Therefore, the soldier was caught off guard and was kicked by this guy. His body flew out and landed heavily on the yellow sand. The other soldiers suddenly rushed forward and surrounded MOU. MOU put on a defensive posture and moved his feet lightly. He pointed at the crowd in front of him and shouted, I'm telling you, if you have the guts, fight one-on-one. Don't fucking gang up on me. His fist couldn't fight against 4 hands. Damn it, he couldn't beat them. Rows of soldiers held their weapons and roared. Their eyes were like wild leopards as they stared at MOU. MOU rubbed his hands nervously. His hands were still in a defensive posture. I'm telling you, don't mess around. I am going to put my words in front of you. Fight one-on-one. Otherwise, I won't accept it. What a joke. He wasn't a fool. If he was beaten up by more than 10 rough men, how badly would his handsome face be beaten up? Little Xiaosun gripped his sister's sleeves tightly with excitement and stammered, Sister, why don't we fight together? Hide behind this little brother and help him. Jolin was speechless. She didn't expect her brother to be such a wretched person. Her brother didn't want to take the lead at all. He only wanted MOU, this fool, to take the lead. Jolin turned to look at her brother and said righteously, We can't do that. They're protecting us now, so they're our temporary allies. Sister said that we have to show some sincerity to our allies. At least, We have to hold our bottom line and not cheat our teammates, right? Xiao Sun nodded as if he understood and stuttered. B, but there are so many people now. W, how can we not cheat them? Jolin took his brother's hand and patted his chest confidently. Don't worry. I promised our mother that I would accompany you to train, so I will definitely protect you. When Xiao Sun heard this, he quickly puffed out his chest and said, I don't need you to protect me. Big Brother said that we have to be men. We have to have the spirit and courage to be men. He was willing to take a beating for his sister. Jolin took his brother's hand and patted the arm of a strong man. Hey, please make way, let us in. This guy yelled all the way as he led his younger brother into the encirclement. Mo was being swept back and forth by a muscular man holding a bronze hammer. Mo was hastily dodging the attacks and appeared to be in a fluster. Jolin staggered to Black Jade's side and raised his hand to block the strong man's copper hammer. Her feet sank a few inches into the ground, but her eyes were especially bright and sparkling. Brother, I'll take you on. As he spoke, he threw a punch straight at the man's face. The two of them exchanged a few punches and kicks. The surrounding soldiers couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't expect a young girl to be so fast, and her accuracy and strength weren't weak either. The big man with the bronze hammer was forced back by the little girl in a few moves. Mo couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Oh my God, sister-in-law's sister was also so fierce. That wouldn't do. He couldn't hide his weakness anymore. No matter what, he couldn't lose to sister-in-law's sister and embarrass his big brother. Thinking of this, Mo's speed of attack also increased. The two soldiers who were fighting against them were defeated and fell to the ground in a few moves. Who else is unconvinced? Come up, Jolin shouted in a deep voice. A soldier holding a spear jumped in front of her with a whoosh. On the other side, Mo had just knocked down a person and wanted to rest, but he didn't expect this little girl to come up again. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. This girl was too honest, completely unlike sister-in-law who was cunning. Couldn't she say a few words at first, take the opportunity to rest, and then find someone to fight? They had just fought a fierce battle, and now they had to fight again. Wouldn't that be exhausting? Jolin casually took out a water bottle from her inner world and took a sip. She put the bottle on her waist and hooked her finger at the spear-wielding man. Come! Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Ha! Huff! 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 Less than an hour later, Mo, who had taken down 3 soldiers in a row, collapsed on the ground and panted heavily. He looked at the little fellow beside him, who was getting more and more energetic as he fought. No, that's not right. That's definitely not right. Ordinary people couldn't continue to have such vigorous mental strength after a few rounds of fighting. There must be something wrong with the little girl's water bottle. Mo stared at the water bottle on Jolin's waist, and his eyes were about to emit green light. Hey, give me a mouthful of water. The little girl's water bottle must be filled with good stuff. Otherwise, how could it be? It was probably some unknown medicinal liquid that sister-in-law had concocted, the kind that could restore one's mental strength after drinking a mouthful. The more Mo thought about it, the more likely it was. He hurriedly waved at the little girl. At this time, Jolin had knocked down another soldier. She turned to look at Mo, curled her lips, and took out a small water bottle from her inner world and threw it over. Mo reached out to take it and waved at Jolin with a smile. Thanks. He uncorked the bottle and took a sip. Then he felt a faint trace of chi flowing through his body, and his body began to gradually recover. No wonder, with this magical water bottle in her hand, it would be easy for the little girl to fight 70 or 80 people, let alone 7 or 8 strong men. Bang! Bang! More than 10 people were knocked down on the field. 2 rows of soldiers were all lying on the ground, holding their stomachs and waists, and looking up at the sky. Mo couldn't help but chuckle and turned to look at Jolin. The little girl was moving her small arms and legs, looking at the soldiers who had fallen on the ground in high spirits. How is it? Do you want to continue? Everyone was lying on the ground and waving their hands, showing their intentions with their actions. Too strong. How could this little girl be so powerful? She directly knocked down 2 rows of soldiers, and she didn't look tired at all. Xiao San ran to Jolin cheering and whispered to her, "Sister, if they know that you took the special recovery liquid, I wonder what their expressions will be like." Jolin glanced at him and whispered, "Keep a low profile." Then she threw him a look that said, "You know what I mean." Since they were in such an unfamiliar environment, they had to keep a low profile before they figured out the temperament of these people. Moyu stood in the small garden and turned around, a faint smile in his eyes. Chapter 57-55. Jolin's wandering thoughts slowly retracted. Looking at Moyu, who was like a verdant orchid tree, he actually felt a trace of absurdity. What was with this inexplicable feeling that it was a lifetime ago? This fellow glanced at him and then moved to the side, skipping forward a few steps. "My older sister said that she had something to do and had me follow you back to the capital first. They will return to the capital later on." Moyu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly moved to Shaolin-er's side. Hey, that means I can see my older brother very soon. What kind of wretched expression is that? It doesn't look like you have anything serious to do." Shaolin-er glared at him exasperatedly. "What? You must have something to ask of your older brother. Otherwise, why are you in such a hurry to see him?" "Nonsense," Moyu snorted. "Isn't it because I miss my older brother and sister-in-law? They haven't been back for many years. Aren't I in a hurry to catch up with them?" Jolin chuckled. "I also want to see Her Highness the Empress Dowager. If you want to see my grandmother, then I'll take you into the palace to see her. That's enough." Shaolin-er pouted her lips behind him, a look of disdain appearing in her eyes. Seeing her expression, Moyu absent-mindedly turned his head to take a look. He saw a graceful woman dressed in red slowly walking towards them. "Is this your wife?" Shaolin-er winked at him. "Nonsense." For some reason, Moyu abruptly raised his voice and hurriedly denied it. This loud shout startled the unsuspecting Shaolin-er, and she glared at him exasperatedly. "What are you shouting for? I just don't like to be wronged." Moyu coughed lightly and raised his hand to brush away the strands of hair that had drifted to his face, his expression turning solemn. Imperial Guard Shun accompanied Princess Huaizhu as they walked forward, greeting Moyu one after another. "Huaizhu greets Your Highness the Crown Prince." "This lowly one greets Your Highness." "Princess, are you all right? You didn't get any fright, right?" Moyu's voice was indifferent. His question was somewhat absent-minded, and his expression was tense. Princess Huaizhu curtsied to him again, her voice as soft as a feather brushing through the hearts of everyone present. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." Huaizhu was only a little frightened. "After drinking tea and sleeping, I feel much better now. Since that's the case, let's set off today. Let me escort the princess back to the capital." Black Jade's expression was neither hot nor cold. "Oh, that's right. I'm not worried about you. I'm just asking out of courtesy." Jolin was eating a meat bun under the tree. Hearing his words, he almost spat it out. "Stinky girl, you can even choke on a bun." Moyu rushed over and quickly patted her back. She then hurriedly called for someone to bring over a cup of tea. Princess Huaizhu's face instantly turned a myriad of colors. It was unknown whether it was because she had been embarrassed by His Highness's words, or because he had left her behind and left her behind. In any case, she was so angry that her little hands trembled slightly. However, she still had to put on the dignified, graceful, and considerate appearance of a princess of the Lang Kingdom. She smiled at Moyu reservedly and elegantly. "Since Your Highness is busy, Huaizhu will take her leave first." Moyu ignored her. Princess Huaizhu secretly suppressed the rising anger in her heart. She turned her head and stepped on the ground to move away inch by inch. It took a lot of willpower for her to restrain the urge to turn back and roar. She had to restrain herself and restrain herself. His aunt had already written a letter to warn him that their crown prince was an extremely willful person who could not be tricked at all. She had also secretly warned her to build a good relationship with the crown prince, because now everyone in the imperial court, including the old great king, couldn't do anything to him. Actually, Huaizhu really wanted to ask her aunt who the old great king could do anything to. She wasn't some ignorant little girl. She had heard a lot about Northern Moi's various affairs. Northern Moi's great king's cowardice wasn't a rumor that had only been circulating for a day or two. That old great king was fortunate to have Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager's protection and his son's support. That was why he could reign supreme for so long. Otherwise, he would have to rely on Im Chun, and accompanied Princess Huai Zhu all the way out, feeling rather indignant. His Highness the Crown Prince is too much. He actually dared to disrespect the princess like this. Why don't you send a message to Her Majesty the noble consort, and have Her Majesty talk to the great king, and have the great king knock some sense into the crown prince? Princess Huai Zhu swept a glance at Chen Yin. Chen Yin, if I didn't know your true identity, I really wouldn't be able to resist suspecting you of being a spy sent by Northern Moi. Chen Yin was taken aback, and cold sweat instantly dripped down his forehead. I know you are loyal and devoted to Aunt. Otherwise, you wouldn't have incurred His Highness the Crown Prince's cynicism and ridicule. Princess Huai Zhu smiled faintly at him. But you have to remember, Chen Yin, you must never act with undue haste. Everything has to be done step by step, right? I've only just met His Highness the Crown Prince, so it's normal for him to treat me coldly. If I really believed your words and sent a message to Aunt to disrupt the situation, His Majesty the Crown Prince would definitely punish me. If the king really reprimands His Highness because of this matter, Chen Yin, do you think His Highness will be more courteous to me, or even less courteous? Chen Yin hung his head, drenched in cold sweat. He hastily cupped his hands and said, "It was this subordinate who thought too simply of the matter." A faint light flashed through his lowered eyes. Soon, after sending Princess Huai Zhu to her boudoir, Chen Yin found a secluded place and sent a message to Imperial Concubine Li. "Don't worry, Imperial Concubine. Just as Imperial Concubine Li said, the princess is a wise person. This meat bun is quite delicious. Have another one." "What? You've already eaten 3. Jolin scolded in annoyance. "I only eat 1 meat bun for breakfast. 3 isn't enough for you. You're a pig." Before he could finish the word pig, his voice was still lingering in his mouth when he was silenced by a cup of tea. "My sister-in-law left you so many good things. What's wrong with sharing some of them? Come on, have another peach. You're pushing your luck." Jolin shouted angrily after downing a cup of tea. "What do you mean pushing my luck? Think about it. You've all gone to the Divine Land, leaving me alone in this desolate and deserted place. All these years, I've worked hard for the Imperial Court and the people. Do you think it's been easy for me?" "Bah." Jolin was almost shocked by his shamelessness. "Fuck, you call this a desolate and deserted place? You're a noble crown prince who has people waiting on you everywhere you go. Tell me, what's not comfortable about it? You're shameless. Hurry up, you talk too much." Black Jade reached out and pinched her round cheeks. Chapter 57-56. Xiao Lin angrily swatted his hand away and took out a large, juicy peach from her storage talisman, smashing it heavily into Mou's hand. Mou's eyes brightened, and he put away the peach before standing up. "Let's return to the capital this afternoon. You don't have a problem, right?" "Hey, wait." Xiao Lin took out a map and placed it in front of him. "Elder sister wants me to inspect the various residences while I'm at it. Let's follow this route back to the capital." Mou took the map and couldn't help but laugh in anger. "You'll have to take a big detour to return to the capital." He stared at the little girl with a burning gaze before suddenly curling his lips into a bewitching smile. "I understand." Sure enough, with his graceful appearance and character, how could there be a girl who wouldn't be moved by him? Shaolin was doing this on purpose. She was purposely taking him to tour the garden and take a big detour. With this route, they wouldn't be able to return to the capital without 15 days. Shaolin just wanted to spend more time with him. Shaolin looked at the neurotic man in bewilderment before automatically taking a few steps toward a small tree to avoid Mou's gaze. Thus, when Mou saw this slightly flustered appearance, it further confirmed the self-righteous thoughts in his heart. Mou strode forward and reached out to grab Xiao Lin's small arm. "Don't worry, I will definitely cooperate with you. I'll go wherever you say. Even if you want to walk all the way to the southern Shao Kingdom and have us circle around before coming back, I will definitely do as you wish." Xiaolin looked at him like he was an idiot before hastily withdrawing her small arm. With great difficulty, she managed to pull her arm out of his grasp. Was there something wrong with this person? When their Qiao family purchased properties, they would definitely purchase them within northernmost borders. How could they purchase them all the way to a place as far as the southern Xiao kingdom? There was something wrong with his head. Xiaolin rolled her eyes at him in annoyance before forcefully flinging his hand away. I plan to take a good stroll around our Qiao residence. Don't disturb me. Hey, I'll walk around with you. I'm also familiar with this place. Jolin jogged away angrily. What are you talking about? Jolin huffed. She walked around the house for a while, then called for the old family member who was in charge of the house and gave him a few instructions. Then he went to each room and looked around. Whenever he saw something meaningful, he packed it up and put it into the storage talisman. He silently stayed in the courtyard for half a day until noon, when Mou came again. Jolin was dragged to the front hall by his shouts. She glared at him. What are you doing here again? Mou blinked. Isn't it already time for dinner? According to the eldest sister-in-law's rules, they had to eat when it was mealtime. Xiaolin had probably learned everything from her sister-in-law. Xiaolin touched her belly when she heard that. Why? Are you treating me to a meal? Mou nodded. I asked the city lord about it. A new restaurant opened in Shijiu City recently, and it said that the food there is quite good. City lord? Xiaolin was slightly taken aback, and she couldn't help but smile when she saw the two people who came in. City Lord Gu Qingfeng bowed to the two of them and said with a smile, The banquet has already been arranged. Your Highness, second Miss Qiao, allow this subordinate to lead the way. Gu Qingfeng and Mr. Zhang could be considered acquaintances of Xiaolin. Jolin was a bit happy to meet old friends after a long separation. How have the city lord and Mr. Zhang been recently? Good. Thank you for your concern. Second Mississippi. Gu Qingfeng and Zhang Yan smiled and cupped their hands politely. They naturally felt a sense of reverence toward this second Miss Qiao who had ascended to the 3 provinces. With their current eyesight, they couldn't tell what realm this second miss was in. The 4 of them chatted and laughed. Just as they reached the door, they saw a pink sedan parked by the roadside. A young woman in bright red clothes stood beside the sedan, smiling at Mou. Xiaolin shrunk her neck and poked Mou's arm with a finger. They're here for you. City Lord Gu, Mr. Zhang, why don't we leave first and let His Highness the Crown Prince accompany Princess Huaizhu before Xiaolin could finish speaking. Mou pulled her to his side and held her arm. What are you doing? Jolin hurriedly tried to break free, but he failed to do so. Who do you want this Highness to accompany? Mou glared at her in annoyance. Let's go. Hey, I'm creating that opportunity for you. Opportunity. Jolin's face scrunched up in anger as Mou pulled her all the way out of the door. How could this stinky man be so strong? She couldn't break free from him. This situation wasn't normal. Princess Huaizhu, who was standing beside the pink sedan, had just bowed to Mou and called out softly, Your Highness, when Mou dragged Xiaolin and strode past her. This scene was so awkward that City Lord Gu and Mr. Zhang couldn't bear to look at it. They quickly looked away and coughed dryly, pretending not to have seen anything. They quickened their pace and walked past the princess. The gentle smile on Princess Huaizhu's face froze. A hint of viciousness flashed across her palm-sized face. She took a deep breath and quickly adjusted her emotions. She raised her face that was full of smiles and slowly walked up the sedan. She ordered indifferently, Follow me. What are you doing? Xiaolin, who was dragged up the sedan by Mou, angrily flung his hand away. What are you doing? You know that I don't like to stay with that woman, but you still want this Highness to accompany her? Didn't I come all the way here to propose a marriage alliance with you? You're the one who's going for a marriage alliance. Black Jade angrily roared at her. This Highness is suave and unrestrained, graceful and heroic. Are you blind? What did you say? Xiaolin stared at him in shock. You actually said that I'm blind? If you're not blind, then what are you? Mou argued. How could someone like me go for a marriage alliance? Why don't you try saying marriage alliance again? Jolin clenched her fists in anger. I don't want to waste my breath on you. Let me out of the carriage. Why? I don't want to eat with you now. I'm full of anger from seeing you. That won't do. City Lord Goo invited us to eat. You don't want to eat just because you say so? Does City Lord Goo have no shame? You. What about you? Mou stretched out a finger and poked the little girl back to her seat. Sit properly. This carriage is bumpy. Don't try to throw yourself into my arms. Oomph. What did you say? Who wants to throw myself at you? Throw your sister's whole family. Shaolin, turned around angrily and simply stared out the window. With one look, she saw 4 burly men beside her running as if they were flying, carrying a pink sedan and chasing after her. Hey, your marriage alliance partner is catching up. Mou frowned. Chapter 57:57. Ignore him. Mou pulled Jolin to sit down and took a book from the side, casually flipping through it. Jolin stole a few glances at him. Seeing that he was expressionless and had never looked out of the window, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Sigh. Min Jolin glanced sideways and saw a fruit plate beside her. Her little hand reached over and pinched the dried plum fruit inside to eat. Mou turned a page of the book. How have you been recently? Pretty good. In the upper 3 prefectures, will your little temper be good? Mou muttered. With your temper of beating up people wherever you go, if no one spoils you, you'll definitely be beaten up every day. Jolin glared at him. Who dares to beat me? She reached out and patted her chest. I'm a level 9 spiritual master. Who can bully me? With your weak body. So what if you're a level 9 spiritual master? You can only do whatever you want in the lower star region. If you go to the upper 3 prefectures, I believe that place will be filled with spiritual masters. Shaolin glared at him again. Don't jinx it. Why don't we try a fight? I'm not going to fight with you. Mou reached out and calmly took a cup of tea. Whether I win or lose, I won't be in the right. Who knows, you might have to complain to my big brother later. Bah, you're the one who complains. Jolin was so angry that she waved her little fists and turned her little face away angrily. She couldn't be bothered with him. Seeing this, Mou held the book and took a few steps closer to her. Stupid girl, are you angry? Scram. Mou looked at her sideways and couldn't help but curve his lips. You're such a bold girl. Why do you get angry so easily? Oh, right. I bought something for you when I went shopping last time. I'll give it to you. Jolin turned her little face and looked at him with slight disdain in her eyes. Her meaning couldn't be more obvious. Kid, how can you be so kind? Hey, big brother is very good to you. Mou took out a tray from his inner world. The things on it were covered with a red cloth. When Jolin saw this, he subconsciously felt that this fellow must be teasing him with something again. In the end, when the guy lifted the red cloth, Jolin saw a golden object with a monkey offering a peach on it. The monkey was carved vividly and looked quite cute. This is you, right? Mou pointed at the cute little monkey with her finger. You're the monkey. Jolin snapped at him. Mou blinked. Are you born in the year of the monkey? It's for you to play. Let me tell you, it's really fun. If you pour a spoonful of cold water on it, it will change color. That peach can even roll off a monkey's hand. I bought it for you because I thought it was fun. Really? Shaolin's attention was immediately attracted by the metal weapon in this fellow's hand, and she immediately forgot that she was angry with him just now. The two heads were strangely huddled together, muttering as they did their experiments. From time to time, the sound of the little girl's laughter could be heard from the carriage. Princess Huaizhu, who ordered the 4 sedan bearers to carry her to chase after the carriage, was really depressed. Seeing the carriage stop in front of a restaurant, Princess Huaizhu hurriedly ordered the sedan bearers to stop as well. This time, she didn't walk so slowly. Instead, she dashed out of the sedan bearers and arrived in front of the carriage with a smile. Just like that, she looked at Mou with a faint smile and didn't speak. City Lord Gu and Zhang Yin, who walked over from behind the two of them, understood at a glance. City Lord Gu hurriedly said with a smile out of courtesy, "This must be the princess of the hoarding country who came from afar, right?" City Lord Gu. Princess Huaizhu smiled very politely at Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng chuckled and turned to look at Mou. Your Highness, Princess Huaizhu. Mou ignored him and directly dragged Jolin into the restaurant with large strides. Gu Qingfeng and Zhang Yin were left looking at each other awkwardly, then turned to silently glance at Princess Huaizhu. That princess was really well educated. Even after being humiliated in front of everyone, she could still maintain a faint smile. Even City Lord Gu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That princess, as the city lord, of course he couldn't just abandon the princess who came from afar and follow his willful highness into the restaurant. At this time, it was time for him, the city lord, to mediate and lighten the heavy atmosphere. It's not very good of you to do that. Shaolin pursed her lips and unhappily shook off Mou's hand. What was wrong with this guy? Why did she feel as if she was firmly suppressed by him from the moment they met until now? He wanted to hold her hand at every turn, and she couldn't break free no matter how hard she tried. Was she hallucinating? Mou pulled her up to the private room on the second floor and walked in without asking. So long-winded. Shaolin stretched out her leg and kicked him in annoyance. Mou lowered his head and glared at her. Why don't you learn from me? Just like how my sister-in-law kicked my brother. Sit down. Mou casually pointed to a seat. He looked up and saw that behind Gu Qingfeng and Zhang Yin, the princess of the hoarding country followed them over like a hanged ghost. Mou frowned, but he didn't say anything. Gu Qingfeng hurriedly took small steps forward and shouted for the waiter to serve the dishes. Then, he smiled obsequiously all the way, trying his best to ease the strange atmosphere. City Lord Gu, my elder sister will probably pass by Shiju City in a few days. I'll have to trouble you to receive her properly then, Jolin said with a grin. Ah, is that so? Gu Qingfeng had a pleasantly surprised expression. So, it's two? Gu Qingfeng suddenly realized that he shouldn't address Mo Yin and her husband as the crown prince and crown princess. He was momentarily at a loss as to how to address them. Mou poured a cup of water and said indifferently, My elder brother and sister-in-law are now the Empress of Shenzhou. Gu Qingfeng immediately understood and hurriedly said, Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, second young Mississippi. Once His Majesty and Her Majesty enter the city, I'll immediately bring people to personally welcome them. Oh, you don't have to be so nervous. Just make the usual arrangements. Shaolin waved her hand. Actually, her elder sister wasn't a particular person. All right. This subordinate understands. Gu Qingfeng's confident expression made Jolin involuntarily cast a sidelong glance at him. Strange. She kept feeling that City Lord Gu seemed to have misunderstood her meaning. She really didn't want him to be too ostentatious, because her elder sister wasn't a particular person. To send a few people to receive them would be enough. Princess Hoarding Country suddenly exclaimed, What? This young lady's elder sister is Her Majesty the Empress of Shenzhou? Jolin was a bit embarrassed by this young lady's deliberate expression. Mou reached out and picked up the braised fish with her chopsticks. Eat more. When my elder brother sees that you've lost weight, he'll definitely beat me again. If his sister-in-law also interfered, then he would be too miserable. Chapter 57-58. Mou had been ignoring Princess Huaizhu, so the atmosphere was a little awkward. Jolin couldn't learn from Mou and ignore Princess Huaizhu when someone else was talking to her. Could he? Thus, he gave her a friendly smile and said, It's the real deal. Huaizhu. She felt that she couldn't continue the conversation. She interrupted at the wrong time because she wanted to find Huaizhu's sense of existence. Now she couldn't find a sense of existence in front of Mou. Instead, she was blocked by the words girl and couldn't say anything. In fact, she just said it casually and didn't pay much attention to the content. Now that she understood, she realized that she seemed to have doubted that young lady just now. She expressed surprise that Jolin's sister is the Empress of the Divine Land. Although her tone was soft, it was full of doubt. Jolin was not a fool. How could she not tell? Moreover, Jolin showed such an awkward and shocked expression in front of her. She was so deliberate that she couldn't bear to look at it. She didn't want to talk to her, but it was not Jolin's style to leave her hanging. So she replied with a smile and blocked Princess Huaizhu's words. Aren't you doubting my sister's identity? Then I'll give you an accurate answer. Mou smiled and picked up another piece of beef for Jolin. She said indifferently, Little girl, what's the point of arguing about this? It was the truth. Whether she believed it or not had nothing to do with them. A frog at the bottom of a well had never stepped out of a small star region. Her vision was only so high. There was no need to argue. Jolin glanced at MOU and picked up a few more pieces of beef. She tried not to say anything this time. Princess Huaizhu chuckled awkwardly and did not continue speaking. It seemed that the topic just now was over. Gu Qingfeng saw that the atmosphere at the banquet was too low, so he quickly pulled Zhang Yin up. After a round of toasts, the atmosphere finally became a little better. Castellan Gu said with a smile. Princess Huaizhu came from afar. If the dishes don't suit your taste, please let me know. I can ask someone to prepare some new dishes for you. Princess Huaizhu pursed her lips and smiled. She looked reserved and virtuous. Castellan Gu, you're too polite. The wine and dishes are to my taste. I'm not picky. Ah, that's good, that's good. It's just that these dishes are a little spicy, and these two dishes are a little salty. Our home people's tastes are lighter, unlike your northern Moi people, whose dishes are spicy and salty. In fact, eating more spicy and salty food isn't very good for your body. Especially at your age, it's the best time for you to maintain your health. You can pay more attention to your eating habits. Everyone was speechless. He wasn't picky at all. It was fine if he didn't say anything, but once he did, he put City Lord Gu on the spot. There were more than 20 dishes on the table. Most of them were salty and spicy to the princess of Hoarding Country. She didn't touch the rest of the dishes. Obviously, she disliked them. Jolin looked at the calm MOU beside him, then glanced at the stiff City Lord Gu, and almost laughed out loud. Speaking of which, the princess of the storage country might have kindly reminded the city lord that he should pay attention to his health when he was old. However, when these words entered his ears, he felt that it was not pleasing to the ears. Gu Qingfeng coughed softly and said, yes, yes, yes. He then winked at Mr. Zhang and quickly changed the topic. As a result, the atmosphere at the banquet became even gloomier. City Lord Gu called for MOU and Shaolin to eat and drink. He wasn't too happy to entertain the princess of Hoarding Country, Mr. Zhang, who was sitting at the side, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Seeing the princess sitting there alone, it was really awkward. He could only chat with the princess from time to time, so as not to embarrass the guests from other countries. Shaolin was very happy during the meal. The dishes here were very good. Shaolin even asked City Lord Gu to pack more than 10 family banquet sets and put them into the storage talisman. Princess Huaizhu, who came from Hoarding Country, looked at the girl in front of her as if she was looking at a god. That indescribable gaze gave Shaolin goosebumps all over her body. Why are you looking at me like that? She was the type to ask anything and wouldn't keep her words in her stomach. Princess Huaizhu was taken aback and was momentarily at a loss for words. She paused for a moment before saying, "Oh no, I'm just looking at the jade talisman in your hand. It's very magical. This princess has never seen such a glittering jade talisman before. She had also never seen a jade talisman that could store so many dishes at once. Could this be the legendary storage talisman? But could the storage space of a storage talisman be so big? That's not what you're thinking at all with that indescribable gaze of yours." Shaolin turned her face away and ignored her angrily. Did she think Shaolin was stupid? She could understand everything. Princess Huaizhu, who came from Hoarding Country, clearly had a trace of mockery in her eyes. She must be laughing at Shaolin in her heart for taking away so much food after eating. She was like a village woman from the mountains who had no manners. Jolin was suddenly unwilling to talk to Princess Huaizhu anymore. MOU curled her lips and stood up to grab her little hand. "All right, it's getting late. We have to go back and pack up and get ready to leave." City Lord Gu and Mr. Zhang hurriedly stood up and bowed to send them to the entrance of the restaurant. They then respectfully sent them to the carriage and left. Princess Huaizhu was left behind by MOU again. Standing at the door, she awkwardly exchanged glances with City Lord Gu. City Lord Gu coughed softly and pretended to turn around to talk to his subordinates. Mr. Zhang helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth and could only ask with a smile, "Would you like me to send the princess back to the post house?" Princess Huai smiled faintly and shook her head. No need. I ate too much just now. I'm going to walk to digest. Zhang Yin nodded with a smile and left with City Lord Gu and the others. The little maidservant at the side quickly lowered her voice and said, Princess, why don't you accept that gentleman's kindness? It's quite a long way to go back to the post house. Princess Huai, Zhu said angrily. It's not like we don't have money. It's not hard to pay for a carriage. Didn't you see that the city lord and his subordinates were disrespectful to me and spoke to me in a sarcastic manner? The little maidservant nodded and followed behind the angry Princess Huai. As they walked, she asked, Princess, was what that girl said true? What do you mean true? That girl said that her sister is the empress of the divine land and her brother-in-law is the emperor of the divine land. Puffed. Princess Huai snorted. Do you think that's possible? I think it's possible. Otherwise, how can you explain why His Highness the Crown Prince treats that girl differently? She must be of great status. Chapter 57-59. Princess Huai scoffed disapprovingly. Impossible. Why would someone from the Divine Continent come to our lower star domain for no reason? Huai didn't understand Bei Mua's background at all, nor was she clear on the reason why Bei Mua could stand tall on Seacombe Planet. How could Bei Mua still be so prosperous with such a preposterous old great king? She only believed in what she saw and heard with her own eyes. She resided in the Tsang Kingdom and had never heard of Bei Mua's former crown prince and crown princess, so she naturally couldn't associate it with the upper three provinces. Earlier, she had merely gone along with Jolin's words because she was always ignored. She flattered Jolin on the surface, but in reality, she disapproved of it. Although the young maidservant's words were somewhat reasonable, in Princess Huai's opinion, how good could a maidservant's insight be? How could she really hit the nail on the head? It must be because that girl wanted to perform well in front of His Highness the Crown Prince. So she lied about her identity and insisted on plating herself with gold. Her intention was too obvious. She wanted to raise her own status. Huai sneered and muttered inwardly, One day, I will expose her identity and expose her to everyone in the world. What will she do? Make her unable to show her face in front of His Highness the Crown Prince and unable to raise her head. At this thought, Princess Huai's mood involuntarily improved, and her lips curled into a smile. Bam! An oncoming person pushing a wheelbarrow abruptly bumped into her knee, causing Huai to grimace in pain and cry out in alarm. Several accompanying maidservants hastily rushed over and hugged their princess as they angrily rebuked the peasant woman who bumped into her. Are your dog eyes blind? Peasant woman, do you know who this is? Hurry and kneel to Her Highness the Princess. The peasant woman shuddered in fright and hastily knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly as she cried, Sorry, Your Highness the Princess. How could a peasant woman like her ever witness such a grand spectacle? Several maidservants who were dressed out of the ordinary were glaring at her with furrowed brows. She had someone reprimand them, but she was instantly speechless and could only shrink her neck as she repeatedly kowtowed. Everyone couldn't help but come to watch out of curiosity. Princess Huai already had a bellyful of anger that she had nowhere to vent. This peasant woman was simply asking for a beating. Seeing this, she angrily shouted, Hit him! Two burly bodyguards walked forward with sticks in their hands. Without saying a word, they knocked the peasant woman to the ground and beat her with sticks. The peasant woman screamed in pain, scaring the passers-by. Their Shijio city had always been very peaceful. They had never seen any rich family being so barbaric as to beat someone up in the middle of the street. A few of the young men couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly stopped him. Stop hitting him. If you continue, he'll die. How could a village woman withstand so many hits from such a thick stick? 3 minutes ago, she was already on the verge of death, with only half a breath left. By the time the city lord arrived with the city guards, the woman had already been killed on the spot. Governor Gu, who had always been gentle and refined, was so angry that he pointed at Princess Huai and said, You. A few young men stepped forward to stop him and were also hit several times with sticks. At this time, one of them had blood dripping from his head. He angrily roared, "Sir City Lord, this person disregarded her life and beat our compatriot to death in the middle of the street. She must be severely punished. Yes, she must be severely punished. Severely punish, severely punish, severely punish." Princess Huai Zhu coldly swept a glance at the young man with blood dripping from his head and signaled to her personal maidservant with her eyes. Maidservant Qing Luo walked forward and said with an indifferent expression, "Can't you see? It's clearly your people who pushed the wheelbarrow and hit our princess. He even bruised the princess's leg. Now, as long as she lives and doesn't implicate her entire family, it's already the princess' greatest benevolence and grace. What more do you want to cause a ruckus?" Many of the commoners instantly fell silent. In fact, many of them were unaware of Princess Huaiju's identity when they were making a ruckus earlier. They only thought that some rich family's daughter in the city had come out to show off. Now that they heard the maidservant's condescending tone, they immediately became listless. After all, they were only ordinary commoners. It would be too frightening if their entire family was implicated and their own families were implicated. They had been filled with righteous indignation earlier, but now they had all shut their mouths. Huaizhu couldn't help but proudly raise her chin. City Lord Gu's face was ashen. "Princess, you are not our northernmost princess. You are the princess of the hoarding country who came from afar. Our northern Mo should be a good host and properly entertain you. But you cannot disregard the laws and casually punish our northern Mo people." What? This stinking woman in front of them was not a princess from the sovereign capital, but an outsider? Most of the commoners had never heard of the hoarding country. When they saw the peasant woman who had died tragically on the ground, their national emotions were stirred, and they were even more furious than before. "City Lord, this hoarding country's princess committed a massacre in our Shizhou city. She must be severely punished. Yes, she must be severely punished." The agitated crowd gave Princess Huaizhu a fright. She hastily pulled Qing Luo and the other maidservants back a few steps and stammered, "What do you want to do? City Lord Gu, could it be that you want to look on helplessly as your citizens beat this princess to death? If something happens to this princess in your northern Mo territory, or even in your Shizhou city, how will you shoulder the responsibility? If this princess loses a single hair, my royal father will not let you off." The Shizhou city citizens were infuriated and roared, "City Lord, please uphold justice for us commoners." City Lord, City Lord. Reporting. When a soldier from the City Lord's estate rushed in, Mo and Shaolin were fighting over a peach. That soldier looked straight ahead and knelt on one knee. "Reporting to your highness the crown prince. The princess of the hoarding country beat to death a peasant woman who entered the city to sell vegetables. Now, she is surrounded by Shizhou City's citizens in a frenzy. The city lord specially sent this lowly one to ask for your highness the crown prince's instructions on how to handle this matter." Xiao Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't she come out of the restaurant with us? They had only returned to the Qiao estate for a short while. Yet this princess of the hoarding country had caused such a ruckus. What exactly was she trying to do? Mo saw that the little fellow was in a daze, so he naturally grabbed the peach from her hand. "Is it very difficult to handle?" Mo took a bite of the peach and absent-mindedly glanced at the person who came. "Is it getting worse and worse as a city lord?" "Deal with it as you should," Black Jade said indifferently. That soldier hastily kowtowed and hastily stood up to run outside. This lowly one understands. Chapter 5760. Xiao Lin turned around and stared curiously at Mo. How will City Lord Gu handle this? She didn't expect this Princess Lang country to be this kind of person. She looked like a gentle and soft person just now, but she actually beat a peasant woman to death on the street and provoked public indignation. From the looks of it, this princess shouldn't be a good person. Lin decided to ignore her when she saw her in the future. She didn't like to talk to people who bullied the weak. It was very boring. Sister said that if you have the ability, you should challenge the strong. What's the use of bullying the weak? Naturally, it will be handled impartially. Mo snorted and turned to walk out with a peach in her mouth. I don't think we can leave in the afternoon. You might as well stroll around Shijio City for another 2 days. If you want me to accompany you, that's fine. Xiao Lin replied with a pooh and turned to glare at that guy. At night, someone considerately brought the news to Xiao Lin. The Princess Lang country had beaten a peasant woman to death in public and had been punished by the city lord with 50 strokes of the rod. These 50 strokes of the rod were not simple. Not only was it carried out in public, she was also ordered to remove all the defensive mystic weapons on the Princess Lang country. She was directly pressed to the ground and fiercely beaten like a normal person. When the Princess Lang country was moved back to the relay station, it was said that her back was badly mutilated and her injuries were very serious. However, although her injuries were very serious, as long as she returned to the relay station, someone would treat her and feed her medicine. After eating some first-rate healing pills, she would probably be fine after a few days of recuperation. It was rather pitiful for that peasant woman to lose her life in vain. City Lord Gu was already considered a rather upright man. If it was another city lord, they might have to curry favor with the Princess Lang country and properly deal with this matter without a conclusion. After all, the one who died was only a low-level peasant woman, while the Princess Lang country came to northern Mo for a political marriage. She might even become the crown princess or a king consort. Perhaps her luck would come, and she might directly enter the old great king's harem in the eyes of most people. There was no need to offend a princess for a political marriage for the sake of a peasant woman. However, City Lord Gu directly arrested her and severely punished her with 50 strokes of the rod. The delicate princess was so unlucky that her flesh was split open. Of course, it was also because of the crown prince's support. But in the end, the princess of the hoarding country would still blame it on City Lord Gu. Jolin fiddled with the small bowl of soup in front of him. After taking a small sip, his face wrinkled. What kind of lotus seed soup was this? It was so bitter that she really didn't like to drink it. Mou, that scoundrel, even said that he had personally cooked it and insisted that she give him the honor of drinking it all. Xiaolin picked up the soup bowl and walked to the side of the flower pot. She looked around and saw that the servant maids were all standing outside the door. Then, in a spurt of energy, she planned to pour all of the lotus seed soup into the flower pot. A shout came from the door. Good. You little bastard. You actually want to throw away the soup that I worked so hard to make. Jolin's little hands trembled in fright, and the bowl almost fell to the ground. Mou flew over and firmly held the bowl of soup with one hand. She placed it on the windowsill at the side and said, "Drink it while it's hot. If it's so delicious, why did you throw it away? It doesn't taste good." Jolin was furious. "Even if it doesn't taste good, I made it myself. Drink it." Jolin's little face was bitter as she glared at him angrily. "I made this. It's delicious." Mou praised himself and took the bowl to force feed her. "Let me tell you, drinking some lily and lotus seed soup in summer is so good for you girls. It's good for beautifying and nourishing your body." Jolin was so angry that she swallowed it in one breath. "I'll drink it. You can scram now." Mou curved his lips. I originally wanted to tell you a story. Since you want to rest, then what story?" Jolin immediately came over and asked curiously. "You already told me to scram. What else is there to say?" Jolin hurriedly brought over a stool for him and invited him to sit down. She also hurriedly brought over another stool. The two of them sat down opposite each other at a small table in front of the window. The little girl propped up her cheeks with both hands and stared at him with a pair of bright eyes. "Tell me, I used to love listening to my mother telling me stories about Big Sis the most." Mou secretly suppressed his laughter and said in all seriousness, "On our way back to the capital, we'll probably pass through Spectre Village again, so we have to be careful. When we came out of the village, one person was missing from the team. After that, we went into Spectre Village to search again and practically turned over every piece of land in the village. But guess what? You didn't find anything. Not finding anything isn't a scary place. It's that our team is missing another person." Jolin shrunk her neck. "Why haven't I heard of this village before? We also entered the capital from Shijio City back then, but we've never heard of such a scary village. This village wasn't called Spectre Village before. It was just an ordinary village. But after the entire village was wiped out by corpse bugs 5 years ago, it was called Spectre Village. Immerse suddenly reached out and grabbed Jolin's little hand. This action startled Jolin, who was listening to the story with rapt attention. "What are you doing?" "I just want to remind you that when the time comes, you have to keep up with the team and not be alone. The legend in Spectre Village is that everyone who follows at the back of the team will be eaten by an unknown monster." The little girl gulped and stared at his pitch-black eyes, believing his words. "Really? So when one of you was eaten the first time and then turned back, you were eaten again?" Immerse nodded. "So when the time comes, you mustn't take a step away from me, understand?" Jolin nodded. Immerse nodded in satisfaction and reached out to stroke her head. "That's good. I'll protect you well. Then rest well. We probably won't be able to leave tomorrow or the day after. Do we have to wait for Princess Lang Country's but to recover?" "Princess Lang Country's back, but we're probably smashed by a stick." Immerse curled his lips. "Sort of. There was nothing to do the next day, so Shaolin didn't go out for a stroll. She tidied up her small courtyard, brewed a pot of tea, and spent a quiet afternoon. In the afternoon of the second day, Jolin slept until noon. The moment she walked out of the room, she saw Immerse standing under the tree in front of the door. At this time, he was indifferently asking the little eunuch in front of him, "Did the great king say anything else?" The little eunuch shook his head like a rattle drum and hung his head low, completely not daring to look at His Highness the Crown Prince's death stare. "The great king has been living quite comfortably recently." The little eunuch bit his lips and trembled slightly as he nodded repeatedly. "Then find something for him to do." Immerse absent-mindedly turned around and instructed, "Go, find a group of people to bring Imperial Consort Li out and slaughter her. Remember to be nimble."